Well, hello everybody. Hey, lot to talk about actually at the moment. It is, what is it, 7 o'clock my time on March 5th. Just got done watching Ozzy Ramdius II on The Place by the New Covenant Group. And I got to tell you, it was just simply brilliant. It was on epistemicism and doxastic voluntarism and involuntarism. And it was just fascinating. And I've made no shame to say that I agree with Ozzy almost pretty much across the board on everything philosophy. And I think it's a lot of reasons is he just explains things so exceptionally well. And I enjoy listening to him and Alex Malpass as well. I mean, both of them are just so good at explaining things and making sense, right? And I got to tell you, that was one of the best hangouts on a subject that I really had no idea going into. I know what epistemicism is, but I don't really understand doxastic voluntarism and vice involuntarism. I get the gist. Obviously, beliefs are either something that we can choose, or they're just kind of thrust upon us, and we have no ability to choose them whatsoever. But the nuances, yeah, way above my head. But I think I gleaned a little bit more out of that than I would have had it would not been Ozzy trying to explain those concepts. So I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. I know Sokka watched it, so I'll engage with him a little bit on that and see what he thought of that particular discussion. Plus, I did get to talk to Dr. Jones a little bit for the New Covenant Group. I'm going to arrange for him to be on my channel. He has watched my channel. He's just a very soft-spoken guy, and I think it'd be kind of cool to have him on. And I know his outlook is like love everybody and try to make peace with everybody. And I want to kind of suss that a little bit about what the feasibility maybe that is, because as we know on my channel, that always doesn't work. But the other thing I want to discuss is I had happened to pop over to Ronnie's hangout there for a second, or at least listening. Couldn't go in, obviously, on Bring It Evolutionist. And it's no longer Bring It Evolutionist anymore because he doesn't allow evolutionists in there. Matter of fact, it is literally one big young earth creationist / ID circle jerk. And I got to tell you that this new kid on the block, Kevin G, who hasn't been around very long, is definitely getting the name of Ronnie 2.0, because just in the few minutes that I was listening to him, he jargon bombed the crap out of people, got an exceptional amount of things wrong, and then totally misunderstood the whole point of the 20-year E. coli experiment. Didn't seem to understand it at all.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, but you still get a lot of feedback.
Okay, not sure why.
Anybody who's ever looked into Lenski's 20-year E. coli experiment knows generally about it, knows that one of the strains in one of the flasks had produced the ability to produce to survive on I think it was maltose under anaerobic conditions, which it had a metabolic pathway to digest maltose, but not without oxygen. And so after a series of mutations, it actually possessed the ability to do that, with the sacrifice that it couldn't process something else. I think it was citrate plus, or one of the other things they couldn't actually metabolize anymore. So it was a trade-off, but it was a beneficial mutation because of the changing selective pressures, which is exactly what we would expect from natural selection. And of course, Kevin took this as, well, we saw no morphological change, or basically, it still was E. coli. Well, no shit.
I just read that piece of Kevin put something about mutation and no new information, the same bullshit we've been hearing from Neffy and some of the others. And I'm literally looking in my other screen at my genetics homework right now. And I can't tell you the amount of facepalm that I have.
Parroting these guys, or does he?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the same shit.
Well, they take them as authorities. They read things like on ICR or whatever, like creationist websites.
Answers in Genesis.
Answers in Genesis, where they talk about, and this information claim comes up all the time, where there's like, well, no new information is added. But then they work with a very limited definition of information. So, like, gene mutation is not new information because there was a pre-existing gene. The fact that it changed and now can lead to different traits or whatever doesn't mean that there's new information, because it's just something that was pre-existing. Gene duplication, is not new information. So if a gene gets duplicated, that's
according to them. Yeah.
Again, that doesn't fit into their definition of new information because it's gene duplication. So they work within a very limited scope of what they define as information. Now, with all these things, if they were to define like the way that when scientists will talk about new information, they're talking about things like gene duplication, gene mutation, and they consider that new information. That's what they label as new information. And then the creationists will be like, okay, well, we don't consider that new information, so therefore you have no new information, instead of actually addressing the claims themselves. And that's the part that they parrot, and they don't understand that they're working within like this limited scope of a definition that is unique purely towards the creationist crowd.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is you could cite them things like mutation.com. Can mutations create new information? Here's from Creation Ministry International. The phrase mutations cannot create new information is almost a mantra amongst some creationists, yet I do not agree. And he goes on to explain that, yes, mutations can create new information. This is from Creation Ministries International, right? A creationist website. So even they recognize that it is completely astronomically wrong to say that this stuff does not create new information. With the Lenski's 20-year E. coli, new information was produced because it was unable to do something before. It had a metabolic pathway that already existed, and it built upon that metabolic pathway in order to do something to help it survive given selective pressures, which was survive under was it maltose? I think it was maltose. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So how is that not new information? It's new to the environment. It's new to the organism.
I think are they quantifying the amount of genes or the amount of proteins? Like I'm not sure.
No.
What?
No,
like,
if any, there is none. They basically said that in order for them to consider something new information, new genetic coding has to appear spontaneously and uniquely, all on its own, without being the result of a gene duplication or gene mutation or anything like that. If that happens, then that's new information because it didn't come from a pre-existing gene. That would fit the criteria of what they would consider new information.
So their overall genome would have to grow, and that growth could not come from an existing piece of the genome replicating itself.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay.
That of course doesn't make sense, though, right? I mean, we know that's not going to happen.
Okay, maybe I'm still in my undergrad. I've not heard of just like a
genome
piece of just like a piece of your genome just saying, well, I'll just take on a bunch of these fucking nucleotides. Fuck it, why not, right? Let me just grow exponentially. Why not? No, that's not how it works.
Well, that's the problem. They don't know how it works, and they want to see things that are just blatantly incorrect and impossible, and then they're thinking that that's how it should be according to the theory, right?
I'm just like so if this did happen, and then you ended up with an organism that normally has 75 chromosomes, now it has 80, where it creates a progeny that has half of them have 80, half of them don't. Like, you have some serious issues to run into when you have like this large jump in just the number of chromosomes that it has, because then
there's whole genome duplication. Not usually. I mean, plants do that all the time with polyploidy, right? I mean, they'll do a whole genome duplication. You just end up with an extra copy of chromosomes, and they're fine. The problem is it speciates really quick that way.
Yeah, well, an extra copy, or an extra chromosome or two, can be usually taken care of. Like, there we have people that have extra X chromosome. They have bar bodies. Not a real big issue, but like when it starts to get from what it's sounding like, it's like this is a large chunk of information, as they call it, like large separate pieces of chromosomes need to somehow spawn in order for them to believe that there's a new anatomical structure. I don't know. Like, it sounds weird. Maybe I'm not understanding what they're expecting, but it just sounds really, really fucking weird.
Well, they've never articulated that. That's the problem. I mean, we never ask them, okay, what do you expect to happen? I never got a clear answer from any of them.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things that you can go with is when you bring up the example of nyalinase, for example. Okay, like nyalinase comes up occasionally as an example of new information, because a genetic mutation is allowed for the bacteria now to consume the nylon residue, whatever, as a food source, which is completely synthetic, man-made material. So they pretty much, this can't be something that was a dormant gene or a pre-existing gene or anything like this. This actually has to be, new information. and so yeah, there is this new information there, but there's a trade-off with that where other information was lost. Their ability to consume other food or quotation mark for energy was lost because they have this new one there. Now that they take that as not an addition of new information because other information was lost. So the trade-off of new information means that it has to be added on while maintaining all previous traits of it as well.
Well, you're saying okay. Well, that's kind of how it is. That it has new traits, but keeping the old traits and changing them. Things are built upon existing things, right? I mean, the pathway for the Nihilades was built upon existing pathways. The pathways for the metabolism or metabolization of maltose was built upon existing pathways. It already had the ability to do it, just it had to have oxygen, and then it figured out a way to, and I mean that loosely. It wasn't intelligent, but it had a way to do that, without the presence of oxygen. So, I like to have them actually say once and for all. Yeah, we want to see these things come about out of nothing. And I'm like, well, that's not what the theory would predict.
Yeah. Revelations and Revolutions would like us to plug his channel. Revolutions and Revelations. We cannot plug your channel right now and tell people that you've uploaded something new. Sorry.
Yeah, don't go over there, guys. Okay, watch Steve McRae's, and maybe like put a little post-it note or something, and maybe later, if you remember, go see what is it? What's the channel?
I keep saying.
I don't know. I'm curious now.
It's just called Rev squared. Yeah, but don't check it out.
Out of new channel yet.
Yeah, don't go check it out.
What is his channel on?
Revolutions and something about Revolutions response.
But what's his channel on?
I think it's something. I think the last video was something about Matt Slick responses or something. So did you invite Kevin in here to explain what the fuck?
I haven't yet, but I'm going to right now. I was just in the process of doing that. He won't. He's in the other hangout.
I would hope Rev would come in and do some public promotion of himself if he's that brave.
I have. Yeah, Rev, you've never been in my hangout, Rev.
Yeah, come on in, Rev. What's wrong with you?
The other thing that you brought it up there with true empiricism already, where he's doing his Bring It Evolutionist there, but there's no open link and there's no evolutionists in the room, and I'm pretty sure that he's not going to let you or Dre go in there.
No, he knows better.
Yeah. So then, and I noticed this also with Antonio's room earlier too, it's getting ban happy again. I've been banned from the external chat on that. A lot of people have. You can't even critique that anymore because enough people have come out there and basically said it's listen, why do you have DD in there? It ruins your show, and then the result from that is just you get a banning. And so you know what? I don't even watch it anymore. Okay, that's it. I'm done. This is stupid.
It used to be entertaining to a certain point, but it's like when you have I call them soft-spoken. Yeah, fucking soft-spoken there with the ban hammer. It's not going to be a fun time at all. People can appear in my chat, and I'm fairly loose on don't try to derail the shit by fucking taunting Annabelle. Fucking don't do that. Little shit like that. But other than that, I really don't care. And your true empiricism goes in Talking Shit Tuesday and says whatever the fuck he wants. G-Man comes to chat, says whatever the fuck he wants. Right? But that same type of mentality is not reciprocated at all. They have little tolerance for dissent. I find it funny for folks who want to engage them.
Yeah, and then they justify it because they'll be hey, remember that time that I went into Talking Shit Tuesday, was yelling at the top of my lungs, using a bullhorn, yelling at people, talking over people, interrupting people constantly, and then eventually got kicked out? Well, that's the reason why I'm kicking you out for, just being an atheist. It's hold on, wait a second. You got kicked out because you were a fucking douchebag, and now but you're going to reciprocate this by kicking somebody out because they disagree with you. That's not the same. Come on, man. Don't be stupid.
G-Man Logic is something special, dude. I sent him a message last night. I told him your hangout's entertaining. Keep it up. And he said, well, theistic evolution is stupid and very inconsistent. he admitted he was intelligently made, LOL. You can say idea is wrong. You can't even define it. I said, well, all Christians believe that God created them. I think you misunderstand their position, which I'm not surprised. Theistic evolutionists believe in a designer, and that evolution is one of the mechanisms. If you took time to actually learn your opponent's position, then you know that. Fiona has stated this fact several times. The idea that they are against isn't the same concept that they believe in. So his response to that was, if you took time to read the Bible and not be gullible, you would know how you sound. And so I said, well, was that supposed to address the topic of theistic evolution, or was it some kind of witty response? And it's been about 12 hours now. He has not responded to that. So.
Who was that directed to?
I'm sure you're holding
No, G-Man.
there.
That's
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the nuance between the 2 points. Like there's intelligent design as this overarching kind of like argument. You know, this argument that's presented. Generally, if I was to summarize intelligent design in like one phrase, I mean, Steve might disagree with me on this one. It would be irreducible complexity. I think that's what intelligent design comes down to, is that it's evident of a creator through irreducible complexity, that this stuff couldn't have been arisen through a natural process.
I think that's one thing it comes down to.
I that's the way that a lot of the arguments go. I mean, you can just go simple, stupid fucking Ronnie logic and just say, herp derp and looks design, therefore design. He's an idiot. Like, whatever. Like, and true, if you ever watch Steve McRae's Hangouts, there's a reason why I never engage with you, not even as a joke, is, well, like, G-Man and DD, those guys are entertaining. You're a fucking idiot. Like, you're really stupid. Okay? But anyway, like... that's
a mean Canadian.
Don't hold back.
I know. Yeah, no, I'm just being honest here. Yeah, tell me how you really feel. Anyway, herp derp design. Solipsism is inner solipsism, work of solipsism. What's the square root of pi? Shut the fuck up, you idiot. Anyway, you should have heard him in this. Osaka.
Oh my God! It was. Just
I don't even want to.
Continue on with your.
Yeah. Anyway, like so there's this whole idea of, like, intelligent design as like this kind of like theory to explain, how everything was created as it is. And then there's the idea that, like, yes, technically all Christians and a lot of religious people out there, regardless of what their faith is, are creationists, because they do believe in some type of creation event. And that creator obviously has to be intelligent, and he was obviously the designer of things. And then they conflate the term of, everything being the result of an intelligent designer with the piss poor argumentation of intelligent design. So when G-Man goes through and he's asking these questions, it's like, well, you do believe you're intelligently designed? It's like, yeah, of course. He's a theist. He believes that. But he doesn't believe in the fucking argument. The argument's different. And like, this is what's amazing about these guys, and this is why G-Man's entertaining, is because it's just like, this is the kind of thing that I could explain to my 7-year-old and he'd understand.
Oh yeah, you can teach it to your children, and they will. If I told my son, look, there are certain times you call people, and there's certain times you don't call people, he'd understand it the first, maybe second time, right? I explained this shit to G-Man probably 3 separate times. He's still not gotten it. Like, it's just like there's something not right with him. But I think I can forgive G-Man, because I don't think he's mentally capable of doing it. I've told him, I think there's something fucking wrong with you. Like, you just cannot help but to be this dumb. But Ronnie, I don't think there's really anything mentally wrong with him. I just think it's a personality thing. When you go back and listen to his video with Botan, the inner solipsism of solipsism, you see, like, all the shit that we still see to this day, like the condescension, the fucking inability to listen, the inability to even comprehend what Alex is fucking saying. And it's just gibberish coming out of the dude's mouth. And so Alex is having the patience of a saint, going, what, like, could you condense that? Could you repeat that? And he just flips his shit and then wonders why people treat him like shit. That's what gets me, dude.
He's so self-aware that he's stupid.
Like, it's
so not self-aware.
That's honest. Sam and I have probably spent within the last, I'd probably say 4 months, just trying to figure out how he operates as an adult. Like, there's no way, because I just imagine him like ordering Popeyes, like he thinks everyone spits in his fucking Popeyes or something. I don't know.
Harry Alexander in the live piece says, "God, I know Ronnie is stupid, but you make it sound like he kicked your dog or something." Well, maybe he did. Maybe he did. You know.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of.
It's just one stupid thing after another. I mean, like for example, they're sitting there over there in this little fucking clusterfuck echo chamber, pretending they actually know something about biology when they don't, butchering every concept possible. And I think somebody went in there just now who happens to be an evolutionist. I don't know, but they don't let anybody in to have any honest dialogue that'll correct them on any of these things. I mean, you should have heard Sam and Kevin G have at it the other day. I think Sam was ready to pull his hair out. How many times Kevin G just lathered on about shit clearly that he didn't have any clue what he was talking about. Now he knew he knew some of the vernacular. He could jargon bomb, but it was word salad.
Yeah, Sam and I had a conversation right after that. It's like, well, we've kind of donned Kevin slightly smarter, true.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's Ronnie 2.0. He's the new improved version, which isn't really that improved, but a little more articulate, but same. But,
yeah, same right there, same level of knowledge.
Same level of knowledge. Yeah, I don't see him saying anything that he's so far that indicates to me that he's ever had a biology course of any kind.
No, it's. I mean,
he's read some stuff.
I think he would have at least produced a. He would have at least produced a model, probably, or a presentation. I'll give him that. I do think that would happen.
Dude, I think he was thinking something along the lines like a ribosome would like come on and attach to the DNA, and that would cause like the translation going on or something. I mean, he finally kind of like explained a little bit better using tRNA and all this other stuff, but I don't know. It seems to be like huge gaps in his understanding. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, he gets this and this, but he misses big chunks.
I think it's the same.
I'm not sure if I'm able to be heard right now.
Yeah, you can hear.
Is that somebody talking? I hear someone got dick in the mouth.
Yeah, make sure you remove your dick in your mouth before you talk, and we maybe can understand it. Try again. Try it again. Go. Okay, can you hear me?
You're good.
Yeah, I think something happened like with the settings on my computer, and I had to try and reset it.
It happens occasionally. Steve had issues like that a while back, where he just couldn't talk.
Well, it's first two times I come into Google for some reason. It's like not always, but I have to keep resetting. Fiona has the same problem. We don't know why.
It's Google.
It's cool.
I mean, I think like early in Ronnie's Hangout, because I was there, they thought when DNA replicates, it replicates perfectly. I think it was G-Man who thought that was the case. He didn't think that it had errors when it was like being transcribed.
I've tried to explain to him like the basic dogma of DNA replication, whatnot, DNA to protein, whatever. Fiona's tried, Jade has tried. A lot of us have spent many hours on air and off air trying to teach him this stuff. And let me tell you, it's like pulling teeth from a horny fucking hippopotamus during mating season after you've called his mother a whore.
They don't want to realize that they don't want to start from scratch, right? They don't want to realize that they are so fundamentally wrong that they need to forget everything they think they know and literally start from square one again.
Yeah, you can't tell G-Man he's wrong about something. Don't ever try that. You could tell him, yeah, you're on the right track, but you kind of veered off here. Here's what someone didn't explain to you right. You could say something like that, but don't tell him he's wrong, because he immediately rejects the idea that he has something wrong. So you have to like.
I mean, his pride is one of his weaknesses, really.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When he gets engulfed in his own pride, then he really loses control.
Yeah, you can't.
Pride, arrogance, incompetency,
sheer arrogance, and that's why he has there's a video where where he states that I think that I'm the god of black people or something like that. He gets on his knees, oh, please, Dragnet, please forgive me. Like he's being really, really dramatic in the middle of the street.
That's right. You're the leader of the blacks, and JD's leader of the Jews.
Yeah,
I keep on getting that confused though.
Yeah, we trade out sometimes.
He's mocking his own god.
I mean, well, he's doing it to try, I guess, mock my ego or something like that. And it's like, no, it's not. I know him and Vector and Arcane talk about that shit in closed doors, but it's like, no, it's like you guys are just so fucking wrong all the goddamn time.
Well, I mean, he thinks he's the king of all black people, Drag, remember?
Yeah, and I've memorized a dictionary. That's the best one.
Somebody in the live feed was like, I wonder what it would like to have a real conversation between Steve and True. It'd be like, what it'd be like. We have had real conversations. Well, we tried many times. I used to go into Ronnie's Hangouts frequently. And I think I only left on my own accord maybe twice if I was being generous. He's kicked the
What are they like? What's it like talking with Ronnie off camera, so to speak?
Sometimes, we can carry on conversation, but once he gets his back against the wall, that's when you have G-Man step in
completely contentious.
Yeah, G-Man will step in and just basically wreck it and make sure he's protected. Kind of like an Andrew Rappaport protecting Matt Slick kind of thing. He doesn't want to see Ronnie get basically shown to be the idiot that he is, which we all can do.
Well, I mean, he doesn't want to see his circle jerk partner get, really fucked up by a person who knows what they're talking about.
Well, do you remember the time that JD and I went in there? I don't know if you watched it, but we went in there and Ronnie was trying to explain some stupid shit, and I wanted to ask him specifically what bonds broke when DNA goes into solution, right?
It's the
I just knew where you're talking. You're getting a lot of background noise, Andreas, again. I don't know if it's your headphones or whatever, but we can hear so much background noise when you're unmuted. Try turning on your volume or something. And unmute and try again, Andreas.
Let me know if you hear my background.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I can try turning down my bandwidth.
That's not bad right there. Yeah, it's better.
It's perfect there. Good right there.
Yeah, so that's good.
Put it right there.
Put it right there. A little bit to the left. A little bit lower. Got it. You just got it right there, man.
I'm trying to find that video, by the way.
A little bit further in, less to the right.
God, G-Man has a lot of videos.
God damn.
So G-Man basically he jumped on that, right? And Ronnie was talking about Le Chatelier's principle, which had nothing to do with the topic. So I started asking about Boyle's law, Charles' law, pressure, velocity, temperature, all kinds of shit, right? I'm like, okay, let's talk about qualitative analysis since you're talking about it. That's
not even qualitative analysis. That's pretty much entry level physics.
Yeah, well,
also chemistry. I mean, it's basic.
It is quantitative analysis. When I was explaining to him, okay, pressure drops here. How does temperature? What happens with temperature? Right. That's quantitative analysis. And so I was using Boyle's law and Charles' law to demonstrate these things because he didn't understand what happens because of the pressure, volume, temperature, all that relationship, right? And
I thought it was the whole PV equals nRT kind of thing.
No, that's ideal gas law.
Yeah, it's ideal gas.
Now, Boyle's law is P1V1 equals P2V2, and Charles' law is P1V1 over T1 equals P2V2 over T2. But it's still entry-level stuff, right?
By the way, the video is called Atheist Idols. Atheist Idols.
Long story short, he knew he was getting his ass handed to him. He couldn't explain what bonds were broken when DNA dissolves in water. Yes, everybody, stop saying DNA doesn't dissolve in water. There's already a meme out there about making fun of that. DNA does degrade. Now I got me doing it. DNA does dissolve in water. Dissolve just means go into solution, right?
Yeah. Oh, I sent Arnold the meme, by the way.
Oh, did you? Yeah, that's right. You told me. Did he get back to you on it? Like it?
He said, could they have?
Is it true?
He said, could they have found the worst picture of me? He says, who are those other two people? The other two were G-Man and True.
That's vanity. That's vanity. Isn't the Bible against that? God damn, man.
He knows G-Man.
Well, here's the one I sent to him, the Doctor Who one.
He didn't recognize his photo?
Well, he said,
his photo.
Yeah, he didn't recognize True, and he didn't recognize, G-Man. I guess it was cropped out too much, but yeah, he didn't recognize those two. But he's like, they found the worst picture of me.
No. If you take a look at his the foundational falsehoods of creationism videos, I can't remember which one it is, but he did one of the early videos that he did had him like dressed like he was about to go tomb raiding a Egyptian pyramid with like the you remember that one?
Oh yeah, he had the vest on. No, it's not a vest. It's like a harness, like a black harness.
Yeah, it was really weird. It was like a vest. There was like pockets everywhere. He was wearing a hat. Like it was like it was pretty funny. I'm glad he ditched that look. You gotta mute there, Blue.
Sorry. You all right there, Blue? Choking on a dick?
Sorry.
Hey, don't die on us, Blue, because we have to find somebody to replace you, and that would be difficult.
I am not replaceable, motherfucker.
Scaring my crawfish.
So he does know who G-Man is. He just didn't recognize him in the picture, right?
Yeah, he didn't recognize him or True in the pictures, which I kind of understand that because they're cropped out quite a bit.
Does he know who True is now? Does he recognize the name?
He understands who True is, only because
I mean, he knows I had a debate with him. So, but he
yeah, that's what I say. He knows that you had a debate with him because that we talked a little bit before that, and yeah, and so that was mentioned. But so when you say TE or True, he knows who you're referring to for now. If you say a week from now,
maybe not.
Yeah, good luck.
He didn't tell me. He told me outstanding, but he didn't tell me if he actually watched the debate. He was proud that I kicked his ass, but he didn't tell me if he watched.
If you watched it, I doubt it.
I doubt it.
It's probably just like glimpses of memories, you know. You can mention to him the idiot that tried to change his debate post, when he said that DNA was binary. He'll remember that. He'll remember.
Yeah, I did that. I explained it to him.
He'll remember the idiot that came on the Magic Sandwich Show that one time, challenging him to a debate and then running off right away. He probably might remember that. After being an hour and a half late, and then complaining about not getting an invite to ever talk to him. Yeah. I mean, you can talk about the idiot that the guy that called him at midnight and then tried to engage in a conversation there and then completely missed the point and went off somewhere else. He might remember like those things, but he might not associate it as the same idiot because I'm sure he deals with a ton of them on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't remember True unless I dealt with him as much as I have here, just as a pastime. I kind of forget who he is when I'm not like in front of my own laptop. Like he just kind of disappears.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something I consciously think about. It's kind of like when I see it appear on my phone as notifications. Like, oh, okay, it's one of those kind of days. Nice.
Yeah, it's like Spoken disappeared for a while, then all of a sudden I saw him today, and I'm like, oh yeah, that idiot.
Oh no, he lurks quite a bit. He watches a lot of my videos. He thinks I don't know, but he watches quite a few of my videos. Yeah. But
make sure you thumb it up.
And not even that, though, but you kind of know what level of entertaining it's going to be. It's going to be like, it's this kind of entertaining. Whereas with Mr. Intelligent Design, it's going to be like, yay, it's entertaining because he's so fucking stupid. Yay.
I like him. He's silly.
Spoken. I think of all the people we deal with, I think Spoken misunderstands evolution more than any of them. Sometimes I'm just looking at the live feed.
Well, I don't think
he doesn't have a grasp at all.
He doesn't make a concerted effort to. He makes an effort not to understand it. I think he could if he actually applied himself, but I don't think he actually wants to because there's an entire conversation on my channel called A Chat with Spoken, and he knows dick about fucking evolution and biology, not a goddamn thing.
And just to clarify, to put this into some type of context here, this is including the person that thinks that the animal kingdom has a king.
Oh God!
Well, Lord Jesus, haven't you learned that by now?
Lions are the king of the animal kingdom. Remember?
No, our Lord Jesus Christ is the king of the animal kingdom.
We're not animals. So if we're
did you forget about that one?
I forgot about that one. Oh, so many. I forgot about that one too.
Is that Spoken?
That was one of my favorite. No. Have you ever seen? What was that guy? What was that guy's name? What was Lou Pliskin, right? That he was talking to?
I think so. Yeah, back when he used to those hangouts. Yeah.
Yeah, Lou Pliskin was doing a hangout once with G-Man about evolution and stuff, and Lou had made a comment about how they're all part of this, mammals are all part of the same kingdom, animal, or whatever, and he says I know something about kingdoms, but animal kingdom, who's their king? That was something that G-Man actually said.
Yes.
Oh my gosh! Really?
His knowledge of taxonomy comes from Disney movies. Fuck, I don't know, whatever.
Really, Sokka?
No, that seriously happened. That seriously happened. Somebody
that is completely legit.
Yeah, whoever's watching this, try to find that clip because it's fucking. It's on Skylar Fiction did an excerpt of that. In a video, I think. Yeah, Skylar Fiction did an Animal Kingdom one.
And I know how dumb that guy is because otherwise I would never believe that. Wow.
But in context, you have somebody like that, and Spoken is still stupider than him.
It's even. I guess it's even sadder that I can believe that happened. Ugh.
I know a few months ago, I was thinking, like, man, they can't get stupider. And then a few months later, I get introduced to Mr. Intelligent Design. It's like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
don't-
can't.
holy
You know
shit,
what?
they
You
get
you
stupider.
can't. Yeah,
Wow.
you can't place a lower bound on it any longer.
No.
I thought we reached the rock bottom when certain flat earthers, but then you find another flat earthers that's even worse. It's like,
And
wow.
that's why it's so ill-advised to make jokes or be sarcastic online, because that's Poe's law. There's nothing so stupid you can think to say that somebody isn't out there saying it and believing it. So you should never dissemble. You should always try to say what's really on your mind. And
Don't be a Poe, because some idiot's going to believe you.
right. Or don't even attempt to be a Poe in comments or
Yeah, I'm
be a
not a fan
little
of
smarter.
Poes, right? Poes are. I like some
You're the king of the
trolls.
universe because
Poes are
some
just
people may
stupid.
actually believe you.
Sokka, remember when we first met G-Con and the ancient Chocobo people?
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness.
I just ran across that on
Is that from a cartoon?
Okay, so Chocobos are from the Final Fantasy series, right?
Final
They're the
Fantasy
big,
series. That's
yeah,
right.
they're the big chickens. And so when we first met G-Con, it was in Thor's channel. Thor, the Russian dude. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Art.
Yeah,
Art. So it was on his channel. So he kept talking about ancient people, this, and I was like, he's just running with shit. So I said, okay. It's like, oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like the ancient Chocobo people. Yeah, the ancient Chocobo people. Yeah, Dr. Cloud Strife was doing some research on him. Yeah, and he was like, yeah, I heard about them too. Yeah, I heard about them too. And so, dude, you hear Max dying laughing. Like Max just busts out fucking laughing, and he still doesn't fucking get it. It's on Skylar Fictions. And I just here. Hold on. I'm gonna play this shit. Matter of fact, like if you don't, I'm gonna play it. I am dead fucking serious.
I've heard. Okay,
He doesn't.
I remember
He's
you
not a
talking. I
gamer.
remember the story, but I don't remember the detail.
You've never seen it? Let me here. I'm gonna share it right now.
You never went into detail about it, so I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. This is the first time you
Okay,
actually.
yeah, this was G-Con before. Well, this is when he was on his other account because he has two accounts.
Find the Animal Kingdom one too, please.
I don't know what that one's named, so I'm gonna take a little bit longer.
I think it's called Animal Kingdom.
I'll make an exception for videos because Skylar won't care.
Yeah.
But the thing is, this is all I'm saying. I'm saying this: we're living in society to where now homosexuality causes genocide just as well.
Oh, this is the other one.
Homosexuality causes genocide.
Okay, then.
LaRon?
Or it's LaRon?
LaRon? I don't know.
That shit ain't funny to me. That shit ain't funny to me.
I'll stay back. So, how does homosexuality cause genocide? Please elaborate.
Because one of the things is there's no production in it. It's not productive.
That's G-Con. That's definitely G-Con.
Let's say, but 15% of the population is homosexual. Does that mean that they choose to have intimate relations with someone of the same sex, and that it's impossible for them to procreate, or they choose not to?
Basically, they choose not to, but that's the plan of that. That's a scientific equation, basically, to depopulate just as well.
I just want to say that by this logic, celibacy and abstinence causes genocide by this logic. And if you whack off instead of actually
He's right.
then you are causing genocide. This logic doesn't follow through. Try another way.
Yeah, that's true. He's right.
That's a question.
Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
Okay, celibacy, first of all, it's not something that is condoned to everybody. It's not like
There's
everybody has to be
homosexuality. Does
celibate.
everybody need to be gay? It doesn't work. Try
No.
another way. I'm telling you.
No, I wouldn't. First of all, I wouldn't agree with Laren there. I have to disagree with Laren that homosexuality.
Where does it get where you're asking the question?
I think it's another video.
What I would say.
I'm looking for it now.
Homosexuality is against evolution. Is against the law of nature.
Well, then,
That's
you know,
true.
you
This is
could
just as
argue
good.
that unless you're asexual to go against your sexual desire,
So joining the priesthood is genocide.
whether it be for God or not.
Say what?
I found Animal
By that
Kingdom.
logic too,
Right.
again.
So he's been fucking
you
stupid
would
for a few
say
years
to,
now.
to be celibate, even if you
Good
still
job,
have a
Dre.
sexual attraction.
job.
We're assuming you're not asexual. You're not
We know
in
first-
sex drive. Still going
Greg.
against the laws of nature.
Greg, do we know first?
Huh?
Do I know this person? First thing?
First, I don't. Who is this?
No. First, who are you?
I don't know who he is.
Hello, first. Why don't you say something to us, young man or woman?
Okay.
You gotta
You're muted,
talk,
by the way.
brother. Unmute yourself. Touch your screen or device, or move your mouse around, and you'll see the little red thing at the top there.
If your computer is normal, it should be towards the very top left of your screen.
Well, it's different systems for motherfuckers. Mine's on the top, is in the middle, but you know.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, first,
We figured out how to turn off his camera, so he's right next to the camera. The mute button.
right.
Shit, I'm gonna have to find ancient Chocobo people. I think it's on Art's channel. Yeah, because Art
So
hosted.
you have already found the animal kingdom, correct?
Yeah, I found the Animal Kingdom already.
Okay. Well, just let's hold on for that one.
Okay, yeah, let's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's Lou. Okay, let me. Fuck. Me. Yeah, Skylar has some fucking great videos, by the way.
Answer the question. If you're canine, a human. And during the slave trade, they owned other animals. So how are they wrong for owning animals?
Oh shit, hold on.
Me being horny and you being horny.
You
G-Man
believe
gets-
basically
G-Man
what you were
horny
saying
is,
is you believe that you are not an animal. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so here are some questions for you. Are humans warm-blooded vertebrates?
Are we warm-blooded vertebrates? What do you
Who's
think
got the
about
music
vertebrates?
playing? Is that part of the video?
That's the video.
Damn it!
Is your spine? Oh, yes.
Not me.
I thought it was Blue
humans
playing
have
the
hair?
thing or something. Sorry, dude.
Humans have
These
hair,
guys
yes.
seems to be wearing eyeshadow or something similar.
Females breastfeed their young.
Lou is
Yes.
a special
and you
guy.
give birth
We
to
just
live
accept
young.
him.
He's a what?
False.
Special guy.
False. False.
Live young. Humans don't lay eggs, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We have eggs, but we don't lay them.
Our women already have eggs
Well,
inside.
women do.
Then, by your own admission just now, you have admitted that humans are animals.
And how did I do that? Me being horny and you being horny, and I'm assuming you're talking about animals.
Why are they
being
talking about being
the same
horny at
race.
the same time?
Similarities.
That's disturbing.
That does not necessarily mean I'm an animal. It means I'm a human.
And
Who has
humans are
similarities? Who have
No.
similarities?
It's exactly the definition. It's not a similarity. You just agreed that everything that makes a mammal applies to a human. You agreed.
However, you believe that that we're all animals. So now listen, I'm not asking you to prove nothing. See, there's a difference
Hold on,
between me
hold
and you here.
Hold on. It's not a belief. I don't believe we are all animals. It's a fact that I accept that all humans are animals by definition of what a animal is.
G-Man asking for
Do you
invites.
believe it's a fact that
Do you know how to message me on Skype?
No, it is a fact. It's not a matter of
What does it
belief.
mean?
Why are we watching
So,
this then?
so, have you been to the Bronx Zoo?
This is where he mentions the Animal Kingdom.
Have you been to any zoo in your life?
Oh, the king
Let's see,
thing.
I'm
Animal
38.
Kingdom.
I have a bachelor's in environmental science, so I think I know more than you ever will on things of biology. I don't have to go to a zoo, which I have many, many times, but I've also studied in the field biology. So really, what can you say about that?
If you believe that you're an animal, you see a zoo every single day when you walk outside your door.
It's at 12:45.
And what about it?
I asked you, have you ever been to a zoo? Are you listening to the word? At your word. Did you just say that human beings are species and that animals is a kingdom?
Yes, a kingdom has a whole.
Or did you mean that the other way around?
No, man. This is why people don't take you seriously, because we know you've had biologists and people such as Aaron Raw try to explain these things to you.
I didn't ask you about Aaron Raw. I asked you if human beings are species.
Human beings
I
are
didn't ask you.
species.
I didn't ask you that, Lou. I asked you. You said human beings are species and animals are a kingdom. Now I know a thing or two about a kingdom. That has nothing to do with scientists. Who's their king?
It's a classification.
It hurts.
Oh my
It
God!
hurts.
Are you saying
Wow, that hurts. God, that hurts.
No, I'm asking you questions. I like asking a little child.
you know
Who's
that
their
every time
king?
in biology, you're too fucking stupid to even have this conversation.
Just look at Lou's face.
It's true.
It's like you're too
No,
fucking
so,
stupid.
like I
even
said
have
in my
this
I think that says it all. I think that sums it up there.
What's sad about it is it's true.
Don't play anymore. Yeah, that's my sentiment exactly, dude. Some of these people are just too stupid to have a conversation with. Oh my freaking god!
I know a thing or two.
So, like, of all the words to use, why use the word kingdom?
I don't know. Like, I guess we'll talk to Linnaeus one day. I just.
Yeah. It's the king of animals.
I mean, because we do, like, as humans, have a very different understanding of what a kingdom is.
Yeah, I mean, he just. I don't even know what to say. Like, he just.
Oh, that drained
just,
me, man. That really drained me. I gotta go. I'm weakened.
I don't know how these people function in society. I just don't.
And I'm pretty sure it had.
Does he think that fungi have like a king too or something? I am the leader of all Presuppositionistas in the world. It's like whatever. Yeah.
Like what? I'm trying to remember what great debate hangout that Art Norris hosted where LaRon first posted or first came up, and where it was that the Chocobo people came up, because I can't remember it.
Yeah. So it's by the way, you know, that's not right.
What? Okay. I mean, I guess I can wonder if I can just click on it.
Long term.
Somebody said the king of bacteria, but I'm like, I see. I don't consider bacteria a kingdom. I know it depends on what system you use. To me, bacteria is a domain, right? But I know I understand that in certain places, they, I think even here they call it bacteria the kingdom, but.
Can you specify the difference? I haven't been in biology for like 8 years.
Just a level of taxonomy. In the 3-domain system, you have bacteria, bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotic. And then those are broken down further. And then in the eukaryotes, you have plant, animal, fungus, and protista. And then I think you can include bacteria in that system, in a 5 or 6 domain system. But in the 3-domain, it's not. So
where do prokaryotics come into play?
Bacteria and archaea are prokaryotics. Anything that's not eukaryotic is prokaryotic. So you have 3-domain system. Obviously, you have bacteria, archaea, and eukaryote. So if you're not eukaryotic, then you're prokaryotic.
Yeah, by definition. By contradiction, rather.
Damn, if somebody knows which it might be this, because I know Max was in it.
I know Mike, but
I'm trying to remember.
Mike working? Mikey. What's up with all these microphone problems today, peeps? Is it Google?
I don't know, Steve, but it's all your fault. That's all I can say.
I know.
Yeah.
Not my socks, anyways.
Every last one.
Yeah. So somebody was like, "Well, would you debate Kevin?"
Oh,
G?
I heard something.
No,
I heard something.
Exactly
Somebody's talking.
Exactly like Luke said. You can't debate somebody this fundamentally fucking stupid.
You guys hear me, or is it?
So, can we
Yeah,
pick
it's
enough
very light.
to debate Mr. Intelligent Design?
Oh God, that would just be horrible. Just simply horrible.
But I mean, I think as delusioned as he is, he could make a good argument.
I don't think so. Again, I mean, the people that want to debate on the other side, none of them are going to be that great, right? And that's fine, right? Because we want to debate stupid people, but I at least have a level where if you don't understand very, 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 very basic concepts, I don't see the point. If you don't understand that the Earth is round, I just don't know where to go with that, right? How do you debate a flat earther? I don't know how to begin to do that.
It's very, very difficult. I tried earlier today.
I mean, in Mr. Intelligent Design's case, you can kind of get around the whole young Earth creationism thing.
I don't think it's that important to him.
I don't know. I mean, that's like one of the building blocks of his belief system, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, I think his intelligent thing is more important. Oh, look who just joined over in True Empiricism's Hangout. Mr. Intelligent Design.
He joined?
Oh,
Why can I
Lord.
not see him?
Yeah.
Oh, he joined
Yeah,
there.
Let me get a link.
Oh, jeez.
Well,
I
the
forgot
True
that.
Alpha has
I was so.
arrived over at their hangout. This is going to be great.
Somebody had mentioned it yesterday, but G-Man and I did have it wasn't a debate; it was a discussion. It was a one-on-one discussion about the importance of education, and it was it's kind of boring, honestly.
Ronnie
Yes.
did?
No, I had a debate. It wasn't even. He calls it a debate, but it was a discussion that he and I had on the importance of education, where he was simply waiting for me to say something, and I was honestly taking shots at Arcane, and Beckel, and a few others indirectly, and he was just kind of slowly agreeing with me, even though he didn't realize that I was referring to them without.
Oh God, that's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we really need education and blah 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 and blah blah and science.
There's a lot of people around, who just make a lot of claims, but they don't know a lot about these subjects, and they don't want to learn about it formally or informally, but they come on here and they want to pretend as though they do, and they speak to people who have masters and PhDs in these topics and pretend like they don't know anything. So I think that's probably not the way to go. So yeah, I agree. I was like, wow, okay, I'm glad you agree with that.
Exactly. Glad you agree. Yeah. Look in the mirror, bitch. I think he's closing his hangout out here soon, by the way.
So out of curiosity, have any of them actually heard his experiments yet?
That's a good question.
Sort of. Yeah, he went over them the other night, and that's when G-Man said, yeah, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And you make great points. And then when General said, what point is he trying to make? Ronnie just went off of some tangent that had nothing to do with anything Mr. Intelligent was saying. Then when he asked him about it, Mr. Intelligent was like, yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm like, no, it wasn't. No, not even close.
Someone's agreeing with me finally. I must keep him.
He loves me. He really loves me. Yeah, he's found his home. He's like found his niche. I've gotten the Clown Car Posse and new members. Sorry, guys.
That's funny. You've relegated this guy into the depths of fucking obscurity. Like
hopelessness and scientific illiteracy. Well, you can't save them all, right? I have to sacrifice some for the good of the many, right? So
yeah,
he's a sacrifice. His sacrifice won't be wasted. We'll enjoy his lulls for many, many moons to come.
I think my two crawfish in my aquarium have a higher IQ than the entire Clown Car Posse combined.
Dude, just listening to them over there where they have like all the whole group, it's just like, wow, this is sheer concentrated stupidity.
Mind you, my crawfish eat and shit in the same area, all right? And vomit.
It's still smarter than them, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, they are.
I mean, Kevin G was sitting there just talking way out of his ass. I didn't see any morphological differences. Well, why would you? Why would you?
I mean, what morphological difference do you need to see when a microbe gains the ability to break down, beta lactam? Like if it now acquires the ability through mutations to produce the protein beta lactamase.
Well,
I don't understand.
But it doesn't have feathers yet.
Yeah, you can't put feathers on bacteria. I mean, does he think there's like a go from like a spherical to a spiral or to a rod shape in a single generation or something like that? Some kind of pleomorphism or something? I mean, is that what he's expecting?
No,
He's literally expecting. Oh, these didn't have a pleomorphism. They didn't become. They were rods before, but now they're spherical. It's magic. No, that's not how it works.
I want to take some of these guys and then just sit them in like one of my classes and just take notes, just ask questions. Because I would love to have Tommy Hall, True Empiricism. I would love to see G-Man in the back scribbling on something, and attempt to try and, colored pencils and fucking, big old pieces of construction paper you give 5-year-olds trying to take notes.
I know your mic's not working. I guess. Do you think any of these guys would be able to actually pass any college course on the topics that we talked about? No.
Probably Bio 101. Bio 101's fairly easy.
No.
I would give them that.
Remember,
no way.
Ronnie
No fucking
bragged
way.
about dropping out of college.
Yeah. Oh God, I told
Yeah, because
people
he
that
says
story.
because he said biochem came too easily.
I told a few people that I know the environmental science instructor. He's also a vet, and a few other people. And I told him, I was like, yeah, talk to this guy on online. He claims that he dropped out of college because he said like biochem and chem was just too easy. And he said, what? Like they looked at me like I was fucking stupid. Like that, so if it was easy, why didn't he just continue his education?
No
Well, that's
shit.
what I said, but I figured that I was a dumbass, right? So yeah.
Like, if it's too easy, then it's an easy credit for you.
Yeah,
Why don't
exactly.
you stick with it?
I can understand dropping because you're bored. I dropped out of accounting too because I was bored. It wasn't that it was extremely difficult. I hated it. I couldn't do it anymore. I was so bored in that class, and it was just affecting my work. And I was like, I'd rather just work than do this.
If you don't need the credit and it's not part of your degree or whatever.
I did because I changed to a business type major. But then I was like, fuck this. I don't want to do business. And I was like, I'm not continuing this. I was so hating it.
That's like me, but that's a little bit different than.
But I had intro to accounting, and I had accounting 1, right? So I managed to get through those classes.
Yeah. Oh, I think everyone does that phase where I'm just going to do business administration because I don't know what I want to do with my life. I did that.
Yeah, no, I did too. I was like, okay, some of these classes, carry over, but other ones are just good to have. And I was like, no, God, no.
I think I got a C in accounting.
I took physics in college, as you know. I got a B in it only because I got marked off for attendance. Because I will pull a Ronnie here. It was so easy. I didn't show up a lot of times. I just got an A in every test, and it was not physics 1A was not a hard course for somebody who just graduated new school.
Oh, I can imagine. It's like, all right, yeah. I mean, it's
cake.
Yeah. Most of the exams are just word problems, honestly.
Yeah, it was so easy. I was like, God, I've already had all this before. I could have taken all these tests before I even, had the class. So
that's the one thing. Yeah. The one thing that I was mentioning to folks is like the stuff that I learned on G+, I can name the people I learned it from and how it's helped me learn in classes. Like principles of biology 1 and 2 that I took over the last 2 years, and some of micro I learned on G+, and I could sleep through the class because I didn't have any problems in them at all. Didn't get anything ever under I think the lowest grade I may have gotten on a test was like an 89. The lowest.
It did help. No, if I took principle, I took biology in college, but I mean, if I took principles of biology or biology 1 or something like right now, there is no fucking way I would not ace that class. I would be like, oh yeah, I'm already, I know that. Oh yeah. I wasn't sure about that. Yeah, I know that. That's
because you remember these conversations and that you understand the content, so it's just kind of like a review. But it's funny when you do run into like when me taking physics, I have an interest in it and I want to understand it, so I'm trying to incorporate like the flat Earth stuff to keep me interested. But it's scary when you actually run across someone who has legitimately memorized the periodic table. Let me tell you that right now. My instructor Gail Wyant has a master's degree in geoscience, chemistry, physics, and I think meteorology or something like that. I forgot what it was, or geophysics or something odd. But she has several degrees and she has memorized it, and I didn't realize it because she never said that she never said I memorized it. She said I've had to learn the periodic table for my education, which makes sense, right? For someone that has that high level of education. But when we were doing our decay series, as we were getting to the 4th phase, she's like, okay, well, the next one's bismuth, right? And I was like, how does she know that? She's not looking at the periodic table on the board, or excuse me, on the wall, and we have it in front of us. She's turned around. And so, she said, no, the next one's a radon or something, whatever, right? And so I'm like, shit, this woman has this fucking thing memorized. There's no way she could have known that. And then she does the next one. I was like, yeah, she has it fucking memorized.
A lot of people have to memorize at least the first, 60 or so.
I had to do that. Like for Chem 1, I had to learn just the first 60, but we're down in the transition fucking.
Yeah, there's been no reason to ever learn. God, Andreas, you're killing me here with your feedback. You would never have to really. Yeah, it's horrible. You never have to learn. You never have to learn those series by memorization because you never use them that way. The ones are the other ones.
Still
Yeah,
horrible?
you use them a lot.
Yeah,
What's that?
still echoing.
Still echoing.
Still horrible?
Yeah, still bad.
Okay, that was pretty good, but yeah, it's like for the first 60, I had to learn, to like basic reactions, but
So Ronnie knows it better than you because he's memorized the entire chart.
oh yeah, the whole thing.
Because
Yeah,
you're an
from
idiot.
Jade, when Jade had asked him about it, like why it's arranged the way it's arranged, he couldn't answer, which is funny for someone who supposedly has it memorized, right? But she knew she was working on element like 80, 81, 82, 83, because then I looked at it, and then someone's go, oh no, it's this one, but she knew, but the one that she said was the one next to it because she was just one off. So the only way that she could have known that is if she would have already known that entire row. And I was like, wow, that's fucking scary that she knows like past the 60 that I had to learn.
Well, I mean, in organic chemistry, we kind of have to learn like relative strengths of like, you know, various halogens or various like electronegativities of various atoms.
Yeah,
be able to
I
understand how
can understand that. I mean, you would want to, but see, Ronnie didn't even understand that the electronegativity of oxygen was such that oxygen tends to want to accept electrons, right? It doesn't lose electrons. It doesn't oxidize. And when I had corrected him on the fact that he had misunderstood or misstated something about the cytochrome C oxidase on complex 4 of the electron transport chain, I mean, I thought it would be a simple correction. I really thought he'd be like, yeah, I just misspoke, and be like, okay, whatever. But no, he went on for like another week how I was wrong and that he just changed it around. And then finally he's like, oh, I just misspoke. And I'm like, then I'm right. Oh no, I misspoke, but Steve and Rational Mind, they're still both wrong. I'm like, wow, you are just a fuck, dude.
Well, I mean, oftentimes oxygen is a very good group to have a negative charge be placed on if there is a negative charge that has to be placed.
Yeah,
because they can manage it fairly decently.
Well, that's because it's a highly electronegative.
Well, that's true, but I mean, compared to something like iodine, for instance, it can bear a negative charge better, but it's not very electronegative.
Well, it all depends on the valence electrons, right? I mean, so if you have a full valence shell, you're not going to be able to take anything. Oxygen wants to take that extra electron from things.
Right. Well, I mean, iodine can sustain a negative charge well because of its mass. Well, its molecular weight, rather.
Yeah, I use the terms.
It's a very heavy molecule.
Yeah, I use the terms interchange. I know they're different, but like Drag had his homework the other day. It was just basically, okay, this goes alpha decay, this one goes beta decay. You know, how do you do it? Once you know the basic on it, you can figure out any of them. You just have to look on the periodic chart. But I would have to look on the periodic chart. Your instructor wouldn't, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. She could just take it and just write it down. She knows like all the like Faraday's law, Lenz's law, like every formula that we've been using like the last year and a half, dude. She's been able just to rattle it off without looking at the PowerPoints at all, and that's crazy. Like she knows all, and it's not just because you have the formula, and then you'll have the algebraic versions of it where you'll take whatever's on the denominator. If it's a fraction, you can just bring it over to the other side, right? Or just multiply it, I should say. Like she knows all the variations of it by heart, and I'm like, that's fucking crazy.
They're letting Mr. ID just totally take over the Hangout to show his presentation and just go over shit again. I mean, even them, they've got to reach a point where they just go, oh God, no, just stop. I'm like letting them have them,
Hey.
Well, I mean, like Steve, for instance, in nuke school, did you have to devote hard Maxwell's equations?
No, not really. We didn't really get too much into Maxwell's equations in nuke school. I did in college physics, but I didn't in nuke school. We didn't really have to go that much in depth to work with. Now we had to understand waveforms, right? We
like electromagnetic waves or stuff like that?
Yeah, of course. Right. Yeah, we definitely had to understand electromagnetics, but we didn't have to work with his actual equations, like, what is it? Del E or times V, Del V or whatever. I'm trying to remember his basic one, his equation.
There's a few of them. I can actually look it up real quick because I have a book that states the 4 equations.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't think we even got into Maxwell.
Yeah, well, it's basically like you take your total energy times del, and that's going to be equal to like your permittivity or something like that. I vaguely remember them. I mean, I had to take them, but
Was it permanence of or I guess penetration of electromagnetic waves?
In a free environment at certain specific temperatures and pressure, yeah. And what is it? Humidity. Yeah, and permittivity is the resistance of an electromagnetic wave to travel through space.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a little bit higher level physics, because now we've gone past lenses and Faraday's, and now we're moving into optics.
We got to remember that Maxwell's equations are PDEs, right? So in nuke school, we didn't really get into PDEs. We didn't have to. We had to learn differentiations, but we didn't have to learn PDEs. I didn't really even touch on that until much later on.
I wouldn't see too much of a use for it either. I mean,
not in nuke school.
Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to think of.
We wouldn't have to utilize it for anything.
PDEs have a variety of applications, even in biology too, like determining predator-prey relationships.
Yeah.
If you're modeling, say, like 1,000 various, relationships between predator and prey.
Yeah.
The only relationship we had to learn, and it wasn't really Maxwell's equations. We had to learn about what's called reactor flux densities, and these are variations across the reactor due to the actual structure of the reactor, of how the concentration of neutrons are. And it probably, the closest thing I could probably think to it would probably be Gauss's law in a way. You're figuring out your flux per unit volume, right? Based upon how many neutrons are there rather than charge.
Yeah, the surface integral of B dot dA is 0.
I don't remember that much technical detail. It's been so long, dude.
Yeah, that's beyond what I need to know, right? for physics. I'm curious at what we're going to get into with this optics shit in this last few weeks.
You get into diffraction, I believe.
Probably. I mean, mind you, it's algebra based physics. It's not. I like.
Oh, we had to do. Yeah, in physics we had to do diffraction grading. We had to do refraction. We had to do spectral lines. I remember doing that. I also had a lab for that too. Let's see what else is going on over there. Let's check it out. He's still doing his freaking tissue thing. Wow. Poor guys over there.
That's how we found intelligence, isn't it?
I guess so. So the question somebody just asked me, Troglodyte wants to know, this he just sent me a G+. The real question he says we need to find is, what is the diameter of the circumference of dissolving DNA in solubilistic water?
7.
8.2?
42.
12. I'm getting a lot of people following me on Twitter lately. I like every day I'm getting people following Twitter. I don't know why. I haven't sent a tweet out for a while. Oh, my tweets go out automatically when I do a new hangout. That's true, I guess. Yeah. And people have been repeating those, or retweeting. What do they call them? Retweeting, yeah. Is anybody watching over there? I don't think so. Oh, they have.
How many viewers I got?
23. We have 34.
Oh, man.
And the ones that are watching his are pretty much the same as mine, but they're just watching his live feed.
An actual.
Yeah, I didn't want to give a long hangout. I just wanted. I wanted to talk a few, about the hangout that Ozzy had, but we kind of moved past that because I thought it was really fascinating. Ozzy did a really good job explaining, why the epistemist position has problems, why beliefs tend to choose us rather than us choosing our beliefs. Because I think I do kind of side to Dostoevsky involuntarism. I don't think we voluntarily choose our beliefs per se. I think it would make more sense to me. We kind of like have our beliefs, and through a period, through a process of reason, we just kind of come to the conclusion, a realization of what our beliefs really are. Does that make sense, Doctor?
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah, because I think one of you.
The funny thing about that was, I'm sorry, Drag, but I have to say this.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Ozzy pretty well shattered whatever romantic idea of how intellectually suave Ozzy was when he said that he once used the argument, well, why are there still monkeys?
That was funny.
Oh,
Drag was crying in the live feed, tears were coming down. Drag's like,
the cult of Ozzy will crumble with this information.
No!
I think I've heard him before. When he was a younger creationist, he said he used them pretty stupid shit. And
Could you imagine Ozzy though?
Oh,
Young Earth creationist.
well, he was a
just
kid.
imagine that shit, dude.
He wasn't intellectually savvy like he is now, right? I mean,
Yeah, I know. I
come
mean,
on.
I
We all
used
thought
to.
some stupid shit when we were 12. He just happened to be in his
Yeah.
20s.
Oh yeah, I used to be really homophobic, like incredibly homophobic, and that was kind of as like, well,
Really?
all my Christian brothers are like this, so I need to jump on this bandwagon and condemn homosexuality. Yeah, oh yeah, that's there was
The other night when Drag and I were cuddling, he was actually telling me about this too.
He's like, thank you, soccer, for making me overcome my fear.
Yeah. Oh no, I
gotta admit, I will tell you right now, I've never been homophobic. I've never been racist. I've never had any of those inklings ever in my life. I just don't recall any time in my life where I had any of those gays or fags or whatever. I mean, just never something that would even come into my mind. I've always been similar to this.
Well, I think it kind of aligns with what you were saying about your beliefs and how you don't really choose your beliefs. When you're in an environment where people have really strong beliefs like that, they just kind of like permeate, into you, and it's hard to resist it, because then if you identify with the group of people that you're around, that you will kind of naturally take on their beliefs since you feel that you're a part of it.
Sure, but. Do you really take on their beliefs, or do you just kind of pair them sometimes?
Effectively, it's the same thing. I mean, you may not fully, but yeah, you will.
I think we are influenced by our environment. But that doesn't mean we choose our beliefs. That just still means that the beliefs are choosing us. We're just becoming aware of them, and they are environmental. But
I think Ozzy spoke on that in that discussion, didn't he?
Yeah.
Where it's like if you're a member of that group, you have to, and you want to believe this thing, and you're going to feel compelled, or you're going to ignore certain facts, you're going to ignore certain sources, and basically your will kind of guide you, but you don't choose that belief.
Right, and I think that kind of makes sense. I mean, if you really think about it, that's why when his mic drop moment, when he paraphrased things at the end, or summed it up, and basically was like, Epistemicism is not looking at the greater picture of things, right? And the same thing here, by saying that beliefs are something that we don't choose, you are kind of looking at the bigger picture about how we do acquire our beliefs. But real quick, I'm going to read you something, and I want your honest opinion if this makes any sense to you in any way fucking whatsoever. In any way, right? I'm going to read it really slow, and I'm going to read it clearly, and I'm going to read it exactly as written. Ready? Okay. Come on, guys. Just focus here. Trust me, you'll love this.
This is gonna hurt.
That sounds like Tommy Hall's pickup line.
This is going up rectally. Ready? Intelligence is the principle of reinforcing an X to survive, to exist, and to succeed in a certain degree of importance, and it will always act on asymmetrical phenomenon.
What?
Say that again, please.
Intelligence is the principle of reinforcing an X to survive, to exist, and to succeed in a certain degree of importance, and it always acts upon asymmetrical phenomenon.
Okay, it's a what to survive? I didn't catch that word.
I'll type it out for you. I can type fast.
Yeah, please. Maybe if you type it out, I'll understand it.
Oh, yeah. Good luck with that.
It seems like
I understand what it means.
I don't. I'm just like, maybe I'm not smart enough to get it. I don't know.
I understand what it means.
I understand all the I understand all the words that were used.
And I get what he's driving at.
What is an asymmetric phenomenon?
An asymmetric phenomenon?
Yeah.
It means that, in essence, you can't always have a perfect solution. You kind of have to take the best from both worlds sometimes. You pick and choose what you want to. You don't always have, like...
You're so reaching on this, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, an asymmetric phenomenon would be a contradiction. That's the only way that I can put it. Is because you see, asymmetric phenomena would be you can make an argument for that, but a phenomenon, a single event,
hang on,
can't be asymmetrical unless it's contrasted with something else.
Yeah.
So on its own, an asymmetrical phenomenon would be a phenomenon that can happen like multiple ways. I don't get it. Those words don't go together for me.
I'm stuck on intelligence being a principle.
I mean, I believe you can have a phenomenon that's asymmetrical in some ways, but I don't know how he's using it.
He views symmetric as like if you have 10 problems and you also have 10 solutions, exactly. He views that as symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have more or less than 10, that is viewed as an asymmetric solution.
What happens if you have 0? Then again, you're divisible by 0 and the life and the universe explodes.
Huh?
And if you have no solutions, then you have division by 0 and the universe implodes.
So okay,
well,
so what are we?
It's still asymmetric.
What are we filling the X in? An X to survive. So what is X? Is
So
X
X is
willpower?
like anything you want it to be. So say it's, I don't know, your pet hamster or your dog or a marker or whatever you'd like it to be.
An egg surviving falling through tissue.
So so intelligence is being defined as anything to survive, to exist, to like you could literally fill that in with anything. So now the definition it seems useless now. The fact that that's in there.
So it's saying intelligence is the idea that you're trying to protect something. You're trying to make something that you hold valuable more sustainable to pressures around it.
Well, okay. Well, my crawfish will do a spread. I think it's called the Fermi spread when I come up to them. Right. They think I'm trying to. They're trying to protect themselves. They think I'm trying to eat them, but I'm trying to feed them. So are they displaying intelligence? Or are they like? I'm not sure how that would fit into that.
Well, yes, they're responding to their environment. When they have a problem, when they view that they're being attacked, they engage in a way that they protect themselves using their own functions.
But I'm coming to feed them though.
They don't know that though, because you're
Is Ronnie buying into this bullshit? Like seriously, is he really buying into this bullshit?
No, I'm not. But I understand.
No, Ronnie.
I honestly
over
think
there
it
is Ronnie. I'm wondering. He's giving him a lot of airtime. That's for damn sure.
Maybe this is Ronnie's first language, and so he understands this perfectly.
Language. Hi, idiocy is my first language. Yeah,
and the last part of that thing is that, like, you'll never have a situation where there's always 10 problems and 10 solutions, or it's not very likely to occur.
Christopher says DD's a dick with Kevin. Where's that going on at?
The last part of it, and it will always act on an asymmetrical phenomenon.
Oh, it's called the Merrill spread. That's what it's called.
That's going on in Antonio's hangout, Steve.
No, he's not. Oh, Antonio's hangout. Oh, so he's got Antonio's hangout, then they got Ronnie's hangout, then my hangout? Really?
Yeah.
We got a trifecta going on? Do we need like GMAT to start one up?
They're all fighting over views. That's all there is to it.
Oh, I don't care. They can watch what they want, but it's not that critical of a hangout. I just wanted to have basically tell people this guy Kevin G is Ronnie 2.0, the new and improved. Well, not improved. It's still the same failure, but someone more articulate.
Stealing from my
just
now.
Confused, Ronnie.
Slightly more articulate.
I wanted to congratulate Ozzy. I think Ozzy did a really good job on the View. The place. I'm sorry. They bring it. What's it called?
The View.
Covenant Group. The View.
I would love to see Ozzy on the View. That would be fun.
That would be awesome.
Sad thing is, they'd all be like touching his chest hair.
You know what the funniest thing is? Antonio actually has more people in his hangout than Ronnie, and almost as many views.
How many dislikes though?
Wait, Ronnie has a hangout on?
Yeah, Ronnie has 37 dislikes.
Oh, if he has a hangout on,
turn him off.
I need to.
But he only has 20 people watching.
I need to go dislike Ronnie's video. Oh, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much at this point I just dislike him anymore.
Make that 2 people.
Yeah, it's just they're so stupid. But I don't have 37 sock accounts. So, but yeah, 25 people are watching Ronnie. 21 people are watching.
Oh, multiples in there. I'm missing multiple messages. Tell Ronnie to eat a dick.
Me. Tell Ronnie to eat a dick. See, but the great thing is I can go back and watch this stuff later. I don't like watching them live. It just kills me. It hurts, and I can take a break and stop and go, okay, I just can't take this anymore.
Yeah.
Why am I subscribed to Lauren? What's her name?
Who?
Lauren. She's from Kiev Awesome. She plays Lady Gaga in like Comedy Central skits, and she has a channel called I Want My Lauren.
Man, Mr. Intelligent Design still has the floor over on Ronnie's Hangout.
You wouldn't. She's a white chick. You wouldn't know who she is.
Oh, does she have big breasts?
No, she's kind of skinny actually.
Oh, well,
I don't know.
She's a Steve type.
Yeah, she's cute. I would hit that. I used to date, but whatever. But she's like, she's on air trying authentic Filipino food for the first time. Well,
that's interesting. I wonder how that'll go.
Authentic Filipino food is awesome.
So she's on a date, and it's weird. She's got 250,000 subscribers, and she only right now she has 35 people watching, and that's been about her average.
Really?
That's pretty how do you have 250,000 subscribers? And I've never even seen her higher than 100.
Well, you know what? Wait till she starts repping Flat Earth. She'll get up there.
Well, I mean, hey, you had like over 100 the other day, didn't you, Steve?
I had almost 120 or something like that.
I was talking shit Tuesday.
That's not bad. Yeah, no.
That was the after debate.
That got it up there.
Yeah, that was the after debate. That was the
after debate peaked at I think 117 or something.
Yeah, it was close up to there. Yeah.
I mean, Talking Shit Tuesday's numbers have kind of slowly fallen because we had a dry spell for quite some time. We used to get like almost 160 at one point.
Yeah, but he's got like 1,000, he's got what, almost 2,000 subscribers?
Who, JD?
Yeah.
I don't look at it.
Yeah, see, I mean, I only have like 1,100 and I had 120 people watching almost. That's a pretty goddamn good ratio.
Yeah, I was surprised. Red's channel, like he wasn't that type of guy to really do YouTube videos. He was just kind of participate. But since he started engaging Flat Earth, like he gets numbers like it's nothing now.
He's blowing that shit up, man.
Yeah. Yes, and by the way, both of my crawfish are male, so they might be gay. I don't know. They do fight a lot.
I don't know. It could just be a case of bromance, but I'm not going to judge.
Well, that's part of their behavior. I had to sometimes separate them because they start fighting each other.
So when are you going to eat them?
I'm not going to eat these. I'm gonna try and keep them. I purposely got 2 males so they wouldn't make 500 fucking babies, and so they would just one would establish dominance, and they would leave it at that, and then they would just kind of do their own thing in each side of the tank. But I have a beta in there that keeps them separated so they don't try to eat the beta or fuck with the beta.
Hey, Dragnot, DD is now trying to precept Ruhif.
Oh god!
Again?
He tried it earlier.
He tried it twice earlier. It didn't work.
Why? Why?
Because it's all he has. It's all he has.
That is true.
Yeah, like he could come into a hangout and someone could just like note, "Oh, my cat just jumped on my lap. Sorry," and he would just somehow take that and turn it into, "Oh, well, how do you know that the cat jumped on your lap?" You see, you're actually
doctor. Hold on. In that claim you're making, are you presupposing the uniformity of nature
That's where I was
to
gonna
rise
go
to
with
that claim?
Did you use your reason to justify your reason?
See. This is Antonio. I got this. This is the problem. This is the problem with the atheist worldview, is that they can't even use the uniformity of nature because they don't have a justification for it.
Can I just say something, Sokka, about your impersonation of DD? I
Sure.
love how it sounds like Psi 10 atheist representation of William Lane Craig.
Yeah, I know.
So Ronnie, I guess I'm not listening to Ronnie's thing. I'm just watching the live feed, and I wouldn't recommend
What's
you guys
Stevie's
do
deal
either.
anyway?
But I guess he just said Mr. ID is a smart guy. So Ronnie thinks Mr. Intelligent Design is smart.
Well,
and people like Fiona and Hogtie and Sam and the rest of us are all idiots. That's awesome.
Consider where Ronnie's coming from. All right, considering the fact that Mr. Intelligent Design at least has produced books around his bullshit. Ronnie can't even do that. He can barely form a coherent sentence around what he believes. So I guess when you look at it,
to begin with.
So should we add that to like the checklist of things to be considered smart by the CCP?
Yeah.
Is 1, be a creationist.
Oh wait.
Two,
Wait.
say that you published a bunch of books. It doesn't matter if you know they were actually published or if they were self-published, because let's face it, self-publishing is like bragging about being the smartest child with Down syndrome. But
Oh wow, yeah, I like that in the Hangout, in Antonio's Hangout now, that
Did he get disconnected?
He just dropped.
Oh, yeah, it's doing
I
that.
don't know why.
Yeah, if you're on your
he's on a cell
phone
phone.
if you're on a
He
phone or
doesn't
mobile
notice anymore.
device, it
That's all there
drops.
is to it.
I'm trying to listen to Darwin's. This is really horrible.
I'm getting really bad cell phone drops tonight.
Well, that's what happens when you're subscribed to AT&A.
Yeah, no. What I was saying is, what I'm really happy about with Antonio's Hangout tonight is that there's been at least, I believe, 3 times that the Christian brothers in that room have called out DD for being rude, interruptive, and just not really producing anything of substance for the conversation.
Tonight in that hangout right now?
Yeah, I mean, the Kevin guy that jumped in that you guys were talking about, he came in and he kind of was like, was correcting DD on something and, mentioned, that he was interrupting. G-Con, by the way, I understand people have their beefs with G consciousness. I like G consciousness. I don't know what it is about him. But I like
genuine.
that guy. He is
genuine.
Same thing with
entertaining.
Same thing with that Trust in Jesus Carlos guy. Like, I might disagree with him on just about everything, but he's genuine. Like, he is about as honest as they get. I like him.
He's actually pretty funny. Like, Carlos is actually pretty funny. Like,
he's a good guy.
Side chat, he'll make some jokes.
Yeah, so those guys, and I know that those guys have called out DD before on his behavior, and it's funny because they'll bring it up, and then Antonio will jump in and try to defend DD. And it's cringeworthy to say the best.
That's because he has Antonio whipped. I mean, there's no other way for me to put that. And DD, Darwin's deity, has Antonio fucking whipped.
There are other ways you could put that.
I mean, there are, but I think that's the most grotesque and the most visual way that, especially by a man that probably 5'5" and has a 2-inch penis. Him whipping Antonio like, I don't know, some type of chattel servant or something, probably puts a pretty good image in folks' minds. But I mean, maybe that'll get the point across. But considering the way that DD talks to people, I think he's a bitch, even more of a bitch than Ronnie. But that's just my opinion.
Well, I guess Ronnie couldn't take much more of it because he closed that hangout out. So,
maybe he got to a point where he realized that Mr. ID was full of shit, and was just like, "Oh shit, I've been agreeing with this guy. Gotta pull this down and erase this right away."
His excuses for erasing hangouts is hilarious. Well, I didn't want to offend this person anymore, so I took it down. It's like, well, you don't have any other problems like offending people. So, but now you like grew a conscience in the last 48 hours. Is that how that works?
They're calling they just called Ruhif dishonest.
Yeah,
Darwin D is like Ruhif's dishonest. I'm like, wow.
It was interesting earlier though, because Antonio was trying to run Presup against Silly Samson solo without DD holding his hand.
Oh, that's cute.
How did it growing up?
Man, I feel so proud of him.
But the problem is that I don't think Antonio's dishonest enough for presuppositionalism. I'm serious, because DD is dishonest. DD will get to the point where he's cornered, he'll change the subject, he'll yell over, mute, or kick you. He's done that with me before, where I've backed him into a corner, or I've just exposed how ridiculous one of his questions or statements were, and then he's kicked me out of the hangout. Yeah. Antonio, I think, is one of those guys that's trying to pick up on the precept gang. And if you actually engage with him and you follow it down the path, and then you can expose the problems with presuppositionalism. And he doesn't have the thick defensive layer that DD has already. DD knows when he's going to be backed in the corner because he knows the weakness to his position. Yeah, most presuppositionalists that have been doing it for a while do know where their argument fails. And sometimes it takes a while to get there, because one of the things that presuppositionalists are really good at doing is not answering questions, not allowing their entire epistemic framework to be addressed in the first place. So they'll purposely dodge, and they'll try to change up. So you can try to just get one question at him, and he'll switch it around. And you can always tell when DD is starting to lose an argument, because he brings up the uniformity of nature, the argument, all the time. He always goes to that.
You can try to with me. Yeah.
And you'll see that sometimes you can pull away from that. You can actually take the conversation in a different direction. And as you're going along, you'll get to a certain point where you'll have him up against the ropes, and then he just out of nowhere, bam, brings it right back to uniformity of nature. That's his starting spot. He's just like, I fucked up somewhere along the line. I've allowed myself to get back into a corner. I'm hitting the reset switch on this conversation, back to uniformity of nature. And once he goes there, you're going into the eternal, precept route of DD there, where back to uniformity of nature. Let's try this again. Let's not make the same mistake and get myself cornered again.
Yeah, if you don't follow him down that route, he's like, look what the atheist does. See? They don't want to answer questions. That's like this dishonest Ruhif here, because you're just a dishonest guy there, Ruhif.
Oh yeah, Ruhif didn't it?
And I actually was listening to that than this. Holy shit! By the way, did they kick you or did you leave?
No, I kicked. Yeah.
Did you leave on your record, or did you get kicked? Oh,
I got kicked.
I wasn't sure. You dishonest person. You. Oh my god.
So DD still hasn't been whipped.
Didi has sucked Antonio's dick dry at this point. He is so whipped.
Yeah, and it's
Antonio doesn't see that DD dodges questions yet.
How could he not?
I try and I don't know,
because he has him whipped. That's why he is his whipping.
It's very, very simple. Antonio just doesn't understand. It's not just like what Zach was saying, that Antonio isn't dishonest. He's not dishonest enough to actually be a presuppositional apologist. He also doesn't understand the questions he's asking, so he doesn't know when somebody's dodging a question by asking another question, or if they're actually trying to build on the conversation.
Mr. ID wants the link, by the way.
I would have gave him the link.
Yeah, I was listening to it a little bit earlier, because I usually don't listen to DD, because every time I engage with him, I just emasculate him and he runs away. But I was listening to he was speaking to Ruhif, and Ruhif answered a question with, what, I really don't know. So, well, what your answer was going to be was this, so I'm just going to go into why that's inconsistent. And I'm like, wait, you just told him what his argument is, even though he honestly said he didn't know. Like, that right there should have been a red flag for folks, but people sat by and didn't say anything, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Really?
Isn't the uniformity of nature argument contingent upon being able to perceive and to being able to rationalize that there is a reality to begin with?
Yes.
Yep.
Which is kind of the concept of monism. The idea that, reality exists because we're able to perceive it in that way. Not that if there was a reality without a mind, that we could ever know that it exists.
Well,
I love how they give these Ruhifs his backhand compliments. Oh, yeah, he's a really nice guy, and I think he means well, but he's just a dishonest fuckity fuck, and he doesn't answer questions. And I'm like,
that's not a backhand compliment. That's just contradicting yourself.
I don't know. These guys.
The most annoying thing about those guys is when they when you're trying to have these conversations with them about epistemology, and I'm not an expert, obviously. I have no formal training in this stuff. It's just the stuff that I've read.
Of course not. You're a coherentist.
Well, yeah. So, but that's a good point. But yeah, like when you bring up things like coherentism, for example, with them, they pawn it off as just philosophically what they say, philosophical gobbledygook. I'm like, no, this is actually an accepted epistemic framework that a lot of people do work from. And the question is that with coherentism is we bring up the question of what does it mean to justify a belief? That's all it comes down to is what does it mean to justify a belief? And because of that, in a coherentist system, there are certain things like the problem of induction or the uniformity of nature part that DD brings up all the time that is not an issue for a coherentist. It's really not an issue because we don't come down to these basal assumptions. Coherentism doesn't work off of the same type of foundationalist framework that presuppers use. Well, yeah, they're not foundationalists. Now, presuppositionalism, it goes after foundationalism. But the problem is that most people don't understand what their position is. I think that most people are coherentists, whether they know it or not. I think that foundationalism, because it's one of the oldest epistemic systems out there, that a lot of people will just be like, oh, really? I have basal assumptions? Sure, why not? And then they just okay, I guess that's my position, whatever. And without really thinking about it or knowing what the other positions are. And
well, that's why I said.
Yeah, and so because of that, people just like, they'll hear foundationalism or they'll get labeled as that. You'll have a conversation with DD and they'll be labeled as a foundationalist, whether or not they know whether or not they're a foundationalist or not. They're going to get labeled as a foundationalist.
I'm fine with that, but I am a foundationalist.
Right, and
I can defend foundationalism.
But it's dishonest to label someone that, and when in reality they're actually like a foundherentist. They're a combination of foundationalist and a coherentist. So if you're going after them on strictly foundationalist means, then you're not addressing their actual position.
And I, you know what? I'm kind of moving to that direction too, by the way, because I mean I like coherentism. I like foundationism too, and because Ozzy kind of has a way of merging them together, which I was going to talk to him about one of these days.
It's a great conversation. I had it with him.
I haven't had that conversation with him yet, but I mean, if he can merge foundationalism with coherentism, I would seriously consider, revising my epistemic position here.
How do you merge them?
It's one of the more popular positions to criticize in epistemology right now.
Yeah.
How come Sokka's not one yet?
Shots fired.
Yeah, Sokka. You're not one of
Sorry, how come that coherentism isn't one of the problems?
No,
foundherentism.
Foundherentism.
Oh, I don't know, because why aren't I a foundherentist? Okay, that's a tough
you're
one.
A sock.
Because I'm a sock. No, because I don't think that that my beliefs are a result of that. If you follow my beliefs down to a certain point, that you have to get to this point where you say, that's it. That's my assumption. That's where we stop. And
I do.
But why? Why would you accept anything like that? Why would you accept like one of the? You got to think like your foundational beliefs. You get to these points. Okay, so when you talk about knowledge, okay, under the justified true belief definition of knowledge. Okay, and I know there's some people who are libelous, whatever. It doesn't matter what system you use. When what you're trying to get to is that on a foundationalist system, they believe that everything that you can claim that you know has to be justified through something else that you know. So you have this linear path of progression where you have fact A, and you know fact A because you also know fact B, and you know fact B because you also know fact C, and you follow this all the way back down until you get to a position where it's like, okay, like this is it. I have no other beliefs that can justify that belief, and then that's generally going to be those presuppositions or those basal assumptions that you start with. Now, those basal assumptions, I just still don't think are things that we just take as assumptions. I think that they are perfectly justified to hold those beliefs.
But not doxastically. You can't use a reason just by reason.
So
right.
Well, so exactly. You can't use your reason to justify your reason. But how often do you use your reason to justify your reason? You don't.
You don't.
You don't. But yet,
it's already assumed though.
No,
that's the thing.
but you don't. You also don't assume it. You also don't assume it. You have a collection. So here's the point: is that you have a collection of beliefs that are based on a lot of other things that allow you to hold that other belief as well. So your reasoning is valid because all these other beliefs that you have formed, around it, support that, and it works as an entire coherent system. It's not just like you get to this point and say, hey, I just have to assume it, because you have justification. The justification is the fact that your entire system of beliefs work based on that belief as well. So everything kind of supports itself in a net.
But in the middle of a net, there's always one epicenter from which all the other strands stem from. So from that is where you ground yourself, and then goes around and around and around are all the threads that encompass it. That's how.
Not like that. Yeah, not like that though. But think of it like more like let's say that you did have this like one center belief, whatever. It's supported by all the things around it, and it's supported by the other layers around it, and it's supported by the other layers around it.
That's after the fact, though.
No, it's not, because at any given time, I can, if the only thing that grants as justification in that system is how coherent it is together. You know so you can drop and adopt beliefs all the time, and if you find that somewhere along your set of chain link armor, the doctor put it there, that there's a chink in it somewhere, then you drop that and you replace it with something that makes the system, that maintains the coherency of the system. So there's things within that I can drop at any given time. There's certain things in my belief system that aren't reliant on these presuppositions or these basal assumptions, because they're not part of that part of the thing that I need to know something. But the whole system itself is just it makes sense.
I'm gonna do what Sam does to me: breathe and talk slower. Please. You talk fast. You literally talk faster than me, but nobody ever says slow down.
Because he hardly ever talks.
Sounds like top down epistemology. What about bottom up? So I can't remember who said it. It was like you have that one belief that you start with. That would be like bottom up. In a coherentist worldview, how do you get to any of those beliefs without starting from the bottom?
That's kind of my issue. I have to at some point assume that my memory is reliable enough for me to even form the thoughts that would make a coherent thought.
Well, even
or
before
that your
that,
senses are reliable at least some of the time.
Or that's just the universe is real. That's my starting point.
Right. Okay. So with that, the problem in the system comes when you have to try to use the belief in something to justify that same belief. And I don't. In a coherentist view, you don't have to do that. When we talk about the coherence of the system, the belief in my memory being reliable can be based off of the collection of other beliefs that I have that are not dependent on my memory. There's other things out there that could support that could justify that. So I don't use my, the argument would be, how do you know your memory is reliable? Well, because I've always remembered it to be reliable. And I'm not using my memory of that for why it's reliable. I'm using the set of my beliefs. So I'm not using directly the belief itself to justify it. So when we talk about the justification of a belief, and that you get to that certain point where you can't have another belief to justify something, it has to be just taken as an assumption. What I'm saying is that you don't have to get to that point. You don't have to think of it in this linear fashion. Think of it like the reverse pyramid, where you start off with one belief and then everything builds on top of it. It's more of a it's a system of beliefs. Right. Like, the only way I can think of it is that way.
That was my point,
that sounds kind of circular.
Yeah, that was my point.
Isn't one of the things levied against coherentism, that coherentism does suffer from that problem of circularity?
Yes.
No, because
in the Munchausen's trilemma, it has the danger of suffering from it. There's still a possibility. There's a possibility that somebody could provide, like, I think the more recent one I think is called holistic coherentism, where it tries to actually resolve the problem of circular justifications.
But the circular justification
is also that how do you verify, or in essence, how do you test to see if your belief is accurate, or if there is a way to confirm your belief?
Okay, so this is where you get to the justification. Is that in the system is, I guess you could start off with, like, maybe there's just one ground rule. There's a ground rule to it, and that is that the only beliefs that can be justified in a coherent system is the only beliefs that are justified are ones that are coherent to the system themselves. That's what we mean by justification. So anything as long as I could hold my beliefs and the set of my beliefs and none of them be contradictory, then they're justified. That's it. That's my justification. So what it comes down to, no, hold on. Okay, hold on. So that the argument between foundationalism, I'm purposely trying to slow down here. Sorry. The difference between foundationalism and coherentism would be foundationalism has to be something that has to be known has to be justified by something else that is also known until you get to those basal assumptions. On coherentism, justification the only justification comes from the coherency of the system. That's it. So that's what we mean by the justification there. So the argument comes down to is that an accurate criteria to meet for justifying something, for justifying a true belief to claim it as knowledge?
And I mean, I kind of see it in a sense as, in a way, not necessarily, because if I do go by coherentism and I make a claim of a belief, and then I justify that, and I say that, hey, well, this belief is justified by this, and it's justified because it's coherent. Well, if the other claim that I'm making is a positive claim, and it requires a different burden of proof, and I'm kind of stuck in a loop of trying to prove both of them at the same time, because it just expands the ring in that way.
Well, so that's where we're going to have to get into the cognitive dissonance there, where you can't have contradictory beliefs within the system itself. Now, the problem with coherentism would be that let's say you had two people that had two completely different set of beliefs, and they were able to come to both of their systems are completely coherent internally on themselves, and they come to different conclusions about truth, about reality. Well, one of the systems is wrong, obviously, because there can't be this contradiction there. So then,
I don't know if that's necessarily true, though. I mean, there could be driving forces within a person's life or within the culture that helps influence the person's decision. I mean,
because
you get the statistics of it and have samples being performed and seeing what the status quo is, what people tend to believe. But I don't think you can say necessarily if a particular belief is true or not just based on the claim itself.
Right.
The point was that you can have two separate belief systems that are both coherent that come to two different conclusions. So you either have to acknowledge that these contradictions can exist, or that it's possible that a coherentist system has failed somewhere along the lines. Now, that could be with somewhere along their belief set, there might be a false belief. And at that point,
even if they use the exact same line of argumentation, wouldn't one of the X factors you could assume be, say, culture? Or the environment in which they're raised?
No, it wouldn't be. Like they might have different experiences about the world, but you can't have. We're talking about the system itself. So within the system, there might be there's going to be different beliefs within those systems, but how can you really judge somebody's system if it's completely coherent? Because like I said, the only thing that's justifying my system is the coherency of it. So if someone else has a system that's also coherent, but they come to a different conclusion, well, what am I going to attack their conclusion on? Because their justifications exactly the same as mine, right? So you have to go through and you have to take a look at their beliefs and find out, where are we separating here? What beliefs are you holding that are different than mine? And are they actually supported by your whole belief? So, I mean, there's a different way to do an internal critique of that.
And it may be jumping the gun, but I would be one to say that coherency alone is not ample criteria to be able to judge that, or to be able to come to a valid conclusion.
On that note, I'd like to welcome Mr. ID, and I want to hear all about your 6 books.
We're all going to follow. I think we're all going to start following Edgar and become Edgarist and be following Edgarism. So, Edgar, you're the new cult leader.
Really
the new cult leader of Edgarism. Yeah. By the way, did you have your hangout with Ronnie?
Because he invited me yesterday.
No, I mean, I know you had a hangout with him. Did you have the special one where it was just you and him?
No. No.
Okay.
I did not have.
Yeah, he hasn't figured out that you're batshit yet.
I don't know. I'm just trying to help him to, last debate.
Edgarites. I mean, there we go. Edgarians or Edgarites? Yes, we're Edgarites.
And Ronnie, I didn't understand him, so I'm just trying to ask his ideas, but he has no time.
So wait, you didn't understand Ronnie? Is that what I heard?
I think that what he's trying to say. I don't know.
Well, dude, you're not alone on that.
Wow.
Yeah, you're not alone. We've been saying that for a very long time.
That's the reason why I'm trying. I am, in this community, right? So I don't know about Ronnie. I don't know about G-Man. I don't know about them. So I know about you, Steve, because we talk a lot here in your channel. So I'm trying to ask him, but he has no time. And he asked me to share my new intelligence. So But I think if we are going to make him better debater, we will learn from him too. Like because we like science, we love to debate, we love to discuss.
I guess so. Sure, we'll go with that. I mean, I think it was Oshiwawa. You were in that hangout, weren't you? Just a few minutes ago with them.
Yeah, and he did do a hangout today too. It wasn't him, only him.
Oh, okay, yeah. They were supposed to have like one-on-one, but I mean, all I heard was basically they were just going ooh, ah, kind of thing, and then basically you could tell nobody understood each other. They were all having different conversations, nothing of them understanding each other. It was really kind of a surreal mixture of babbling idiocy and complete moronic nonsense, just kind of flowing, to one person to another. No offense, Edgar, but yeah, it was a little bit surreal. Did you get that?
No, I mean they kept saying, like, I try to be nice, but it seemed like they were trying to say that they understood what was going on, but they really had no idea what was going on.
No idea. I mean, I was kind of like simulcasting a little bit over here, and we had no idea what the hell you guys were talking about. It didn't make any sense. But you guys want to finish your your epistemic justification argument? That's fine. I don't care.
I think we need to hear about New Intelligent Design by Edgar.
I think you need to suck a dick, Drake.
Oh, fuck, Drake.
Explain it in great detail.
Suck a dick. No, we're not having Edgar do his presentation. Oh, he just left, a little bitch. Run away! You see what they do? So Saki, you're not going to become a found heretism person, or found heretist, I guess it would be called. Because I could kind of see the appeal for it, but until I have a conversation with Ozzy, I don't know yet. Because I do like coherentism. I do understand that it could be a good way to have an epistemic framework. But I just find that I'm completely content with foundationalism, and I don't care that you have a problem with it being kind of arbitrary and just not justify some of the axioms. I don't care. I'm fine with that. It doesn't bother me.
Well, no, the problem isn't that I think that it's not that I am thinking that you're just taking these things arbitrarily. I don't believe that you are a foundationalist. Okay, that's a thing.
What?
No, like that. Listen, we're talking about systems.
I'm not agnostic either, am I, bitch? Huh? According to you.
No. Because when we're talking about epistemic frameworks, is that I think that you're a coherentist. I think that everybody's a coherentist. I think that's just a false belief that you have.
Steve, you're suppressing your coherent
in my righteousness. Yeah, righteousness. I hate that. Damn.
Yeah, I think that it's.
Can I maybe propose like a really elementary view of epistemic justification, and then you tell me how that is coherentism?
Are you asking me or him?
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Saka.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it basically relates to what Andreas and I were saying earlier, right? So if you have a web of beliefs, to start with a, not a top-down, but a bottom-up epistemic justification, you'd have to be able to justify any one of those beliefs in the web, right? And so
that's personally where I stand as well.
I'm just gonna present something. I'm not necessarily signing off on this sort of epistemic justification, but I'm gonna present something really simple, and you can tell me how that is coherentism if you think that most people or everybody is coherentist, Saka. So my first premise is that I exist. And just, appealing to Descartes here. I think therefore I am. And then the second step that I make is that my senses are at least accurate some of the time, or they're accurate at least some of the time. And then based on that accuracy, or based on the continued accuracy of those senses, I form beliefs. Does that fit in the framework of coherentism?
I disagree with the second claim.
No.
Okay, so the position there. Yeah, let's start with the first one, like the first belief, I exist. That okay. So if you started that position right there as like a baseline type thing, is as just an assumption that you have nothing that you can put before that. But I mean, so what does it mean to exist? First off.
God, are we really going to have this conversation?
How down the rabbit hole are we going? How far back? Yeah, now
Well,
we're
no, I mean,
by the end of it, you're
seems
going
to
to
me
sound like
like
Xbox Fiend.
Earlier,
That's what's gonna happen, Steve.
I had made the statement that I'm an evidentialist with presuppositions, right? So I don't necessarily hold to this strictly, but I would say that I have to presuppose that I exist, and I have to presuppose that my senses are accurate at least some of the time.
And I've said the same thing. That's what I said, and I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't see how you can escape that.
I mean, the issue though is that your senses change over time as well. The way that you perceive them, the way that you understand how they operate, changes as well.
Right,
because they influence how you live out your day-to-day life.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a good example of how you would drop and adopt new beliefs as you went along.
But that doesn't go to the fact that we still rely on our senses, even though we change certain things. I can rely on my senses to get out of bed in the morning and not have to worry about gravity reversing and being scared about being floating into space, right?
Right.
We rely on our senses.
Yeah.
But you know what? Though, but the one. And that's why the one question Didi can never answer is if we didn't have any sense perception, then how would God reveal this revelation to us? Because that's essentially what he's saying. He said you can't trust your senses.
He doesn't have a mechanism for that.
But my question to you, multiple. Yeah. My question to you, multiple, is there's only one question he can't ever answer.
Yeah, he's
pretty sure it's every question.
A lot of questions. Yeah, every question. That's true.
Yeah,
but
he's never given a mechanism how that information gets imparted to him.
But I suppose my point, it doesn't appeal to memory in this case, right? So like if we could just run the thought experiment through, if I wanted to at any given point on a timeline, I could verify my own existence with the presupposition that my senses are accurate at least some of the time because there is something to be thinking. But to go beyond that, sorry.
Well, I mean,
so the belief that you have that you exist, okay, does that contradict with any other belief that you hold?
No.
No, it does.
Okay. Really? So, what other belief do you hold that contradicts the belief that you exist?
The belief that you hold that you exist is contingent upon the belief that your senses are accurate enough that allow you to say that you exist. Because your senses are how you recognize the state of existence.
No. I asked for how it contradicts. I want to say, in the web of beliefs you have, what belief do you have? Hold on a second. In the web of beliefs you have, what belief do you have that contradicts the fact that you exist?
The fact that my sense of perception changes. Because if I were
okay,
to
so
go
because your sense of perception changes, therefore you don't. It's possible you don't exist.
Precisely, because what happens if I go to, say, into a sense deprivation chamber? If I lose all senses for, say, a minute or two, I have no longer a way to perceive of what I'm doing, even though mentally I know that I exist. So the act of not having sense tells me nothing about whether or not I believe. It helps me verify my senses are accurate, but it speaks no matter about how I exist.
Okay, so I don't think you're understanding this here, is that when you hold a belief, like I exist, and you take a look at the net of beliefs that you have, is that belief that you exist coherent with every other belief that you have?
Well, what is the belief contingent upon? What is
the coherence of the rest of your beliefs? I said this. The belief that you exist, is that coherent with the rest of your beliefs, or do you have a belief there that is incoherent with the fact that you exist? Because that doesn't make sense.
No, they don't make.
Okay, so in that point,
I'm sorry to interject, but it also doesn't address my point that at any given time, you can verify your existence with that presupposition.
How do you do? Okay, you got to go through this with me then. That doesn't. I'm not seeing it.
So and I tried to make this as simple as. Wait, socket drop. No, I didn't. So I tried to make.
Yeah, I dropped. Sorry, I'm back now.
Okay, good. So I tried to make it as simple as possible, right? Like I have epistemic justification for my existence because there is something to contemplate existence, right? Just appealing to something easy like Descartes here. And then my next move is that I say that there is something that continues to exist. So some of my senses, at least some of them, I don't know which ones, are reliable at least some of the time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be something to continue to exist. And then from that, I base all my other beliefs.
Okay, but for the example with the car, though, if you're in a separate room, like it's completely blocked off, but you have the keys to your car, can you say definitively that the car still exists? How or not? Why or why not?
Well, that's why I'm saying.
Well, again, and also the idea of like reaching for any type of certainty on something. I mean, of course you could say it. You know, you can form a belief on that, and that belief, like I said, is that belief going to be coherent with the beliefs that you have? You know, is there anything within that that's going to contradict that? I mean, you might not know it with 100% certainty. You know, it's entirely possible that you're wrong, and it's entirely possible that you can, change that bit of knowledge depending on, further information that you might gain. But going back to the point wasn't that when you talk about like the justification, like how do you justify, like I said, like in the coherentist system, when we talk about justification, we're talking about the coherency of the system. Okay, so any belief out there, when you ask, how do you justify the I exist thing? Well, it's simple. Contradict any other belief that I have right now at this moment. No, it doesn't. My web of beliefs is perfectly coherent, including the belief that I exist. Now, I don't need to presuppose that because it's the justification for that. When I'm trying to justify that, I'm only justifying it based on the coherency of the system, not on any previous belief that I have to hold before prior to that.
I can't see how you can just arbitrarily say you can't presuppose. You don't presuppose it. I mean, I don't know how anybody can make the statement, we don't presuppose you exist or reality exists. I mean, you have to have that presupposition before you can formulate any kind of theory of knowledge, right? Whether you want to be a coherentist or not. How do you get to the coherentist position without first establishing reality?
Well, and that's the thing I'm trying to get to, is that if you presuppose, like if you don't have that presupposition that we have senses, or that our senses are reliable in allowing us to observe and gauge reality to some degree of accuracy. Well, if you ignore that, we have no way to rationalize what we view.
I'm sorry, you're going to probably have to stretch out a little bit. What do you mean by that?
Our senses are what allows us to rationalize what we observe, what we see, what we hear, how we interpret things.
Yes.
It's the basis of our understanding.
Okay.
So, right, and so if we say these things do not exist, we no longer have the ability to understand, to evolve our beliefs.
But I don't believe that they don't exist.
It's not.
I just read what Hogtie. Read what Hogtie wrote in the group chat, because that'd be funny right there.
We have to.
But your thing is that you presuppose they're existing because it's coherent within your justification, right?
No, I don't presuppose it. It's a conclusion based on my other beliefs as well. At any given time, I can confirm it based on the coherence of my other ones.
But you conclude. I mean, your conclusion is that your senses are reliable and the universe exists. That's a conclusion.
Every belief that I have is a conclusion.
Okay, how do you conclude that though? By what method do you test that, and by what method do you gauge that this is accurate?
How coherent it is with my system of beliefs.
Okay, but the issue though is, what other system do you have to compare it with? You are the only system that can observe it. Beyond you, nothing else can really truly verify this is what Sokka sees, this is what Sokka hears, this is what Sokka tastes, so on and so forth. You're the only person that can determine that.
But you're just more or less re-establish the problem of hard solipsism. That's what you're asking them.
Yeah. Yeah, how do I prove that I'm not a solipsist? Well, I mean, I'm not a solipsist. Like, that's not a position that I hold. I believe that I'm not a solipsist. Why? Because it's coherent with the collection of the rest of the collection of my beliefs. Like, the question is what we're talking about is when we're talking about coherentism, like I said, we're talking about what is.
Damn it! It keeps dropping.
He's on the mobile. Yeah.
Right there, a very good point too. He's at the.
Hey, doctor, which one do you subscribe to more?
Foundationalism.
Foundationalism. Yeah, I know, and I'm slowly going in that direction. I can see myself going in that direction. I just have to.
There he is.
Sorry.
I say that
I keep on.
But it's not an accurate way of putting it.
Where did I get cut off?
Just start at the beginning of your response because you were on a really good point there.
Like you're about to change the world with your points.
Yeah, I bet. Well, I can't remember because I probably talked for a good 30 seconds after I got fucking booted.
System, everything is in conclusion. Yada yada yada. Mr. Tell design.
You're not a solipsist.
Okay, yeah, I'm not a solipsist because it's not a belief that I hold. I don't believe that I'm a solipsist. And is it? Can I justify that I'm not a solipsist? Well, yeah, because it's coherent with the set of beliefs that I have.
That's not solving the problem of hard solipsism, though. That's just
it
away.
It kind of does, actually.
I don't think it's solving.
It does solve it because the question. Okay, the question when you're put in this this position where you're talking to somebody who is an anti-foundationalist, and they want to get down to how can you know something. Okay, and they get down to the basal assumptions there, and at that point in time, they're like, "Well, those are just assumptions." So, if you take a look at the ladder of things, and you pretty much said that anything that you know has to be based on some prior knowledge towards that, and some prior knowledge on that, then you're going to get to a point where you get to this assumption, and then you have to just assume that your stuff is true. And so, yeah, you're right that if you get to the position, if you get down to your basal assumptions, and if your basal assumptions are correct. If they are all true, then yes, you can know things, but you're never going to know that you know.
And I see it as a position that when you go that far, it becomes a belief. I see it to the sense
my position is exactly the same. My position is that given that my collection of beliefs are true, then I could also know things as well. And then the question just comes down to when we talk about trying to justify our beliefs. Well, what forms of justification? And my justification is the coherency of the system. Your justification gets to a point where it just terminates and says, well, it's just an assumption at that point in time. Now, I will grant that on a foundationalist framework, providing that your presuppositions or whatever, if they're true, then you can know things. But I don't think that you have to say that. I think that you come to the conclusion that your presuppositions are true because people rely on a coherent system at that point.
I mean, I don't necessarily view them as being presuppositional, though. I mean, I can show that these things are true, and show that these things exist, that they're not just being presupposed. I have a way of testing them. And
they're self-evident.
Now, beyond myself,
their self-evidence is their self-evidence is apparent because it's coherent with the rest of your beliefs, right?
Right.
Exactly. You're a coherentist.
In some senses. But to the
boom, there. Thank you. Conversation done. I win. Awesome. See you guys later. I'm joking. I'm not.
Are you an Edgarist? You're not an Edgarist, and no, you're not shit.
No, it's Edgarian, man. Totally Edgarian.
Well, one's a verb and one's no. Let's see here. I don't know how that. Yeah, we have to get on lexicon here.
And as a final point to this conversation, where I ended is that. If we're trying to say how do we know other things exist, that becomes a position, at least as I view it, as a position of faith or a position of belief, because I can't separate myself from my own existence. So I kind of have to take for granted that hey, other people exist and other people can verify what I am verifying, taste what I'm tasting, and come to a relatively solid conclusion.
Yeah,
I'll have to look at it. I'll have to look at it again, but I don't think that me saying that I have faith in my epistemic framework is necessarily contradictory to anything within coherentism. Of course, I have faith in it, You know, that.
Well, yeah, I'm fine with that too. I mean, you have to
Yeah.
have,
So
you have to use.
I'm not saying I don't have faith or anything like that, but I think that when you get into things like the problem of induction, I think that from a coherentist framework, I don't think it is a problem. Because I don't have to use induction to justify induction.
But I think it's the whole, like you said, the whole top down, bottom up kind of thing. You're looking at it from a top down. I'm looking from a bottom up. I mean, I think you have to start from the position. I'm making the assumption that our sense is reliable and the universe exists, and you're doing the opposite. You're going completely the other way and saying I'm concluding these things because everything is a conclusion to you. And I don't know.
Well, I
don't think it does.
Every belief that we have is a conclusion of some sort, right?
Well, yes, it's a conclusion based upon information, a conclusion based upon things that we experience. But if we go the top-down approach, what happens is if our...
Okay, you guys are all walking to each other. Multiple personality, go, because you haven't said anything yet.
Sorry, no, I was saying, are you guys coming to the conclusion that beliefs are compulsory or that you can choose what you believe?
That wasn't the topic, but I mean, it kind of does lead into that. I mean, I'm kind of going toward doxastic involuntarism.
Yeah, me too on that.
Right. I mean, I think there's some beliefs that are incompulsory that we kind of have to take for granted, that we kind of have to believe.
Although I would like to know more about indirect doxastic voluntarism and how that differs.
That's more about like steering what kind of beliefs you're going to form.
Yeah, I mean, there's
basically
a whole bunch
consciously
of
choosing what it is that you're going to look at, what you're going to acknowledge, what you're going to accept as real news as opposed to fake news, kind of shit like that.
Don't we all kind of do that?
We all kind of do, but we at least have some understanding and some criterion by it. It's not entirely something that's just of our own will.
Well, I mean, this comes about through the understanding of self, through the understanding of our own psyche. As I view it, at least.
Can I add?
That's why I'm really sympathetic to Pyrrhonianism or Pyrrhonism, as it were. That's why I made the tongue-in-cheek joke that Sokka was conveniently Pyrrhonist.
Yeah, well, does that get around
the school of the guy who was so skeptical that he almost walked off a cliff?
No. That's not the point. I mean, you can't just arrive at that conclusion every time because that's not the summation of everything that he believed in.
No. I'm wondering if I can't remember if it's Pyro was that intense of a skeptic.
That's just like legend shit. I mean, that's not.
Yeah, I know.
But he was the epitome of what you would call a skeptic of a skeptic kind of thing, right?
Well, the global skeptic is kind of like what he was presented as. It's entirely fictitious as a story, but I keep confusing him with someone else.
Well, see, this was the big problem, right? So, like when Pyrrho was sending out his minions into these schools of philosophy, they would get frustrated with them. And they even wrote and said, it's very frustrating to talk to these Pyrrhonists where they would doubt the reliability of their senses, but then go off and respond to them by eating when they're hungry or sleeping when they're tired. Of course, in that sense, it's ridiculous, or like walking off a cliff, like the analogy was made. But it seems useful, at least to me, to epistemically start from that point, like Descartes did, by removing everything from the table and only putting things on the table that are necessary. That's why I agree with Steve and say that I make those presuppositions.
So, guys,
but I can.
So, guys,
them.
I think there's something more fundamental than what Descartes found, really, because if you think about it, whenever you first see an object, the first thing that you notice, the first thing you ask is, what is it? That question, knowledge that something is. So my opinion is that we start out with a knowledge of being, of what existence is. And that's a direct understanding that we get from experience. So, and this ties back to the basic laws of logic. So if you think about the basic laws of logic, all they are laws of being. Abstract that from a simple experience of existence, it seems like we can start from there.
Well, I mean, I think, like your example, when we see something that's irregular, or when we see something that we're unfamiliar with, we do, in a sense, try to break it back down into things that we can recognize So, okay, this thing may look like a cone, but it's too ragged to be a cone. So maybe part of it's
Well,
a cone.
we don't
maybe
even
part of it's something else.
necessarily try to figure out what is in that sense, because, like, you know, when we're babies, we're not trying to compare it to things that we already know.
Well, but I mean, in a sense, though, babies even try to compare things that are soft to things that are, you know, like, you know.
Yeah, but at some point we have to have new sensory experience that has some new information, right?
Well, right, and those new senses and new sensations help us gauge new experiences better too, because it gives us
But
a new
like, I don't
judge
think
it.
that I don't think we have to have presuppositions. I think that ties back to the idea. It's ultimately an assumption of idealism, because it's basically idealists say that we have to prove that what we have in our mind exists in reality, right? So
Well,
it seems like an assumption that it's only in our mind to begin with.
Well,
and
Well,
not
we're
direct knowledge.
we're also, like, I think we're kind of sort of smuggling in a noumena / phenomena distinction here too, right? So we want to know the noumena of something that which comports with reality, but we can only look at it through the lens of our phenomena or what we experience. And what we're saying is, how do you get there? Just how do you even get off home base without assuming that your senses are? Sorry, go ahead.
One thing I want to bring up is a quote from the Matrix, when Morpheus was trying to explain to Neo what the Matrix was. He said, all your experiences through your sense perceptions are really just chemical and electrical impulses to the brain. And that seems like what we're trying to overcome. Those, you know, if you did hook our brains up to a machine and fed it the right chemical and electrical sensations, we wouldn't be able to distinguish that from reality. And I think that's the problem.
So
how do you know that what you're
Can
experiencing?
can I
Sure, go ahead.
the mind and the brain?
I didn't catch that.
Go, ID. Okay. We're listening. Everybody's listening, dude.
The discussion, I think, about existence, idea, mind, brain, and experience. I think I would like to share to you what I have found. I've written a book also on psychology.
No.
Listen, this one is not wrong. This one is not wrong.
We're not changing the subject. Answer. You can talk about the subject. We're not changing the subject. We're not talking about your books. We're not talking about what you found. We're not talking about your experiments.
I'm going to tell you about the work of and their differences. Wait, you know, as the topic now is about the mind and the brain and the experiences and the ideas or beliefs, something like that. So I think the brain, when, for example, if this is a candle, this candle, and you want to touch this light, fire the candle, and if you are going to touch this, your finger will feel the heat with the fire. So your sense of touch is commanding your brain. So in what I will share to you, based on what I have found, is that the brain actually, the hardware of all our senses, that we are experiencing outside the world. So this brain, these senses will going to transmit its information to the brain, and the brain will say, hot, danger. We're going to analyze it, and the mind will going to use what I call line, meaning the real mind of any, or I think animals, something like that. They have the mind that they say base their conclusion based on their life. When you touch a fire and send this brain, the brain will say, mind will say danger, so it will goes out. So in other words, the mind is the throne. I mean, when I said throne or of any living entity to preserve life. That's what I found.
You know what?
You can say
you know what? We're all going to agree upon that. Say yes, Edgar. We all agree. Taka, you agree with that?
No, well, actually, technically, what he said was
not to eject you.
He's correct. Yes.
Oh, there you go. All right. So good job. Moving on.
Okay. So one of the things I want to go back to is the difference between justification and certainty. Okay, and when we talk about justifying something, we're not talking about having certitude on it. Like, sure, we might have a really strong degree of confidence in a belief that we might hold, in knowing something. But when I say that I can justify my beliefs, when we're talking about justification, like I said, the justification's in the system. Certitude doesn't play into how I can know things. The justification does. So it's entirely possible that I know things, but it doesn't mean that I have to be 100% certain about them. And that goes with any system out there, is that you can know things without certitude.
I'm okay with that.
Well, yes, I believe I can agree with that. I mean, I think certitude, though, is based directly on experience. That we try and gain certainty based upon experiences we've had, be it being in the dark, or having good times with friends or family, or solving things that are hard to solve, or whatever it is. We have certainty based off experience. I don't see it as an intrinsic characteristic or as an intrinsic property of things.
Right. So, but the problem that we were having there was that when you were critiquing certain things within the coherentism viewpoint, is that you were asking for degrees of certainty, within the justification of it. And I'm not offering certainty; I'm offering justification.
How about more degree of confidence?
The reason I did that, though, was because the justification was within the coherency. From what I understood, it was that this is justifiable because what I'm saying is coherent. Which I don't.
Yeah, and that's it. That doesn't lead to certainty, though.
What makes you think that coherent views are true?
Well, that's a whole different demon.
Well, I mean, wait, hold on a second. I think no, I didn't disconnect. Okay.
Hey, Socket, can you ask that last question? I didn't get it. I'm sorry. Interject.
No, I think Josh asked a question.
Yeah,
that was good.
I just asked what makes you think that coherent views are true.
Well, if I can answer the question first, I think the reason we think coherent systems are true is because it's the way we rationalize. It's the way these are the only ways we know how to justify things, and it's the only way we really can outside of making assumptions. So if we try and do it assumption free, we have to go off coherency.
Yeah. Shit, what he said.
Or we could just go based on evidence, which is what I would say.
See, I don't think there's really one benefit to theory of truth or knowledge than another. I think they all got issues. I think whatever's a personal preference. You prefer coherentism. I prefer foundationalism, although I can see the advantages of foundational, whatever the fuck it's called. Foundationalism, yeah. And that's what I've been around, I don't know, 2 decades? It's not very old theory, right? If that.
No, I mean, you got to think foundationalism has been around for 2,000 years.
Right, yeah.
Coherentism has been around for maybe 150, 200, and then foundationalism about 20.
Yeah, exactly. Bingo. Yeah, foundational and coherentism is kind of at odds a little bit. So if you want to try to merge them together, I have to have more detailed explanation. I haven't really looked into foundationalism very much, so I know what it is, but it's relatively new on the scene, right?
And I can see the advantage to incorporating both of these concepts and integrating them.
So could I. I mean, I think, like I said, each one has individual problems, and I do understand the circularity of coherentism and some of the other problems with foundationalism, which was funny because Sokka was in a hangout a while back by Edgar, and the charges they were levying against Sokka, they should have been leveling against someone like myself. They were using arguments that you would argue against a foundationalist against Sokka, and Sokka's like, no, that's not an argument against my personal position. My position doesn't suffer from that problem.
Well, but I mean, even I did that in the very beginning because I didn't fully understand what Sokka was trying to get at, and I apologize for that. I mean, part of that's my ignorance.
No, I appreciate. So, sorry, man. I'm sorry for cutting off there. I appreciate that, and that's the that's kind of what I wanted to do with DD. Is I said, okay, let's get past the anti-foundationalist bullshit, and let's get back into the discussion. You know, like, okay, we get it. You hate foundationalism. I'm not a foundationalist, and you know, where do we go from here? And he's like, well, you know, you presuppose the uniformity of nature. No, I don't. I'm a coherentist. Okay, let's move on. You know, next point. You know, and
dude, he can't move on past that point. You get that? That's not in the script.
Yeah,
and at that point you realize that he's a one trick pony here. He doesn't know what's going on.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you say, Sokka, that uniformity itself is a coherent concept.
Well, Hogtight, what was that question? Quick, I want to ask Hogtight 1 second. But what was the question?
I was asking, wouldn't you say that like uniformity is a coherent concept itself?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't see why it wouldn't be. I mean, you have to. I mean, yeah, it's coherent, sure. But Hogtight just put something in the outside chat. Hogtight, do you want to show or tell everybody what DD thinks makes sense? What his level of understanding is? Or you can just sit there and keep muted. I don't care. I don't take this personally. It's okay. Whatever. Fine, I'll read it out. Whatever. It's in the live. It's in the live feed, anyways. So Hogtie earlier had mentioned that according to Didi, again, secondhand knowledge, but see if this makes sense to you guys. He said, let me scroll back a little bit. I gotta find. According to Darwin's deity, his foundational beliefs are not assumptions, but your justified conclusions are assumptions. So his foundational beliefs are not assumptions. So how does he get around that?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. That's sort of at the crux of where I was agreeing with you earlier in the conversation about justification. And I don't think we disagree on how we. I think so. You're right. It's probably a minute point, but I want to know how you can't start with assumptions.
I don't know, and I'd be willing to listen. But how does Darwin's get around that? And how does he think that justified conclusions are actually assumptions? I understand what 1 second. So I understand what Sokka's saying, that everything's a conclusion. Although I don't particularly agree that an assumption could be a conclusion, but Darwin doesn't even adhere to coherentism. So how does Darwin get to the position that that my justified conclusions are really actually only assumptions? That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
You got to watch how he does it too.
Yes.
You got to watch how he does it. He'll so I'll MP unmuted there, so I'll just pick on him. I'll say, well, can you well, whatever. I'll just say it. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I was actually just about to say goodnight because I'm tired. But he'll say something like, damn it. Like, you'll point out that things are based on assumptions, and you reason from your assumptions to some conclusions. And he'll say, oh, so your belief that the world is round, whatever. I'm just picking an example. Your belief the world's round is just an assumption. And you'll say, no, it's an assumption that I've reasoned. It's a conclusion I've reasoned to. And he'll say, and of course he'll interrupt you, and then he'll repeat his argument exactly step by step. But when he repeats it, then he'll say, so therefore it's based on your assumptions. And then he'll just keep talking. He won't even draw a breath. I'm sorry, I don't think my description gives it justice. Maybe somebody else can do it better. I'm just a little tired.
Darwin's whole argument can be summed up like this. He's saying that just because you don't know, if you can't justify where these basic beliefs,
God,
yeah, but that's
God. But the problem is that his conclusion is that because you don't know where the laws of logic come from, then you can't reason rationally later on, which makes no sense because it's virtually like him saying, if you don't know how the language of English was developed or who was the first person to speak English, then you can't speak coherently using English, and that makes no sense. It just doesn't logically follow because you don't know the origin of something. Doesn't mean you can't use it effectively. And he tries to make that link.
Right, but hold on. I'm just trying to put a spotlight on one specific issue. So if you guys are in conversation with him, you watch for this. He'll say like blah 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 blah, and therefore that's just an assumption. And you'll say no, it's a conclusion. And you'll say no, wait, listen to my argument. I'm saying blah 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 blah, and therefore it's based on assumptions. Now and then anyway, and then he'll just start talking. So the first time he says it's an assumption, and then when you call him on it, he'll repeat everything he said. But the second time he says it, he'll change where that's just an assumption. He'll change the truth, therefore it's based on assumptions. So he'll say yes, right? So he's pointing out the first time you said no, the second time you said yes, you're contradicting yourself. But the first time he says assumption, therefore it's an assumption. The second time he comes clean and says it's based on assumption. And then 2 minutes later, he'll pull exactly the same shit again. He'll say assumption, and then when you call him on it, he'll say, oh, so it's based on assumptions.
So he's trying to make it appear to people that you're being inconsistent, although he's saying two different things. He's saying based on an assumption as opposed to it being an assumption. That's pretty dishonest.
He does that to make it exactly to look like you're being inconsistent. Really.
Yeah, well that's typical of his tactics I've seen from him.
Is anybody changing the topic to a argument for the existence of God?
If this has anything to do with what we just talked about, so help me God.
It does not. I'm not a presuppositionalist.
Is it Edgar's? Is it Edgar's proof?
No.
Okay, that's fine. So no eggs and tissue paper.
No, and no rabbit cheese.
Right. Are you a theist?
Yeah, I'm a theist.
Okay, and has this argument helped convince you of a deity?
I'm sorry. What?
Did this argument help convince you there's a deity, or does it maintain your belief there's a deity?
It maintained my belief, but it actually also converted me to Catholicism from Protestantism. So
okay, so you're not a real Christian. I'm sorry, Josh. Were you in the G-Man's room with General Han Solo the other day?
Yeah, he was.
You were. Yeah, I liked your talk.
My
there.
YouTube channel. Well, I'm also known as Al Chihuahua, just so you know.
Oh,
okay.
You were who I was talking to. Yeah.
Okay, same guy. All right. Yeah, you did come on the scene about the same time. So, yeah, let's go for it. It's not the Kalam, is it?
No.
Okay.
The argument's it's close though, but it's
go for it.
2 premises and 1 conclusion.
Hey, he's got a structure. I like it already.
So everything that is changing is being changed by something else. But the series of changers and things changing cannot be infinitely long. Therefore, there must be a first cause of all change, which we call God.
I think everybody will address a few things on that. I just agree with both premises, but for different reasons, obviously. You could do the first. I'll do the second because I don't have a problem with the infinite regress that you're trying to.
I just like that it's short and organized.
Yeah,
and also
you know
does not rely on premise 1. Atheists are poo-poo heads. Premise 2. Atheists are poo-poo heads. Therefore, God's real.
No, I wish there were more like this. This is good. Okay, why don't you read premise 1 again, and then we'll let somebody. I think it was Andreas wanted to talk about that one too. But go ahead and read. Just go by the first premise because I like the fact you had a structure. So premise 1.
Okay. So premise 1 is everything that is changing is being changed by something else.
Okay. So what do you think?
That's not necessarily true.
Wait a minute. Just let him go through the whole argument one more time. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I muted myself. Okay, so everything that is changing is being changed by something else. But the series of changers and things changing cannot be infinitely long. Therefore, there must be a first cause of all change, which we call God.
Okay, now we disagree with the premises.
I disagree with all the premises.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's. I just want to address one main point a bit there. Your conclusion. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just read your conclusion one more time.
Okay. So the conclusion is that there must be a first cause of all change, which we call God.
Okay. So in that sense, you've concluded a first cause and you labeled it as God. There's nothing to that at all. There's no kind of qualitative. There's nothing that defines what the attributes of this are.
Okay, well, I can go into that if you want.
All right, let's start with the first claim.
Yeah, let's go to the first premise first. We don't want to jump right to the claim.
Okay.
Talk will be back.
Socket dropped, yeah.
Yeah.
So the
And,
first
and
premise
Altai on the
is
side there puts a very he puts a very
So,
good thing
I
to
can
that.
I can put it.
All right, this game fucking annoying.
Yeah, hang on a
Shit.
second. Let's start with the first premise. Let's not go right to the conclusion yet. Let them address the first premise first.
So let me restate the first premise, right? So the first premise is that things that are changing are being changed by other things, right?
Basically, yeah.
So, okay, that's not necessarily true, though. Because you can have things, for instance, molecules that exhibit what are known as stereocenters or centers of chirality. And what you have oftentimes is that when you have very long chains of things as one unit, they tend to react with each other, and they tend to almost instantaneously revert from one form to another. And it's hard to tell sometimes which form it's maintaining. But this change isn't being propagated by something interacting with this long chain. This chain is doing this on its own.
Is this an eternal stoichiometric change though? Oh, I mean, what's caused? I know what you're referring to, but I don't know if that fits the criteria because there still might be some kind of internal condition in the molecule to change the stoichiometric relationship, right? There's stoichiometry. God damn.
Well, no, but it's not only that though. It's to maintain energy. It's to maintain the stability of the system.
See, I would think a better example would be something very simple like weak nuclear decay. Weak nuclear decay is a change of the atom, the nucleus of the atom, with no cause. There's nothing that caused that to happen. It just did.
First of all,
yeah, you could do that
because that's not an internal cause or an external cause.
When you take it apart at subatomic level, that no longer holds true, though.
Yeah.
Can I throw my one point there again?
Sure.
Okay. When we talk about change, changing of states there, can you give me an example of a non-material change?
I'm sorry,
Sure.
I didn't hear the first part.
Of a particle being a wave to a particle. Like in the case of an electron or a proton. It exhibits both behaviors simultaneously.
Okay, but are we talking about something that's material?
It is material.
Okay, so can you give me an example of something non-material changing?
Opinion.
Water.
Water's material. Water's material. Your opinions. Unless you're a substance dualist, which you'd have to argue for that. Then an opinion would be a material change too.
But I'm not a substance
what do you
dualist.
consider material, though?
So, So when we're talking about a material, when we're talking about the change within the article, the argument itself is we do observe change, but all the change that we observe is changing generally of material of some sort, matter, changing from one state to another state.
Okay, would you consider a photon a material?
Yes.
A photon immaterial? Okay.
Not immaterial. No, a material. A photon is material.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it doesn't have mass or rest mass, but it does have energy, which means it has mass. It doesn't have any rest mass, so it's material.
Yeah.
Okay, something I would say is not that something, for instance, that is not material is matter.
A force. Force would be immaterial. Forces are not material. They're fields.
Okay.
Yeah, but in the same sense, matter kind of also fits that definition too, because matter is the state of quantization. It's not the state of qualifying something. It's the state of a quantity. It's a state of saying, like, when we have something, there's X of it. There is X mass. There's X whatever. It's an abstraction.
It's what particularizes any universal,
right, exactly.
basically.
Well, the only thing you have to do to invalidate the first premise, which, by the way, I do agree with Hogtie. I think this is entirely an inferential argument. If you're doing it that way, you can't really have an argument that's a conclusion. I mean, what is it called? A deductive argument, right? Because it's just an inference being made. But all you got to find is one example where that doesn't hold true for premise one, and I think we've kind of done that.
So two different ones. One was basically that something changes itself, and then the other one was that something is uncaused.
That's a tautology, then.
So, right. Well, so I'm just going to put a defense. Everything has to be changed by something. So
But what's the change? If I have a weak nuclear force or nuclear decay, I mean, yes, there's an intermediate vector boson involved, but even still, let's go with spontaneous fission. What is the thing that's changing it? There's nothing in that system that's causing that to change. It does so just because. There's no reason why it does.
First of all, that I think that's assuming that the Copenhagen interpretation is correct.
It is.
So that may not be true, and so I have an argument that says that it cannot be true. So if I
You have
can
an argument that the Copenhagen cannot be true.
Not I have an argument that everything has to be moved by something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's
And
a cause and effect type argument. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go to premise 2 real quick before you go to another whole different argument. Let's go to premise 2.
I wanted to address the matter concept, though.
Sure.
Because the matter concept it's a state of quantization. It's an abstraction. It's not contingent upon the material itself. It simply is a state of being. It's immaterial, but it's used as a description of something.
I'm not quite following what you're meaning by that, though.
Yeah.
So, like matter, for instance, a mass. Something doesn't cause a mass to change, for instance.
Higgs field does.
Yes, but mass in general it's a state of being.
But it's still changed. I mean, even mass when it goes into when you know all this. I'm not saying that you don't, but I mean the other people I don't know. Mass can change simply for the fact by putting mass together.
Right, but I'm talking about matter.
Right, but that is matter. Mass is matter. Mass is that's synonymous.
Can I just cut in? Matter is the most obviously material thing in the whole sodding
That's what
universe.
it is by definition.
What
Matter
the
is
fuck?
matter. Yeah, matter is mass. That's I don't know how that's literally what it means. They're synonymous terms in that regard.
Well, but
it
matter
does change.
is also quantization of energy.
Right. So
condensed energy.
Mass
Yes.
could be a universal idea in our mind as well. So
Yeah, that's fine too. But I think of mass as condensed energy, but that doesn't mean it's not material. Of course, it's material. It is, like Chris said, the most material thing out there.
Okay, but take into account, like you're saying, electromagnetic fields, for instance. They don't have mass, but they do have energy.
Right.
Propagated around them.
You can have energy without mass.
Actually, electromagnetic fields do have mass. Sorry about that. Anything which
if you're using
an enclosed energy has an associated mass.
Yeah,
So
that's true. The mass equivalency. Okay, if you're using the mass energy equivalency, yes.
Yes, if you want to go there, yeah, you can say that. That's true.
Okay.
Well, it generates gravity, so it has mass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, most things generate gravity to some extent. It's a trivial point.
Well, okay, wait a second though. So what are you
Well-
pointing to that doesn't have that isn't material? Because
Okay,
if you're rejecting matter as being material, what are you claiming as material?
Well, Chris, are you a materialist or physicalist, Chris?
Yeah, I tend to. I think our universe is made of two things. It's made of two substances. I think there's one substance which is the stuff which makes space, and I think basically almost everything else is made of the way that space behaves. So I guess I'm a dualist that way. I refer to both of those things as substances. Most people just say
it's neutral monist.
Okay, I mean, if your objection is that things that are characterized by matter cause gravity, I mean, to what extent do we consider that to be relevant? To what level of discrepancy do we treat that as relevant or irrelevant?
Well,
to call something as matter, or to call something as...
You were claiming that matter isn't material, and what I'm saying is it's the most obvious example of material that we have.
It's also an abstraction.
No, the idea of mass is an abstraction. Mass is a phenomenon.
I think we went down the rabbit hole on this one, though.
I'm gonna have to rationalize that for myself, but okay.
I think the point of what's going on is that when we're talking about change, we're talking everything we observe changes in some form of material change. I don't think that I think to see if there's an example of like something that we can present as a non-material change, and if So that's the first part there. So can you give an example of a non-material change?
So I don't actually think that you have to show that, because the principle of causality applies to anything that exists. It's a principle of being in a similar way that like the laws of logic are a principle of being.
But why? No, it's not, because we don't have to accept the principle of causality. The principle of causality is something we observe, but there's nothing in physics that states we have to have cause and effect. There is no law in physics for cause and effect. There's obviously equals to the opposite reaction, but to say there's a cause and effect as something that has to be, there's nothing that says it has to be. We just have observed that.
We kind of observe things that lead us to think maybe causality isn't a thing at the basic level.
Right.
I mean, we don't have a cause for why atoms spontaneously decay. It may not be caused.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, and he probably got that's under the Copenhagen interpretation. But if there's an interpretation where that holds the case, that still invalidates premise one either way, right?
Well, I mean, would you consider time to be something that's material?
No.
Yes.
So I think that time is a thing that matter does. So I lump that in with the second of my substances, but that's just me.
You're a neutral monist.
Okay, so it's a thing that's associated with matter, but it is not matter. It does not necessarily.
You don't have to have matter to have time.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay.
What I'm trying to see is that are we, like, even though matter and time are associated with each other, they are not. They're mutually exclusive from each other.
I'll give you that.
Without there being mass.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Okay. I get that's what you're saying now.
I didn't follow that, but I'll be honest. Maybe it's just me.
Well, Steve, can you imagine an area of space which didn't do anything resembling mass, and that area of space undergoing some change, like being warped, for instance? If you can imagine that, then you're imagining time happening without any matter being
I could imagine that, but the problem is I don't know what could cause that other than mass. The whole point of relativity is that mass causes distortion in space-time, and as far as I know, it's the only thing that causes distortion in space-time. So if you didn't have mass, how would that space-time warp? Could I imagine it happening? Sure, I just don't know what would cause that.
Oh, sure, okay, but you could. The mass that caused it could have been far away. I mean, gravity.
Well, gravity is infinite.
Space, right? So
gravity is infinite.
So you can imagine an area of space being warped without any mass, at least nearby, right?
Oh, sure, absolutely. The mass doesn't have to be in there. Yeah, all space time is warped. Every place in the universe is warped to some degree.
Right, but I mean, to give a better light to it, we could imagine that this mass we're describing that's influencing space-time is infinite, but it's also been infinitely disintegrated. If that makes sense.
It doesn't to me, but that's okay. But it does to them. I'm cool with that. I admit when I'm like, yeah, I don't know how you're getting to that.
In essence, it means that it's infinitesimal.
I'm not a taint licker of soccer where I go, yeah, whatever soccer says, I agree with.
So,
sorry.
Oh fuck! Don't do that. That's a terrible idea. I will tell you right now.
That's what happens over there, though, man. Oh, what does Darwin say? Okay, yeah, Darwin's. You're right. They're Darwin's. I'm not trying to compare you to Darwin's.
And just before I forget, soccer yesterday was a neutral monist. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, that's where you have like a dualist position where you think there's some relationship between the physical and the mental states, that they're actually some kind of combination of the same thing. It's a type of dualist position, isn't it? In a way.
No, it's well, kind of in a way. Neutral monism basically will say that there's different substances, like you said. There's different substances that are out there, but there's the label for them isn't clear. Like between when you talk about like the mental and the physical, is that we believe that you believe that that these two things are, oh fuck, I'm going to butcher this so bad, and I apologize. They are the same side, they're different sides of the same coin, essentially. Is that they're not two unique substances that exist. There's not just mental and there's not matter. They're the same thing, but but different, if that makes sense.
I get that.
Everything's made of this one substance, but we can label it into these two type of things. I'm really bad at explaining it. I apologize.
Dualism would be two coins, and here you have like one coin but two sides. So it's considered monism because there's one substance, right? Monism.
It's that the labels are insufficient.
Well, it's not just insufficient. It's that the ontology of the thing that would, it's the ontology of the thing that would change in the absence of mind. That's why that's the argument against dualism.
Basically what it is would be you could categorize things into two sets, mental and the physical. But at the bare root of things, there isn't anything actually meaningful to distinguish between the two. And you could say that everything is comprised of just a set of neutral elements.
And I think
either mental or physical.
Let's get back to the actual argument here, because I think we kind of beat the premise one to death. Can we go to premise two real quick? Because I thought that was more interesting. Because I think he's trying to get around an infinite regress, and my argument to that would be why. There's nothing inherently wrong with having infinite regress.
Right. Well, so first of all, I do have an argument defending the idea that causality applies to everything that exists. We don't have to get into that if you don't want to, but I do have an argument for that if we want to get into that later. But the claim that an infinite series cannot be infinitely long is dependent upon the first premise, as it shows us that things do not have the principle of motion within them primarily. So if we had we call this a so if we had an infinite series which had the principle of motion within them, then there would be no issue. But the issue is that making a series infinitely long still leaves us with an infinite number of things without the principle of motion primarily. Hence, the series does not explain the motion within it.
Wait, hold on a sec.
So many problems with
that. I have an analogy, if I could make the analogy real quick.
Please do. Go ahead. All right, so I want quick because I thought an inherent contradiction. You said, I want to get this straight, an inherent series that should be an infinite series that's not infinite.
No, I said even if this. I said that if the series, the fact that it's infinitely long isn't the issue. The issue is that none of the members of the series have the principle of motion within it. So let me give the analogy. So if you request a raise, and this request for a raise must go through an infinite change of command because it's dependent upon the first boss. So, sorry, let me start over. If your request for a raise must go through an infinite series of command, for example, then you will never get a raise, not because the series is infinite, but because none of the bosses in the series have the principle of giving raises primarily, but receive it from the top boss.
I think you're confusing very different things here, though.
I gotta take off here, Steve. But I just want to one sentence kind of like rebuttal to this. Okay, is that when you make these arguments here, where you have to get down to a necessary first cause, is that you follow down this. You're arguing for the principle of sufficient reason. Okay, so your very first premise depends on that the principle of sufficient reason exists. And then you follow it down this chain until you get to the first cause. Okay. Now, what was the action that led to that first action? Okay. Well, there couldn't have been one, because this is the first cause. So it's completely uninfluenced by anything out there. Now, that in itself violates the principle of sufficient reason, which is the very first premise that you're trying to argue for in the first place. So if you're trying to make an argument for causation, and then you get down to the first premise and saying, well, at this point in time, we no longer need causation, well, then aren't you just shooting yourself in the foot with the argument?
Okay, Simon, but that's not true necessarily.
And I don't think that's the issue at all with what he's saying with his example. What he's doing is he's trying to apply what's called an infinite series, but he's actually applying a finite. You cannot have, if you have an infinite series and you have a finite amount of iterations, the series eventually will terminate. It will be complete. An infinite series has a termination, just like the Zeno's paradox. Now, if it requires motion, right, like somebody's doing something, then that's a little bit different than saying, okay, let me shoot an arrow toward the wall, right? And if I shoot the arrow to a wall, I have an infinite summation of 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16 plus 1/32
I
all the
know,
way
I know.
infinitum, right? But we know that the arrow hits the wall. And that is an infinite summation, because the summation of 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 is 1.
Okay,
Right?
but the issue is, though, is with the arrow complex, if it's exactly 2 meters away and we're using that infinite series, this only holds true if after an infinite number of iterations, after an infinite number of that iterations.
Yes.
I don't see how this address. I don't see how this.
Yeah,
not satisfy that quandary.
But in his example, you're never going to have an infinite amount of iterations, because you are literally doing something with requiring one person to do something else, That's not the same as having a linear motion towards something.
Well, it is if it is if your conclusion is therefore getting to God. Now, this is the problem with the conclusion. Is a conclusion for a first cause. Okay, and they label that thing as God. Okay, well, okay, great. Now it doesn't mean that it has to be personal. It doesn't mean that it has to be omnipotent, omniscient.
I do have arguments for all that.
And okay, well, see, that would be an argument for God. See, what you've got down for is you've got an argument down to for first cause. Well, hold on a second.
Not really.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, let me finish here. So you've got to, if you follow on the path of this argument, you get down to the point of a first cause, and then from there you're going to have to form another argument to go into what are the characteristics of what this first cause could possibly be. Now, a lot of the times with the things like the Kalam argument, that's generally where a lot of people will attack the premise, because the Kalam is really not that bad of an argument to start with, although there are some things that you can bring up with it. So even if we get down to the first cause, though, is that like I said, is that when you form these arguments to start off, you're arguing for the principle of sufficient reason, but then you're always putting this arbitrary terminator saying at this point right here, the principle of sufficient reason is no longer required, and we're just going to say that this thing can happen uncaused, which becomes, a violation of the very first premise of, hold on, one quick, I'm almost done, which becomes a violation of the very first premise of the argument itself. So now at that point in time, you have to explain this in a way that's not going to become special pleading to why you chose to terminate it there. Because if you're choosing to terminate it there, I could propose any amount of hypotheticals and add in an extra cause onto that, and because hey, we're just arbitrarily deciding where we're going to stop with the whole causation argument.
Right, and once you do that, you no longer have an infinite series. You have a finite.
So guys, sometimes also, let me point this out, is that if you're observing, say, an electron zipping around a nucleus, for instance, well, if you try and measure where that is, like even hypothetically, you can't really do that, because you can, to an extent, argue that this electron or these electrons that are moving around in this angular path are at infinitely many places at every moment in time, no matter where you try and measure it.
That's one interpretation.
So
that's correct. Yeah, that's the most common interpretation. But I just don't understand how that has to do with anything what your premise too is, though.
So wait a second, Andreas, you're literally wrong. Andreas, I can measure where an electron is with incredibly high accuracy.
Yeah, but then you don't know.
All I do, sure,
Okay,
but that's not what he said. Right.
Can I answer Sokka's?
So you've just changed your claim.
So I didn't hear him like that, Chris. I mean, you can't measure one with incredibly high accuracy with the sacrifice of the other, right? Position versus momentum.
Right. Well, his claim was that I just couldn't measure it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I didn't kind of read him like that.
I didn't think I said that, but if I do, I apologize.
Yeah, I would have to go back and listen. Did he say just you couldn't have any high precision of one or the other?
I think he just misspoke.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him the principle of charity on that one.
Okay. Well, I gotta get going. It's been fun.
Andreas, next time we talk, I'd really like to know what you meant by the principle of motion. I'm not clear.
Well, that was actually wasn't Andreas. That was actually Joshua.
Okay. Well, anyways, I'll see you around.
Hi, Andreas. Thanks, bud. Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by principle of motion either. We can kind of suss that out. But I think the promise with premise 2 is, again, an infinite series by definition is an infinite series, but it does converge on something, and whatever that converges upon, that is the summation of the series, right? So it does have a finite value attached to it.
Okay, well, let me answer Sokka's question first, since he asked it first. Okay, so if you notice, the first premise of my argument was that everything that is changing is being changed by something else. So the only requirement of my God is that he does not change, which is, the doctrine of immutability. which is Catholicism. So I don't see that as a problem. And I'll go
Wait
and
a
answer
second.
Steve.
Hold on a second. Can I let me sorry, Chris. Let me address this one. Is when you're talking about something like that, it's a change of state. Okay, when something is not creating and something is creating, that's a change. Okay, so with your God saying that he's unchanging, to say something is unchanging means that it has no potential. It can't do anything, not even create.
No, not really. Because think about it this way. Okay, so first of all, you have my position would be that God is timeless. So, but think about this way: can you know that you ate lunch yesterday? And the answer would be yes, obviously. So you can know things at the time that you know them. And so my position would be that God creates things through knowing them. So he can simply know that I ate lunch yesterday at 12 p.m. and that would be the cause of the thing. So basically, God, in other words, God creates time and the thing together, and God is independent of time.
So I'm timeless.
There's so many things I could say on that, but I think Michael, do you know Jack's? I mean, you know exactly what I'm referring to here, don't you? On Jack's argument against this.
Yeah, I was right in the middle of typing it out. So
he's typing it out for me because I still haven't heard it.
This one.
Okay, so I'm gonna murder this, and I can't be held accountable for this because I've had a few beers. But one is that, and I'm not gonna put this syllogistically, but God cannot fail. God is infallible, right? So
right.
Failure is constitutive to normative states or intentionality. If God cannot fail, he cannot have intentionality. The conclusion is a bunch of follows from that, and that is that God cannot have intentionality, he cannot have beliefs, therefore he cannot have knowledge, etc.
What do you mean by intentionality?
Well, God can't have intentions.
Because he can't fail?
Intentions would imply a possibility of failure.
Correct.
What it is.
Right. It says there's zero possibility in any possible world of God's failure, based on the fact that the Christian God that we were talking about is unable to fail. There's a whole bunch of things that will flow from that based upon that single basal statement that God cannot fail, including that he has no intentionality, because intentionality implies you have some potential for failure.
Yeah, and then it also, like Bert's argument, Steve, you and I were talking about this the other night, a couple of weeks ago, about how everything is derivative from God's nature, and if God is necessary, all he does necessarily.
Okay, so
there's a whole problem with that too. There's an ontological argument about that. That's actually, what is that called? Oh, that's
complete modal collapse.
Yeah, exactly. And we've discussed that before. And matter of fact, I think it was Alex Malpass has a really good thing he wrote upon that once.
I've got a problem with this timeless thing too, because by the definition you just gave, I'm timeless. I experience things at the time I experience them, and by that, that's exactly the same as God knowing things when he needs to know them. There's no difference.
I think we've piled a lot of stuff on Josh here. Let's give him a few minutes to respond to everything.
I was keeping it much more simple. You guys are getting into like modal collapsing and freaking, principle sufficient reason and stuff. I'm just keeping it really simple. I just was like, I don't see a problem with infinite regress. What's the, whatever. So what? I mean, you're going to have three horns to the Munchausen trilemma anyways. Might as well pick one you like. I happen to pick, axiom. I don't have a problem with that.
So, but
yeah, I think the interesting conversation here is not to devolve into those specifics. Like Steve, I would like you were on a roll with this first premise and then deferred to his second. I'd like to hear that.
Where was I going?
Sorry, you had a problem with this first premise, then deferred to his second, but I never got to hear you finish your problems with his second premise and conclusion.
Well, just what I was saying. About the whole infinite regress. You're positing a first cause, a prime mover, right? And that's to get around the fact that we just don't like the idea of an infinite regress. But in reality, there's nothing that says infinite regress is bad. I mean, it can exist. We know things can be infinite, but if you try to avoid that just by defining a prime mover in existence, are you really solving anything? You're not really getting around the whole problem.
My problem isn't with an infinite regress.
What's that?
My problem isn't with the infinite regress. It's with the fact that none of the members in the series have the principle of motion within them.
Well, can you define what you mean by principle of motion? Because I don't know what you mean by that.
Principle of motion is just whatever is necessary for motion to occur.
Oh, you're going back old school. You're talking about classical physics, huh?
Sure. I mean, it's more metaphysics, but yeah.
Okay. So whatever the object needs to have motion.
Yeah.
Okay. But I still don't know how you're following that into an argument.
So if none of the members have what's necessary occur, then it doesn't matter if the series of members is infinite. This change still won't occur. So usually whenever people think about this, they think of one thing moving and it moves the next thing and then that moves the next thing. But in that series, each thing is moving. The change isn't explained. Each series is moving itself, or it kind of skips over why is this thing moving after this thing moved it.
I'm not following this, to be honest with you. I mean, I know what a series is, and I know what an infinite series is, and I understand calculus a little bit. I mean, as far as an infinite series and a sequence, right? Sequences as well. I'm not seeing how you're applying some kind of infinite amount of finite acts, then saying that the whole thing doesn't come to a termination at some point. If you have an infinite sequence with a finite amount of iterations, you'll never reach the end of that summation. You only reach the end of that summation if you have an infinite amount of summations, right? Because if you terminate at any prior point, any point you pick, you're not going to have a completed summation, right? I mean,
but my problem isn't with the infinite series. I mean, reading this from Aquinas, and he thought that it's possible that the universe could be eternal. The problem is that none of these members can move itself. None of these members have the reason for why it's moving within it. That's the problem. So, I mean, I don't know how to make it any more clear than that.
Okay, so assuming that I had an epistemology which did allow for movement being the natural state of the components of a universe, then your argument would be deeply unconvincing to me, right?
Right, but that's why it's dependent upon the first premise, that everything that is changing is being changed by another.
Okay, and alternatively, I could, for instance, believe that it's possible that universes are causally circular. That would also make your argument for infinite regress unconvincing, right?
Not really, because that depends on the idea of time, and this would be that the idea of causality that I have here is not of one that regresses in time. Because my idea is that something has to cause things to move or change at every moment of change, basically. And this would lead to this kind of sustaining cause that we have in Christianity.
All right, what's the conclusion again? Let's move on to that. By the way, you're not a young Earth creationist, right? You're actually a theistic evolutionist, if I remember correct.
Right.
Okay, go ahead. So you're already alienated from the other Christians over there, right?
Yeah. I actually used to be a young Earth creationist, but I changed my mind.
You got an education, you grew a brain. What happened?
Right. Well,
I'm more interested in that story than I am freaking your. But that's okay.
I was talking to people online, and they see whenever you're a young Earth creationist, you see, well, in my case anyway, you see young Earth creationist scientists, and then you see regular scientists. You don't realize there's a huge difference in the two, not only in numbers but also quality of work.
Oh, I do.
Yeah,
I really.
But whenever
I tell you what, we have those firsthand.
Yeah, when you're a young Earth creationist, though, you don't realize that. You just think. So what I thought was, so there's just these creationists that have an idea of God, and then all these evolutionists over here, they're just trying to get away from the idea of God. And
How
but
many years ago was this, by the way?
probably about 10 years ago.
And was it more of a all of a sudden thing, or was this like gradual, or did you just go fuck it one
No.
of these days? This is like stupid.
No, it took a long time. So like I was just really dumb, and like because the only material I ever read was from creation material.
Do you know any of the? Do you know of any of the creation scientists?
Yeah, I actually had a talk with I forget what his name was. The Polonium Halos. Have you ever heard of
Gentry?
him? Yeah, Gentry. I had an email conversation with him.
Oh,
before.
I would love that, because I have a 2-hour presentation on polonium halos.
Oh, I know all about that.
Oh, do you? Oh, you seen it?
Yeah, no, I used to defend it.
Oh, I thought you'd seen my presentation. I got all excited for.
Oh,
nothing.
no.
See?
Sorry. I actually haven't heard of you until tonight. So.
Oh, that's okay. My mom and dad didn't either until just recently.
Wait, did you hear about me at all?
No.
Wow.
I mean, I only got to know.
It's okay. It's okay. You know what? My ego will get over this.
Yeah,
Not much.
but actually,
I have to remove you now, but that's okay. No, it's okay. No, here, real quick. Let me give you a little background, Joshua. First, okay, some of the bigger names we've talked to engage or tried to talk to many of the creation scientists. In fact, are you familiar with like Jeffrey Tompkins?
Heard of him?
Okay, he's the one that argues against the fusion site for human chromosome 2. Ruhif here. Yeah, Ruhif here actually was the one that actually got him to revoke one of his quote-unquote papers because it was fundamentally wrong. We've actually been trying to get myself, Ruhif, and Tompkins together for quite some time. He agreed to do it, then backed out. We also have talked to Andrew Snellings. We've talked to, oh my God, Mike, what are you doing? Eating your mic? Okay.
I'm so sorry, guys.
That's okay. I've also engaged with Dr. Safadi. I've engaged with Kent Hovind, Eric Hovind, you name it. We've run the gamut on the young Earth creationist side. I'm finding out nowadays that they're less and less willing to engage with us because every time they've had people on, they've gotten their ass handed to them. Paul G. Humber, who's actually edited many of these creationist pamphlets, he got his ass handed to him when he came in. Yeah, we are well familiar with the young Earth. My whole channel is dedicated to debunking Earth creationism. So, well, I shouldn't say it's dedicated anymore. It used to be. I think I've kind of moved past that, but very strongly, we're very much against young Earth creationism. So we do know these scientists very well, and for seeing firsthand the quality of work from an actual scientist like Dr. Hugh Ross, who's visited us many times, as compared to someone like well, even Tompkins, who is a notable scientist, who used to be good at what he did. Then he signed a little agreement saying that he had to basically fudge stuff if anything came, was against the evolutionary model or anything that was against the young Earth creationist model. They call it a statement of faith, or that they have to cite, right?
Can you link that? Because I've heard you say that before, but I actually have never seen it myself. Could you provide a link to that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From which site? There's 3 different ones.
Whichever one. I just never seen it.
Yeah. No answers. Genesis does.
I'm giving the link again for people that want to come in. Sugar, Netflix, Shadow, you guys. Come on, Sugar. We need some boobies in here. We got a lot of male genitalia. So, yes, I am literally calling it eye candy. What do you want?
There's somebody in the external chat named Soccer Count. He's my new favorite person.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Did Steve McQuack leave me for you?
Maybe.
No. Oh, it's a different. Okay, yeah, good. Steve McQuack's still there. I was gonna say, get your own goddamn soccer fans.
Just to
talk while I'm looking this up.
Yeah, just to address the claim that I'm a neutral monist. I've been chatting about what that means, and my theory of mind doesn't include anything weird and hoopy. I think mine is just an emergent natural phenomenon.
And I've included the mission.
Tsunamis are.
No, I don't think what you're posing is weird. It's just one way of looking at it. But I've included the statement of faith that they have from AIG, and they have to sign this. And basically, it literally means that they cannot use any science that goes against their narrative.
Steve, what's your background? Are you in science or?
I'm an ex-porn star.
Really?
No, not really. No.
No,
I wish
no.
so. No. No, I would have been very, very poor. Well, I am very poor. No, my background. I used to be a naval nuclear reactor supervisor for the Navy. I studied reactor plants. I had to train people how to operate them safely and properly. Two types. One was a destroyer class called D2G, and another was a subclass called S1C. And then I got out and I went into retail, and I've been things like a store manager, operations manager, assistant district manager. But I've always loved science, and I've been to college too. I just didn't finish, but I have more than enough college credits for a bachelor's degree.
But back in the nuclear backgrounds, why he's a former prawn star. He used to make giant crawfish with radiation and stuff.
I like my crawfish.
Yeah. Giant radioactive crawfish that attacked Tokyo and stuff.
Yeah, I just have an interest in a lot of different fields. I mean, I had a radio license when I was 13 for like Chris here is electrical engineer. We've talked about that kind of stuff. I had an interest in it for a long time. I was a Radio Shack store manager for 5 years, 6 years. So I've been exposed to a lot of different branches of science and a lot of different things, a lot of variation. So I'm like Jade in a way, not to the degree she is, because she's pedantic to believe she knows everything about everything. But I'm more of a general knowledge kind of person, and I think I understand concepts fairly decently. That's really kind of my background.
You know, when Matt Slick like brags about his library and he like tilts the camera and to show everybody all the books he's collected, I want Jade to do that at least once.
Most of hers are actually electronic.
I know that's the unfortunate bit of it, though.
And most of her time is spent reading journals. She actually apparently is the paid membership on most of the journal sites that she can find. She's scary in that regard.
Well, she's scary in the regard that she actually took the time to like go out and collect all the various sample pages she could of people's books so she could compile her own PDF book.
I'd say it's worse than that. But a few years ago, this was probably, I don't know, 3-4 years ago, there was a reference about Augustine that was made by Dawkins, and she didn't think it was a legitimate quote. So she spent, it was roughly a year and a half going through everything Augustine ever written and everything she could find about Augustine ever written, just to make sure that she was correct in that it wasn't an actual quote.
Is that the one
That's
about
a
the
weird dedication?
The demons being in like the dirt or something?
Probably something like that. I don't
Attacking
know.
children that are
No.
yeah.
By the
That
way,
was Luther.
Sugar. No, I want you in for your mind. Get in here. You can leave your boobs outside. Just get your ass in here. Sugar hasn't joined us for like what, months? Come on, Sugar. We need some sugar. Oh, never mind. Whatever.
Incidentally, are any of the other non-believers in here fans of Augustine? Because I think he was a really smart guy.
I love Augustine.
Augustine's one of the people in the history of the church that I hold up and would pin a fucking medal on in this day and age if I had to, because I think more Christians should listen to him.
Well, I think a lot of Christians would be much better off listening to older.
Was Augustine the guy that came up with natural law theory?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I do like Augustine. Then I always kind of miss.
Is that the same as theological naturalism?
I'd pin a medal on that man if I had to. He's technically considered one of the early fathers of Calvinism too, strangely enough.
Really?
Yeah. Calvin borrowed a lot of things from Augustine.
You know, the problem is that I think the theistic leaders back in the day are a completely different caliber of the theistic leaders they have now. I mean, the theistic leaders now just seem to be very self-indulgent, very money-driven, not really interested in actually furthering anything for knowledge or philosophy. I don't see any of that nowadays.
Well,
like
Augustine
was
men. They were all educated by the church, and they all went to university. It wasn't an easy thing to become a man of the cloth.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
But at the same time, though, you have to remember that for every great thinker within the church, there were also some very weird and wacky shit. Like, I think it was the Pope's. Like, I can't remember which Pope it was, but his personal librarian also wrote a thesis on what happened to Jesus's foreskin, and he concluded that it was the rings of Saturn.
We have
Okay.
worse. Actually, there's a lovely little site called Museum of Hoaxes, museumofhoaxes.com. They actually have the address listed there. The address is also a hoax, but it has this nice article about the holy foreskin of Jesus, and it's based upon the actual true, so to speak, historical hoax.
Well, there are a number of hoaxes with regards to the foreskin Jesus. I think there's actually a saint who was a woman who said Jesus appeared before her and spiritually wed her and gave his spiritual foreskin as her.
No. I'm talking literal hucksters selling for things that they were claiming were the foreskin of Jesus at churches.
Oh, yeah, they sold nails and
22.
shit.
There were 22 of them in circulation at one point.
You don't believe anything, man. I'm telling you. I mean, that's no slight against theists. I'm not putting that anywhere in the category. I'm all fine with theism. I totally get. I have no issue. But when people use theism to try to justify really irrational things like buying foreskins, yeah, that's just batshit.
Well, the notion was that the most holy possible relic there could be would be his foreskin, because when he ascended to heaven, that's the only thing he would have left behind.
You know what?
How's that for some weird logic?
Yeah. But anyways, this is for Joshua. Click the link that I gave you in the group chat there. That's a link to the Great Debate Community Forum, so you can keep track of all the hangouts going on and all the different things in the Great Debate community.
Okay, I'll do
There's
that.
Sugar.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if somebody like, what is his name, Joel Olstein was around back in the days of Luther, I think he would have actually hammered the note into his forehead.
Yeah, he would have been executed. Oh, she's got audio issues. Audio. So Joshua, I mean, you haven't been around the Great Debate community very long. So I literally just saw you in G-Man's hangout just the other day. But was that the first time you've kind of been in these kind of hangouts? Out of curiosity.
No, I've been around. I mean, I've been like the beginning, and mostly I just did YouTube videos. I've been on a couple hangouts, but not so much.
Yeah, but a G-Man hangout on behalf of all of humanity. I apologize for the existence of such things.
Oh, I've been following him for a long time, so I know exactly what he's like.
Okay, is it hate scribing, or is it you don't actually buy it as bullshit, do you?
No.
He's pretty stupid.
I just thought I might join a hangout sometime, so I think that's why I subscribed.
Cool.
Sugar.
Yes.
There you are, my darling.
Hi.
How's life in the big city?
Good, but don't go telling people you want me in here for my brain, because you know I don't have one.
Well, yeah, whatever. It's close enough. Boobs, brain, both start with B.
You downplay my brains or my boobs. I got nothing.
See, her whole self-worth is literally in the size of a 44D cup.
I wish. Yeah, 44.
Oh, yeah.
How
You
are you guys doing?
haven't got it repumped?
No. No.
Whatever.
No reason to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're very useful in snowboarding. They give you extra rotational momentum.
Is that so?
That's true. Yeah.
I would break a hip if I went down
You're
what was
not-
that slope
you're
they
not that
call
age
it?
yet when you're worried about breaking a hip wherever you do.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
I feel like it, but yeah.
I stood up in the bathtub and I broke my hip.
I've fallen and I can't get up. So
Do
how are
you
you?
do you need a life alert?
Oh, yeah, probably. Oh my goodness.
Help me, I'm falling. I can't get up. At my age, it's help me, I've fallen. I can't get it up. That's like whatever.
Oh, that's too bad. There's a pill for that, honey.
I know. Blue, isn't it?
You can tie a few sticks around it and
Do you know that was actually a side effect?
from a blood
Right,
pressure.
Yeah, it's for high blood. Yeah. Oh, you're a nurse. Of course you know that. What the fuck am I asking? Jeez. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't a nurse, but I did work on an ambulance.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
You did nursey shit.
So yeah, I haven't been in a hangout in forever. I hear you guys
Yeah, you
talking.
missed all the good stuff.
I know. Well, I've been getting my brain in order and life in order, but
Did you watch my debate?
I have not watched anybody's anything, unfortunately.
I don't know what to do with you.
No, seriously. I mean, I haven't watched any. Don't take it personally because I've been.
You got to watch the debate. That was like supposed to be the debate of the century.
What date was it on? Well, it was just recently, right?
Yeah, it wasn't very long ago.
I would find it.
What's on General Han Solo's channel?
Who?
General Han Solo.
General Han Solo.
So you won't be able to find it.
No. Is that his real name? I mean, not his given name. I realize that.
That's what it's called. Yeah.
General
Just go to my channel, find the after show, which is hilarious. Fucking a riot.
You know what? I
Funniest
think
thing ever.
I saw part of the after show. It was
Yeah,
funny.
the link to the actual debates on there.
So
Uology's like, sugar, don't watch Mr. ID. Yeah, don't watch the Mr. ID stuff. That's brutal. But yeah, true empiricism, it was, well, you know what? How about we let everybody else who did watch it? Doctor, you saw it. How would you rate True's performance on that?
Oh, he performed? I thought he just bent over and took it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. His performance was grand. I mean, he backed up into it. He was a power bottom on that one. I'm telling you. Wow,
that's cool.
Yeah, I stuck it to him. He got anally raped like you wouldn't believe.
For all intents and purposes, he didn't even show up. He didn't even sound like he gave a shit, which was the weird part.
He did at the beginning, but then it kind of diminished after he was like, "Oh fuck." He had no.
I'm just surprised he keeps putting himself in front of you. I mean, I don't get it.
I don't know. And he was this golden opportunity, right? This was his time to shine. Hey, look at me. I'm true empiricism. I've been saying Steve is a complete moron for all this time, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm going to show you guys. Get in there. He had nothing. Nothing.
It was funny because it's just like he was going on about how, well, Steve didn't really repeat my points. What points?
I don't know.
What the fuck did you? What did you bring up?
No. There was distinctly.
What's that?
Sorry, there was distinctly one point in which he said, but he didn't address my key point, which is, and then he stated a point which he had in no way even alluded to over the entire discussion.
Exactly. Towards the end, he said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've rewatched that debate for the third time now, and I've gone because I'm making a video to explain to True exactly how you would conduct yourself in a formal debate, how you would prepare yourself. Just kind of a general explanation about how formal debates are supposed to go. But so far, I've counted 9 ways in which he has forfeited the debate.
9 ways.
Skylar
Fiction made a video on it too. I mean, that's impressive. If you make Skylar Fiction, you'd be doing good.
I've been featured in 2 Skylar Fiction videos, and I thought they were pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been featured in a Shitty
honor.
for Christ video. She called me a cunt the other day. I don't know, broke my heart.
Sugar, you gotta get jealous. You need to be in a Darwin's Greatest Hits video. That's when you know you made it big time.
Whose greatest hits?
Darwin's Greatest Hits.
He won't talk to me, and I'm going to get really bold and really cocky right now. The guy does not want to deal with me because I take the argument down to its simplistic point, and he just can't go there.
No, Darwin's Greatest Hits, not Darwin's.
You mean Darwin's Deity?
Not Darwin's Deity. Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Oh no, I'll never get on that.
There was I would have got on it once, I think, if it had gone on air, but it was me. It was MK erased it right afterwards, but it was me explaining Gettier problems to Darwin's Deity, and he just wasn't getting it.
He doesn't. You aren't the first person. I have actually talked to him about that on Nadia's channel. We had that came up. He does not understand RTB, JTP. He just literally, his brain shuts down. It's like, dude, do you not understand the problems the simple Gettier, just even a basal one, right? Just the one Gettier uses. Nope, doesn't get it at all. I'm like, where are you getting confused here, man? It's not that freaking complicated.
Have you seen the DD trying to address the Munchausen trilemma?
Yeah. Wait, no, it's not a trilemma to him.
No, his answer was it's the middle one.
It's a single horn. It's the middle one. It's a single horn. That's it. This is one horn. The middle one.
And the middle one being infinitism, in the one that he was specifically linked.
Yeah.
Munchausen's trilemma.
Steve, I gotta give you a little shit though. Debate of the century. How long ago was the Nye-Ham debate?
Who?
Bill Nye and Ken Ham. How long ago?
Oh well, yeah, but they're not in our group. I'm talking about in our.
Okay. Make sure you specify then, or I'll.
Yeah, let's get into perspective.
I don't know. The Max versus Stizor debate was pretty fun to watch.
My favorite one for guilty pleasure is what was his name? Anthony Carson. Yeah, you guys know Carson.
Alexander Carson.
Alexander Carson. Yeah, Alexander Carson versus G-Man on secular morality, and it was the funniest debate ever because they both I love beautiful reality. Okay, I love.
He did not have the objective of winning. He had the objective of seeing how drunk and stoned he could get in a debate and still fare well against G-Man.
And he did because
Oh, but bringing up G-Man, another really good one: Joe Sonseed versus G-Man.
Joe Sonseed versus anybody has been good.
Well, no, it was particularly funny because G-Man asked Joe, "Oh, what are your reasons for being an atheist?" And Joe lists off 5 reasons, 5 positions that he holds, and why he thinks they're compelling. And G-Man there's a brief pause, and you see him staring into the camera, and he goes, "Well, I didn't understand anything you said there, so I'm just going to say that you didn't present anything."
Right, that's convenient.
That's convenient. That is.
He wins every debate, and nobody knows what they're talking about.
You got to admit that's a brilliant tactic. I'm too stupid to understand you, ergo I win.
Well, brilliant. The word brilliant must have a different meaning, but I'm going to give it to you because
I can define the things the way I want.
I know you can.
My hangout.
I know.
Can somebody leak the Alex Carson video? I haven't. I don't think I remember that one. If you link it, I will watch it.
I don't have.
He's not that guy that has that really, really soothing accent, like a Jamaican accent.
No,
that guy? Okay,
he's not Jamaican now. No, he's one of the folks that used to be a shuffle regular. Oh, this might help you remember. He's the one that back when Veckel and G-Man were defending slavery in the Bible, he was the lovely black gentleman that was nice enough to step forward for the rest of us to say that they were being house niggers.
Okay.
And then he got lambasted for it. And it's like, dude, he's quoting Malcolm X. What the fuck, dude? Context.
Yeah,
There's
I know.
no other term in the English language that has that same meaning.
Yeah, no, I definitely know this Malcolm X thing. Hey, Fatalo Blue is in her life feed too. I took her virginity the other day. I don't want anybody to know that.
Hang on, virginity.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't take yours. You've been around so much, Sugar. There's no way I could have taken your virginity.
I grew mine back. It's been so long.
You've been passed around. And
no, that is a dirty freaking lie that people like to tell. I'm going on. I'm in my 2nd year of being celibate.
No, I'm talking about your hangout, not your actual.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Is that too much?
But thank you for going there.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I know. I almost was going to have a hangout tonight. I just felt like I'm going to just have a hangout and just see what the hell happens. But I didn't.
I always like you coming around.
Well, I'm back here now. I'm back in the States now, and I'm going to stay home for a little while, so I won't be.
Catch up.
Yeah, I'm going to go out for another little travel in May, and just for a few weeks I'm going to go do some fun stuff, and then I'm going to stay home for a little while longer, I think.
Well, I mean, you gotta listen to my stuff, though. I mean,
I know I have a lot of catching up to do.
You do, because I've had some awesome guests on. I had Mary Schweitzer on.
I know. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm missing it all.
You are.
I know.
I'm trying to include you.
I appreciate it. I really do. People are forgetting about the sugar. Nobody cares about the sugar anymore.
We moved on to NutraSweet.
I know. That's good. Sugar will kill you anyways.
Got that.
Yeah, I'm not big. You know what's true? I'm not a big sugar fan. I'm not lying. I do prefer artificial sweeteners, and I know it's horrible for you, but they taste better to me. I don't really like real sugar.
All right, enough of this.
I'm diabetic. I prefer life.
You know what? None of this bad sugar talk. I'm over it. All right, move on.
Fructose. You're more like a simple sugar. You know. Yeah.
No. There's nothing simple about me.
You're glucose or
I'm
something.
complicated, clumsy.
Not complex sugar.
Complex carbohydrates. I'm a complex carbohydrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, catch up on a lot of stuff. It's been some really good hangouts. We had one with Matt Slick that was really good.
No, I can tell you right now, I will not watch that one. I will give that man no time. 0. He was one of the first people I saw when I got here. And it's like, you remember that part in Young Frankenstein when every time they mentioned Cloris Leachman's character, the horse would rear, the lightning would strike,
yes.
The first time I heard him, it was like a chill went up my spine. I went, oh, there's something wrong there. And I didn't know anything at that point. I mean, I didn't even understand where I was. I didn't even understand that I was in this great debate community because it was just an accident that I stumbled upon these beautiful people.
You will always be part of the great debate community.
Oh, I am. I'm firmly part of it.
I don't know, man. I think the most fun I've ever had dealing with Matt Slick and in a debate of sorts, and it wasn't really a debate. All we did was it was one of Drag's hangouts, and we just stuck one of his videos in there, and we're countering it. And they had me come in with my little green screen to put a giant gherkin in front of his face. So it looked like he was licking the gherkin while he was talking. It was kind of fun.
Oh, that's funny. You know what? I actually think I saw a clip of that. That looks familiar, or sounds familiar. When I first got here, G-Man was real big, and so was Matt. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember his last name.
Something Wingnut?
No. It was the Scottish guy.
Matt? Scotsman Matt.
Yeah. Those two were like on the hot seat at the time, and I had heard about them, but I hadn't actually heard them. So they got really built up. Matt Bell, thank you. Matt Bell and G-Man. And then I remember going into a hangout, and I was in Matt Bell's hangout. And I thought, while at that time he was, just talking rings around anybody, he was obnoxious. And I just was kind of laughing. And then I thought, oh, this G-Man's got to be good. And then I saw G-Man, and I remember looking behind me as I'm sitting in my room going, are these guys for real? This guy's a character. I mean, I thought he was a Poe for so long.
No.
They was all built up, but you know what? Now I see the value in him. I don't know. He's an amazing.
Milk the lulls cow.
Yeah. There's blood in the water, people.
Oh God, I'm telling you, girl, they've said so many idiotic, stupid things, and it's been getting worse. I think.
Yeah.
You know, Ronnie won dumb fuck of the year, right?
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah. Well, couldn't go to a nice
been
person.
Progressively worse since then.
Yeah.
Then we have Ronnie 2.0, who's relatively new. This guy named Kevin G, who's just recently come on the scene, who's just as idiotically, moronically uneducated as Ronnie, but sounds more coherent at least, but still gets everything wrong.
Yeah, all I know is every time the G-Man's name comes up, I have to turn off my camera because I'm afraid somebody will see the drama llama masturbating in the background somewhere.
Drama llama.
Damn puppet.
I was hanging out. I was trolling Tom Rabbit for a while, and he blocked me one day.
Yeah, he's not even running Hangouts anymore. I haven't seen a Hangout from him in ages.
He was just a few weeks ago, like last month.
Well, yeah, that's
just today. They did
around here. That's ages.
Tinder with Dionysus.
Yeah, they do the Tinder with Dionysus and stuff. Yeah, I love to screw with them.
Really?
Yeah, I openly screw with them, and I make no bones about it. I go straight into troll mode, and I just want to hate on them as much as possible. So,
why am I not getting his notifications when he's anymore?
I don't know.
Let's play Tinder with Dionysus. 23 hours ago.
You know, it's really funny.
Wait. It's like watching stage one of like a horror movie where you're watching a serial rapist be born.
One sec. Yeah, the last one beside that was 4 weeks ago. So like I said, it's been a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 4 weeks ago, let's play Tinder with Dionysus, and then they had a let's play with them 22 hours ago.
Yeah.
That's a little disturbing, though.
Well,
I watched a little bit of, or I should say, listened to about, I think, 5 minutes of that before I'm like, yeah, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
Because I'll have to, in some ways, agree that it's kind of like watching a horror flick, but not so much like the birth of a serial killer or something like that. More along the lines of setting up all the characters that you're going to cheer when they die later.
Yeah. Well, it depends on who's in there. Sometimes it gets really, really spooky, because you start seeing them like kind of like sharks swimming around somebody, and if that person isn't really aware of the manipulation tactics and the verbal bullshit that these guys throw out, and it's just really clear that they are just all sick. But that's just
cute.
my
I would swipe left for her.
Oh, Tinder.
Yeah, but not any of the other ones. No,
Tinder's just all about getting laid.
I have never been on
fun.
Tinder.
You just swipe right on everybody and just wait.
I did go on it one time and tried, and it was not a success at all. I was, but I wasn't ready to date at that time anyway, so I don't think I was.
Why would you swipe right
on
everybody?
You don't have to be like actually seriously looking for someone to date or someone to hook up with. You just swipe right on everybody, wait, and then watch your confidence in humanity just dwindle away.
Well, I started getting trolled. I started getting trolled.
You get a lot of filth.
Yeah, on dating accounts, and I don't know how that's
like
possible.
What? I mean, like, what do you mean? Like people just sending you like?
Oh, it's funny. All of a sudden, everybody around me was British. It was just really strange. Like one day I'd get on a site, and then there'd be another one there, and then all of a sudden there's just a ton of British people, and it just was clearly people with one picture, and it just was a real. But I found out who it was. So people don't keep things secret enough around here. So I kept my profile. You'll see my profile up on some things, but I never go on them anymore. Because it's just like,
I have no. Yeah, I don't do the whole Tinder thing.
It's so funny.
Yeah, not my thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to actually leave the house. No, I do leave the house now.
and I like to thank all the people watching for Steve McQuack. Yes, Steve McQuack, by the way, is in live feed. People do watch for him. He's our favorite troll. He's like our mellow mascot.
I saw that.
Yes, Steve, you are our favorite troll.
I'm jealous.
He's not my Sokka
is Steve McRae.
What happened to Sokka? Speaking of,
he had to go, but he was having communication issues.
Steve McQuack.
Yeah. Well, see, Ronnie thinks that everybody in my live feed and everybody that goes to his live feed is me. Seriously. Yeah, he literally thinks I have like 100 soccer accounts and shit like that.
Nice.
He's really gone off the deep end.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gone off the deep end. I just think that he just says whatever the hell pops into his head, and then he just tries to defend.
Yeah, he's paddled further down that towards the deep end. Paddling.
Yeah, that's good.
What did he say the other day? That was now the whole dissolve degrade saga, right? Now it's dissolve and degrade. Of course they mean different things, but they actually mean the same thing.
That just amazes me that you guys are still on that subject. I cannot believe he's willing to die on that hill.
It'll never die.
That's crazy.
It'll never die. Yeah, come on. That's just comedy gold.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll tell you what happened, Snigger. There's a guy in our community, Troglodyte Jr., I think his name is.
Trog Jr.
Yeah, he actually posted to the Great Debate Forum, or one of the forums said that he was kidding with one of his coworkers and said, well, do you know that DNA dissolves and degrades in water? And one of his other coworkers overheard. He's like, you're not talking about that dipshit true empiricism on YouTube, are you?
Oh.
he's like, yeah, you know about him? He's like, yeah. He's like, that idiot thinks that DNA degrades in water. And he's like, oh, so you know such and such. He's like, yeah, I watch those guys. I'm like, holy shit, man, we're being watched by people we have no idea who the fuck they are, right?
That's cool. Very cool.
Either that or you just accidentally drop somebody. But
yeah, possible. Well, we do get a lot of people that do watch it on LinkedIn. You got to remember, we have 44 people watching like right now and only like 7 in the live feed. So there's probably a handful of people that have never joined us before, or even in the live feed that still listen.
Oh,
that's how Hannah came around. That's how what's her name? Rihanna. She came around, but she's not around much anymore. But
I don't know why people don't want to participate in the actual hangouts. Why they just feel kind of content just sitting in the live chat.
But Taylor Blue, she finally did the other day. First time she's ever been in a hangout was the other day. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd like to take a poll though of who actually watches who's never been in a hangout before, or in the live feed.
Yeah, you'd have to figure a lot of people would be.
Wait a minute. Do you want to do a poll of people that have never been in the live feed and you think they're going to answer? What?
Well, I don't know how we'd go about doing it, but
not the live feed. Just who hasn't been in a hangout before is kind of like the more interesting.
Well, I would say the live feed too, because I mean, I want to see a name like I've never seen before, and go, God. This
Okay. Who out in the live feed is refusing to state that they're watching?
Yeah, there you go.
See, look at all those people. Holy crap! There's a lot of people not answering, man.
Yeah.
That's good.
I like popping cherries. What do you want?
Who doesn't?
I know.
That's why I used to invite people to Rocky Horror.
There you go.
Let's do the time warp again. Yeah, Mac said I wants to hang out with King Crocoduck. King Crocoduck will be back with us soon. I just asked him the other day. As soon as you find some free time, come back and join us because he's been on my channel numerous times.
These names, Crocoduck.
You know King Crocoduck. King Crocoduck is awesome.
I'm sorry, I am not familiar with this. Is he a friend of General Han Solo's?
Actually, I'm pretty sure the sugar came along after the cock went on hiatus.
Oh, yeah.
King Crocoduck had the Crocoduck of the Year award where he
was called the cock.
Yeah.
No, it was called the Golden Crocoduck.
No, it started off as the cock.
I thought the cock was JD's.
No, it was the cock, and it was a spelling with a bunch of Q's and what have you. It was named initially named the first person that got it. Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, the cock.
And then it later got
prior
renamed.
to that. It was the what the hell was his name? Storm something Commander.
I don't remember that one.
But they don't do it anymore. It sucks. But we still have the dumb fuck of the year from Ronnie. So hearing that
and C Brown for this year.
Yeah, Red still keeps that dumb fuck of the year going, so that's good.
Now, the whole idea of the cock was that you kind of have fun, and it was for people that didn't accept correction and were deliberately ignorant. But if somebody basically admitted that they were wrong about something, they were no longer eligible. But a bunch of people were insisting that he give it to somebody that technically wasn't eligible because they'd put a retraction out there, and he was like, "Okay, fuck y'all, I'm going to stop doing it."
Yeah, you can't give it to somebody.
Wasn't the cock about somebody who arrogantly asked a question in the anticipation that there wasn't an answer for it, even though there was a very trivial answer?
I think there was more to it than that. It went on for years.
Yeah, the point is you can't give an award.
You
can't give an award to somebody who's admitted they're wrong. But the CCP and Ronnie, they don't admit they're dense. But I think you're right. The front runner this year is C Brown.
Since when? I'm sorry. Since when do we have rules here on the internet? Are you guys getting soft or what?
No, we have rules. Come on. I mean,
if you're going to be doing an award for something, you need some kind of bylaws.
Shadow's a heathen, but other than Shadow. Yeah, I mean, we have.
I mean, the voting system is completely fucked, but.
Well, the voting system is pretty simple. Do anything to get votes.
Yeah, you can make as many sock accounts as you want.
Which I didn't, but I could have.
Yeah.
And I would have, but I didn't need to.
Really, it was Live Mad who kind of assured Ronnie's victory.
But that's what Ronnie. I think that's what hurts him the most is that I didn't even have to create socks. People hated him that much that they're like, "Yeah, let's give him dumb fuck of the year."
Oh, I think what hurted him the most was he was up against flat earthers.
Oh, and oh my god.
Yeah,
that's got to sting.
That's
got to sting.
So
wait a minute.
I almost undermined you by making sure somebody else won, but I changed my mind because I decided I couldn't afford it.
Thank you. I just realized something. I literally debated the dumb fuck of the year. Oh my god, have I stooped to this level?
Yes.
Yeah, I was hoping you weren't going to figure that out.
You know what? I'm glad you guys were trying to shelter me from that realization, but now that I've realized it, my will to live has diminished exponentially.
Well, you're still pretty. I mean,
yeah, okay, well, that's a good point.
Yeah, you still got your looks.
I got great hair now. My
Thank
hair
God
is like
you have your looks, because otherwise
my hair has been growing out long, and I can slick it back, and I let I shave my beard off, but my goatee is just long, and it's something you can grab onto and just lead me around with, and it's nice.
You're trying to bring yourself out of realizing that you just debated the dumb fuck of the year by talking about your hair. While at the same time, Ronnie has far better hair than you do.
So wait a minute. So he's got better hair than me, and he's got an award, and I don't have either.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but you're dead sexy. Come on now. Can't take that away from you. You'll never take Steve sexy.
Take my sex away. Blue's asking Steve, did you and Ronnie ever get it on? Well, that's kind of a personal question.
Define get it on.
Well, I mean,
Ronnie was
me plowing into him as he kind of reared back. I don't know if that really qualifies.
An accidental fucking.
Well, no, this was not even accidental. I would say this was quite purposeful. You know, it's funny.
I'm surprised that nobody has made the meme yet of an animal bending over with Ronnie's face imposed on it. In the animal kingdom, this is presenting.
Oh, you know what? You know what? I find the one with the two cows. The cow that's underneath the fence. Somebody do that. I better in Photoshop. Find the one that the cow is underneath the fence, and it says something like you thought your day couldn't get any worse, and the cow comes up in back of him, back of the female cow.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, but I gave him every consideration. I let him pick the channel. I let him pick the moderator. I let him pick the topic. I let him pick the day. I mean, it was like, okay, Ronnie, I want to give you every chance to kick my ass, seriously. And I even said, here we go. Remember this, guys. I predicted. I said, I'm going to give him everything possible for him to set him up for success, except for one linchpin thing. I'm going to do the Ned thing, the negation of P. And all he has to do is just basically, demonstrate that his model is better than mine. Well, we all know what happened. So he didn't even have a model.
What are you talking about? He had cause and effect.
Shit. But I think it was funny because, like I said, I went out of my way to make sure that he had every advantage. And I even said I want him to have every advantage because when I kick his ass, I want to make sure that he knows he got a thorough ass beaten because I don't want him to come back and say, oh, well, this, and this. And if you notice, everything he complained about was directed mostly toward General, not to me, which was still bullshit, But He had to fabricate shit to go, oh, Steve didn't present anything. Are you motherfucking serious? Are you, I mean, what planet are you living on? But Sugar, will you watch it for me?
You know I will.
Oh, you
I watched the last one that you asked me to watch. I commented on
that was porn.
Everything. That was that what that was?
Yeah, that's Pornhub.
Oh, I've been doing sex wrong.
Does it remind you of anything? Well, yeah,
no.
that was.
Is that wow? I've really now I know I've been married so many times. Wasn't getting that right at all.
Live and learn.
And just like that, Steve's video has been demonetized.
Right.
Yeah, you know what? I've already talking to them. They don't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh, give me a break. When I quoted Carson earlier, it was probably demonetized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they have no idea what's going on with demonetization.
Yeah, it's monetized. All my stuff's monetized, but I'm asking them, look at, because they said, we didn't notice the dip on March 16th. I'm like, really? Here's the analytics. Look at, okay, here's 50, 60, 80, 20. Oh, wait, here's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay,
there's somebody that did a video kind of on this topic recently that's kind of on the periphery of our community, even though she has more subs than pretty much any of us little fuckers. Jacqueline Glenn, who I know is almost like a name that people go, whenever they hear it.
I like Jacqueline Glenn. I can't get a hold of her. I invited her to join us.
According to her, recently TJ went to change the idea of his channel or something along these lines, and when he went to change it back, it told him that atheist was not appropriate and was a violation of the community guidelines.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Well, yeah, there's a ton of videos by some of the YouTubers, and now YouTube is getting more and more people to deal with those who challenge their demonetization, because in the beginning they just were not watching it enough, and so they were just kind of haphazardly doing it. But I think a bigger concern is that we are once again caving in to advertisers who want to tell us what kind of world we're supposed to live in, and the world they want to tell that we want to live in is only one that's hate, separatism, some idealistic goal that nobody can reach. It's just ridiculous. I don't know why.
I've been told that LGBTQ is also on the list of things that are
everything's on the list.
Yeah. And I even changed my keyword. I put in puppies, cat, pussy. Oh wait,
you're fucked on the pussy. Oh wait,
there you go.
You wish you were fucked on the pussy.
Hey, but if anybody get a hold of Jacqueline Glenn, let me know. I would love to have her as a guest, but
good luck getting her to answer. Try her on Twitter, man.
I did fire one
active on Twitter. Did you try that?
Yeah, I did
Twitter
fire.
and Snapchat.
I did fire something off with her on Twitter.
Instagram.
I mean, she does do these things. I mean, I don't think she's ever got any of my messages. That's why I don't think she's ever respond.
Never seen her. Okay, no, I take that back. Just recently, I've seen her do one live thing.
Huh.
No, I think if she knew about my channel, I think she would do it.
There's a chick called Roaming Millennial. Do you ever watch Roaming Millennial?
No.
She's awesome. She is awesome. She gives me hope for the world with women.
I know Sarah.
She's cute as hell too. You got to watch her.
Well, that works.
Roaming Millennium.
Shadow, why don't you think she would do it?
She's very much the proverbial social networking goddess. We'll just put it that way. And this isn't speaking about looks or this and that. It's speaking more so about the kind of circle she travels in.
It's lost a lot of popularity, so.
But it's not so much about
her level.
It's not about popularity or levels or any of this kind of stuff. I think it's more so that, she's used to hanging around with these people that have all these views and what have you. And I might be misreading it completely, but I kind of have the impression that she really limits her circle to a certain, we'll just say, age demographic.
You might be right.
I think it's more so age demographic than anything else in terms of people she associates with.
But it's kind of funny since I haven't had some pretty good names that I would think that people would want to be listed under the list of notable people. I mean, if you had your name is listed under people like Hugh Ross and PZ Myers and Aaron Raw, Sugar Rhodes.
I'm sorry.
So I'll make a video. I mean, I'll have you as a separate interview one of these days. Sugar Rhodes joins the Great Debate community. I'll get one viewer.
Oh no, nobody's going to care.
That'll be me. I just have to watch the live feed. that won't be anybody in there.
Yeah, I made a response to Shani's video, and I just cannot edit enough to get it together. I'm trying and trying. And
what is her deal with you?
Huh?
What is this? What is this cat scratch thing going on with you guys?
Honey, I've never even talked to the woman. I made a comment. I forwarded a meme that offended her, and it had nothing to do with her. Her name wasn't on it. Nothing. And so she just made this 12-minute video about how cunty I am and how dare I, and I am responsible for all of the world's ills.
Starving children in Africa, blame sugar.
Yeah, you know what? Funny that you say that, because that's basically what it was. The meme was on, and
That's gonna be the new hashtag starting tonight.
I think
hashtag blame sugar.
I think if you wanted to. Thinking about it a little bit more, I think if you wanted somebody like Jacqueline Glenn to get on your channel at some point, you'd have to do something like reschedule PZ Myers and let her know you're having on PZ Myers, invite her to join and to simulcast.
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
That she might sign on for.
Yeah, I wouldn't have an issue with that, or with Aaron Raw or any of them, probably.
Aaron Raw wouldn't be enough for, because he's not within the right age demographic.
What? PZ Myers is? She wants old white guys.
No, PZ Myers. It's not a matter of. It's a matter of name recognition. He's a huge enough name that it doesn't matter whether you're in our.
I thought it was an age demographic. I was like, oh, she likes old white guys with white beards.
No. Aaron would not have to be.
You were getting Steve excited there for a second.
No shit. Getting white chicks into older guys. God, you just made my night.
Aaron doesn't have the name recognition outside of things like YouTube. He just really doesn't at this point.
He was on somebody's show. What's his name? Canadian dude. Canadian. See, I'm forgetting everything. I don't even remember anybody's name. It's a Canadian guy that works for the university. Smart guy.
Which university?
I don't know, man.
I understand Canada has more than one of those.
They have
Is that so? Boy, I have been around a long time.
Hey, sure. You know what? You would actually make a great co-host for a podcast type thing.
I'm telling you, I
really
just
would.
ordered the equipment. As a matter of fact,
Are you gonna do a podcast?
I'm gonna try.
Oh my god! See, you would be awesome.
I'm gonna try. We'll see. We'll see what we can get together. I really.
You have me as a guest?
Well, yeah, but you're gonna have to talk about things that I talk about, and unless you know about, I don't know, douching, K-pop, whatever.
You know what? I'll learn.
He knows a lot about porn.
Yeah. See, I know nothing about porn. Obviously, I was getting
especially midget, Jello wrestling, these
little
kind
people.
of things.
People of small stature. Come on, get with it.
I'm trying to remember. Is it about a 40-degree angle? Never mind.
When you're tossing through the air, I don't think they really care what they're called.
I had a friend that in high school.
Steve show. Yeah, there you go.
We were actually I had a friend from all the way from 3rd grade, and then when we got into high school, she was a little person, and she used to date this guy that was about I don't know 6'4", something like that. So they used to call her SBJ, which stood for standing blowjob, and just was not a nice.
We can call the SS show, but that might have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the SS white people show.
Oh no.
I know. Problem.
That's not going to work.
Not going to work.
There's a biker gang actually around where I live, and they decided to call themselves the Saints and Sinners. And one of the guys I used to work with, and I was like, it's a First Nations biker gang, and I was talking to one of the guys like, do you not see anything like bad or ironic about a bunch of brown guys calling themselves the SS?
Did you just say Nazi? Not see any?
Yes, he did. Do you not see?
I heard it.
Nazi.
I thought you did that on purpose. Brilliant.
No, that would have been clever.
Yeah. Clever. Hey, I went to Mexico City a couple weeks ago. They wouldn't let me out. No lie. No lie. They would not.
Well, you do speak Spanish, but your Spanish is horrible.
Were you one of those people shouting, build that wall?
No, not at all. And as a matter
of... 2 pesos más por mi culo, 2 pesos más por mi culo?
No.
Get him out of here. Deport him.
I was so pissed. I mean, at one point, I'm like, I'm not paying to get out of your damn country. I don't care what you do. I had it. So I even had to call the American consulate.
Really thought you were Mexican, even though you had a passport, or what?
No, that wasn't it at all. And it was, and they didn't ask to search my bags, so it wasn't about that. Just about that they're pissed. When I got back to the U.S. and I spoke to customs, they said, "Yeah, we are hearing a lot of that because they're pissed about Trump." So they're just fucking with whoever just doesn't, whoever they think they can, pull one over on. I'd never been to Mexico before.
What did they do to you?
Well, they kept losing forms. I needed a form. They needed this form. When you go to Mexico and you have to, and you get your little immigration form, there's a little receipt at the end that they give you, and then you have to bring it back.
I don't remember those days. Last time I went to Mexico, I just showed them my ID, went across, came across one way. It was like walking over a bridge. You're done. That's it.
So I travel around the world all the time. So I've been to almost every airport, and nobody, anytime you go through immigrations, I don't think anywhere I've ever been, nowhere I've ever been, is there another form that you have to keep. But Mexico pretty much decided that they know that most people aren't going to read, can't read, or whatever. And I won't read. Exactly. It's on the back in very small writing of this very small form. It's not listed anywhere, and it's not a normal practice for going through immigration in any other country. So it's it's like you don't know what you don't know. So when I got there, I was really tired because of course I was in Seoul, South Korea at the time, and I went all the way to Mexico, and I'd missed a flight and blah, blah, blah. So I was really tired by the time I got there. I don't even remember keeping this little form. So when I finally left, I didn't have the form. They go, "Where's your form, senora?" And I said, I turned that form in. They said, no, you must have the form. Well, at the time, they didn't tell me. It was just the little receipt at the bottom, so I didn't even know that. Anyways, caused a big stink. I got upset. Then they sent me to immigration, where they gave me another form and sent me someplace else. And then another form was conveniently missing, and that just kept happening. And I just was like, it's killing me. And
so even the other countries fuck with you.
It was just one time.
So out of curiosity, what was your final form? Never mind. Anime joke.
Cute. Yeah. I was quite pissed. And even up until the last minute, I got onto another flight. Finally, it was like 40 hours later, I'd been in the airport. And they got a standby flight. I got the last seat on there. And as I'm walking up to give him my ticket, he goes, "Senor, where's your form for my bags?" Because I had my bags wrapped. And this is another thing only Mexico does. They offer a service where they'll wrap your bags in cellophane and put a sticky on it, and you have a receipt that goes with it, which says there's huge crime in the baggage handling department in Mexico. I thought, there's a reason they do that. I think I'm going to, wrap my bags. They tried to get those from me too. I said, no, these stay with me. No, you have to check that. I said, nah, I really don't have to. So.
It could be worse. They're trying to apparently export the southern border of Texas.
Yeah. Right. Well, they can have Texas as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, fuck that. I live in Texas.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, this always happens. I don't like your state, but the people in it everybody I meet from Texas is really nice. How is that?
I live around DFW, where people are actually somewhat liberal. Not quite as much as Austin, but the more north you go in Texas, the less intolerable it becomes.
Right.
I just think it's funny that the fucking Trump voters are the ones losing their land.
Yeah. Isn't that funny?
We're going to build a wall and give your land to Mexico. Great.
Yeah, they ain't happy at all. So I'm going to have T-shirts made for anybody who wants to go to Mexico. I didn't vote for him.
Yeah.
Have it written in both English and Spanish. But I'll never go back there again. And they wouldn't even strip search me. Damn it.
They've ruined Mexico for you.
Yeah.
So, I just popped over. I was just curious. I was listening to you, but I saw something going on that I wanted to check out. It came up in my feed. Flat Earth Chill Talk.
What? It's not possible.
No, it's a bunch of flat earthers all basically they're
sitting around smoking whatever the fuck it was that made them think it was flat to begin with.
Oh, they're all high as fuck. They are all high as fuck. This guy looks like he's stoned off his ass. They're all kicking people out of the live feed who disagree with them, stroking each other, saying, "Oh yes, the Earth is flat. We're so smart. Earth is flat."
Huh.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. This guy's literally going, "I didn't know there's other people that felt like me because I know the Earth is flat, and you guys are so fresh air." And I'm like, well, okay, whatever.
Yeah. Anton basketball.
They sound like they're high. They're like literally high as fuck. I'm not exaggerating.
Yep, that's what happens when you don't breastfeed.
Damn it. Well, I can't. I don't lactate.
Well,
I disagree. I think it might be what happens when you breastfeed too fucking long.
Could be.
If you don't take them off the tit until they're after 5, you might get a problem there. Yeah.
You're right. Something about that.
So 23 and you're still being breastfed?
Steve.
Might be a problem?
I don't know. It depends on the guy, really.
And then they try to get it passed off as, one of these people is like, I don't know if I'm flat earth. I'm just a globe skepticist. You're a fucking moron. Shut up.
Yeah.
I'm done. I just can't even take that shit over there.
I hear blowjobs don't exist.
Oh, I don't think any of these people ever had a blowjob. I'm sitting there. These guys are so high. No wonder they think the earth is flat. They don't know what fucking planet they're on.
See, it's a female fault. You give more men more oral sex, the world would be better. Really.
Well, I kind of agree with that. Yeah,
you have
sure.
to agree with that. It's the law.
I'm not the giver and I'm the receiver. I'm not adamantly against that idea.
Well, I mean, you're assuming homosexuality. That's a bad thing, but I mean,
Well, I wouldn't want it from a guy, but I mean, if I had a choice, obviously to receive. No, wait,
hang on a second.
Yeah, but
hang on one second. I'm going to comment to the folks external. The whole PZ Myers comment was just a plot of a way to potentially get Jacqueline Glenn in the room, and once you get her in once, then you might be able to a second time. That's the whole point. It's not about Myers. It's about luring her in.
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't agree with Myers on a lot of things either.
Oh, look. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me acknowledge. Hi, baby. Look who's here. She cannot stay away from me. God, she loves me. I miss you so much. Oh, God, I love you.
What are we talking about?
I love you too, sugar.
Oh, look at my biggest fan is in the outside chat. She loves me so much.
Well, she's always around. I mean, she's actually one of my moderators.
Hi, baby.
Oh, Annabelle?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I didn't know who the hell you were talking to. I'm like, who the what?
All right, children, behave.
Isn't that lovely? Look at the way she talks about me. Oh, it's been so long. Yeah.
God, you guys,
5
minutes. You're already like starting shit.
You know what? I didn't even know she was in the outside chat. I'm sitting here talking, and there she is. It's her, man. It's not me. I don't give a damn. Don't give a damn.
Yeah, but you're the one that sounds like you're masturbating. Anyway.
Me?
It does a little bit.
Me?
Yeah, just a little, yeah.
I'm sitting and damn,
yeah,
I can hear
okay.
that. Huh?
It was the noises.
I'm just sitting here with my hands between
she
my.
loves me. Shit. I can't help it. I love blondes.
I do too, actually.
Yeah, I love her too.
And redheads.
She just won't admit that we're a thing. That's just unfortunate.
Hey, you know what? I swear to God, if you guys ever did have sex together, it would be like just a huge grudge fuck. I mean, it would be something that would like you would be paid mega bucks for, I'm sure.
I can only dream.
Yeah.
Chapter 27.
Only dream.
Never mind.
Rule number 34.
Yeah, and darling, I turned off the live chat, so you can just type for everybody else because I'm not going to read it.
I have to stop that. It's not 27 anymore. I had to re-sequence the fucking chapters. Damn it. Like 19 now, I think.
So I was trying to get Kevin in here, but for some reason he popped in and then, well, he didn't pop in the hangout. He popped in the outside chat and then kind of left. But I always give people a chance to defend themselves. But if anybody wants to get a hold of Kevin before I take this off air, I want to give him one last chance to defend what he was saying in Antonio's room because he was saying some really stupid shit.
Who's Kevin?
Kevin G.
Kevin
apparently?
G. He is Ronnie 2.0.
Oh, that Kevin. Okay.
Yeah, he basically is running the I know about science and I'm smart when he doesn't, and he makes a lot of fundamental errors, and people listen to him going, no, that's just wrong, and yep, that's wrong. But he knows the lingo a lot better than Ronnie, but he still doesn't understand a lot of concepts, and he's just I don't know. Like I said, Ronnie 2.0.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, he's jargon. Ecology points out he jargon bombs a lot, and it's like remember, guys noticed when I had said before that most people when they talk about nucleotides they say A, T, G, and C, right? You don't sit there and read them all off, but he'll not only read them all off, he'll also name off all the parts of the cell in every hangout, the Golgi apparatus, and the mitochondria, and of course the smooth
he's a term dropper.
Smooth, but sugar, the smooth endoplasmic reticulum. It's like what the fuck did that have to do with anything? He's just throwing out these jargon bombs like he has to demonstrate that he knows the basic constructs of a cell. Yeah, well, we all know the basic construct of a cell. I mean,
He's trying to get some street cred from you. Think of it as a compliment.
Well, the CCP don't get it because they don't know what the fuck a Golgi apparatus is, or they don't even know what the fuck mitochondrial matrix is, right? They have no idea. They hear Ronnie talk about the shit like ATP synthase all the time, but you ask them, what does ATP synthase do? Oh, I don't know. Okay, great.
Well, here's the thing: does he string a bunch of jargon bomb words together that don't go together, that don't form a complete sentence or have a coherent thought behind them?
Not as bad, but
okay.
He still says a lot of stupid shit.
So Ronnie-ish 2.0 at least.
Yeah. I mean, like he was talking about Lenski's 20-year E. coli experiment, and I don't think he fundamentally understood what the experiment was for, because he's just, one of those idiots who go, oh, well, I didn't see a morphological change. There's still bacteria. Oh, God. That's as cringeworthy as I found out when Ozzy said, when he admitted, well, back in the day when I was a younger creationist, I used to ask, if we're all apes, why are there still apes? You could tell Drag was just crying. He was like, no, Ozzy, no.
Well, if a person's born with an extra arm growing out of their forehead and a leg growing where their dick belongs, that's not a morphological change. You're still human. What?
You're still human? I don't even know what to say to these people. They just have so fundamentally flawed views on how this stuff's supposed to work.
I know.
Just ask them how they account for the uniformity of nature.
That's the default. If you're not sure what's going on in the conversation, just throw that out there. Yeah, but how does that relate to the uniformity of nature? Oh, that's a good question. Let's talk about that. So do that, Sugar. If you don't know what the hell's going on, if you don't want to talk about ATP synthase or something, just go, yeah, but how does that relate to the uniformity of nature? And all of a sudden, everybody's going to be like, yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah.
Well, it actually is a more meaningful question for a theist who believes that miracles happen and that God actually intervenes.
Doesn't that destroy the uniformity of nature?
Yes, it does. Not according to DD, though, because he has his own little private definition of it.
Darwin is an idiot. I've come a long way in my philosophy understanding. I've had.
I remember the good old days when you absolutely hated it.
Hated it. I wasn't a scientist. I never fell into scientism, but I was definitely on that cusp.
No, you're like everyone else I meet in day-to-day life.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, what are you going to school for? Philosophy, and everyone just kind of rolls their eyes.
Yeah. I actually went to most of my undergrad studies were philosophy, and then I changed to general studies at the last minute because I wanted to get employed at some point in my life.
Funny how that happens.
These are honest about it, right?
I believe the most common statement made to somebody that has their master's in philosophy is, "I'd like the caramel venti mocha."
Half cap, double.
Yeah.
That made with soy.
But Doctor, would you admit that I've come a long fucking way in my philosophical understanding?
A very long way.
Because I've actually read shit, that I've actually gone my way to go Google books and read. Yeah, so I mean, I've actually actively taken an approach where, I mean, I want to understand what these people are talking about. Now, granted, there's a lot of stuff that they will get into that's very high level, but I wanted to have a cursory understanding, an intro level of philosophy, maybe first year. And I think I've reached that. I think I could take a first level philosophy course in ACES right now. I really do.
I'm going to start a GoFundMe for you so that you can attend a intro to philosophy.
It's not that. I can get it for free. I mean, they'll pay for it.
I guess, yeah, you linked to the Harvard intro courses, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I can get free
degree seeking. Just audit a course, man.
Yeah, but it's transportation, it's other things. But no, I would take a biology course first. I know I would ace another biology course, right? I mean, shit, come on, really? I mean, I don't even remember when I got in college biology. I think I know I didn't get an A because of attendance, but I think I got a B.
I'm still worried by that statement you made a while back that you don't think color is real. Does that extend to all qualia, Steve?
Yeah, that is. Well, that's the thing. Color is a interpretation of your brain is actually.
It's a wavelength of light that your brain, and it's how your brain interprets it.
We defined it as a wavelength, right? We can quantify as a wavelength, but the qualia is something that exists just in our brain. So the color blue does not exist independently of our mind.
How do you explain e-crew?
Hang on. Wait.
Qualia. I'm not the only one that thinks that way. Hogtie is totally agrees with me on that.
Actually, I agree with him. I was talking about Hogtie.
Well, hang on for a second, though, because the thing is, until your brain actually interprets that light, that color isn't there for all intents and purposes.
Right. That's why it's only a manifestation of your brain.
like bees or dogs or cats or what have you. You're talking about organisms that see these colors differently. Somebody that's colorblind, for example. There are people that, have so to speak, have what we refer to as confusion between colors, or people that see literal shades of gray in some cases.
Colorblindness has nothing to do with this.
But
Colorblind,
at the
doesn't
same
matter.
time, if it was entirely private and subjective, we shouldn't actually expect to be able to diagnose people as being colorblind, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Well, no.
Well, wait a second, Steve. You keep saying that qualia, implying at least that qualia don't exist. And
no, I didn't say. Well, no. The qualia exists, but
I think we're talking about a variable factor involved with qualia.
Yeah, because qualia does exist. Of course, we have qualia. That's your sensory perception. That's your conscious perception of reality. But our conscious perception of reality will show us that color blue, but it has no existence independently of the mind.
Without the processing, without your mind processing those wavelengths of colors, that's why I referenced the colorblind thing, because they're processing that input differently. So you could say that their qualia of the experience of perceiving it's different.
That's true. Yeah, but the color they may perceive, whatever they perceive, they're going to call that blue, but it still may not be the same. But we have an existential limit here, right? We can't go into their brain here and or epistemic limit. We can't go into their brain and say, okay, well, this is how you're perceiving it. But whatever we're perceiving as blue, whatever in our mind, that's something internal to us. Without perception, the color of blue would not exist in the universe.
Right. So what you're saying is that blue does exist, but it exists in your mind. Yeah.
If you want to call that existence.
Oh, wait a second. How you've conceded that qualia definitely exists?
Well, I mean, but that goes into abstract reasoning. I mean, does the number 2 exist? Does it have concrete form? No, I can think of the number 2, but it doesn't really have substance. But I can think of it, therefore, does it exist?
Right, but your thought does. So what you're saying is,
does my thought exist? I don't know.
Well, in that it's a wavelength of light, I'd argue that there's more substance to blue.
Okay, so there are 2 levels going on here. So I'm going to try and bridge them. Okay, so Steve is talking about blue as a qualia, and I'm sorry, is it who's the other chap? Shadow, and Shadow's talking about blue as the thing which causes something that we've learned to call blue. Right? Mm-hmm. So Shadow's talking about the light in the outside world, which has a measurable frequency.
Right.
And assuming we accept there's a mind-independent reality, that thing that we refer to as blue certainly exists. Now, there's another thing that we refer to as blue, which is the experience of blue. It's unfortunate that we're using the same word, but that exists in as much as it manifests as a qualia, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it's all right. It does exist. I was just worried that you were claiming that qualia didn't exist.
I think this goes back to the whole noumenal properties and phenomenal properties distinction that we made earlier. I mean, there are certainly things that we perceive as phenomena that have noumenal properties, and I don't think Steve's arguing that the phenomenal properties don't actually have noumenal properties when it comes to what we're calling blue.
Right.
Well, there's kind of another weird thing, because we are talking blue here. Isn't it blue that didn't technically, it wasn't, so to speak, perceptible until we had a word for it? So the concept had to kind of precede the perception? Or was that green? I think it was blue. I'm trying to remember.
You go a little deeper into that? Where did you hear that?
No, there was this was pertaining to, I think it was, I can't remember whether it was a culture or tribe. I think it might have been China, if I recall correctly, that they weren't actually able to differentiate blue from green. They didn't have a word for it at the time, so effectively they couldn't see blue. They were just completely unable to differentiate until they had a concept to go with what blue is.
It wasn't just that they couldn't, they didn't have a word for it. It was that they actually had no real functional reason to distinguish blue from green. To them, if something was blue, they would describe it in terms of another shade of green. So they had like 30 words to describe these different shades.
We were going to have a hangout on this very topic, by the way. It's kind of funny. Who was Michael? We were going to have a hangout on this very topic. It was going to be who was that? Who was the one that came in? The girl that used to come in all the time with the robotic voice, but it wasn't a girl. I know it was a guy, but
Nadia.
No. Doctor, help me out here. Very, very good at philosophy.
Oh, you lost me. I must not have been part of that
No,
conversation.
it was before your time.
Good at philosophy with a robot mic or a robot voice?
Robot mic.
So I'm skeptical about this claim that people.
Well, hang on. Let's finish.
tell-
Hang on one second. Who was? I'm trying to think about. Her name was. She had a stone. God damn it! So her name's on top of my. She was a Greek god.
Oh my god! I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's going to be her. It was going to be Ozymandias, I think, and a few other people. We're going to talk about Kant's philosophy on this. On the very.
Helena Handbasket?
No, her name starts with an A.
Only Greek goddess I can think of. Or rather, Greek character I could think of. Sorry.
No.
I didn't think that made sense.
She hasn't been around a while.
Something.
Hypatia.
Yes, there we go. That's it.
Hypatia. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot. And Hypatia, yeah, Hypatia really understood the noumenon of Kantian philosophy, right? And so we were going to have this very topic, and unfortunately, it took place. But I would have loved to, because this is exactly what Michael is referring to here.
Well, it's actually really not that complicated to understand, right? That's why I made the reference to the everything scope, right? So if you had something that you could hold up to your eye that could allow you to see all the properties of an object that could be observed, if you could see all the properties, that's the everything scope, right? Mm-hmm. So blue necessarily by itself doesn't exist as a phenomenology. It only exists as an idea. That's why blue was completely different concepts, as was brought up earlier. But the idea of blue on the scale of what can be observed in something's objective noumenal properties, that is the spectrum of light, does actually objectively exist without observation.
And that's exactly what I would be saying. I do believe that the actual perception of blue is a phenomenon. But the objective noumenon that you're talking about it exists independently of any phenomenon or any mind. It's mind independent, and it does exist, and it need to be quantified. So I totally agree with you on that. So.
Yeah, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the idea that
who asked you? No, I'm kidding. Hey, real quick, Doctor, am I getting better at this shit? Once again, am I getting a lot better? Because Doctor 3 years ago would have been like, Steve, you're
you're understanding the concepts of it, not the language of it, though.
Oh, whatever.
And Steve just confused a librarian with a god. Just saying.
Hypatia. Okay, whatever. Hypatia of Alexander, wasn't it?
Yeah. Who may have been mythical. We only know of her existence from
one source. But it was Hypatia of Alexandria or something along those lines, wasn't it?
Yeah. She was a librarian who apparently got horribly murdered.
She was hot and a goddess to me. What do you want? Go ahead.
I'm just a little bit nervous about this claim that blue, which is a phenomenon only, which we've defined as a phenomenon, only exists as a thought. I mean, it also exists as a definition. I think it's a little bit stronger than thought.
No, I'm not saying that you had to differentiate between the two, right? There's the actual existence.
You find it as a concept, not merely a thought. I thought we were referring to that.
Blue exists as a wavelength, right? We can quantify and say this wavelength of a certain nanometer falls in the criteria of blue. But our perception of the color, that's what I'm referring to. The perception of what we perceive to be blue. So I don't know why it's that contentious.
No, that's all right. It was actually Michael who said it existed only as a thought, and I was just deeply uncomfortable with the idea that all attributes can be flogged off as merely thoughts.
Well, something's phenomenology, right? Like phenomenal properties of a thing only exist in our mind. I think that was the point that Steve was making. That's why I made that reference.
I guess that, for instance, oxygen atoms, which have experience an electron dropping from one shell to another shell, always produce photons of a very consistent frequency, which we experience as blue. And I'm just really uncomfortable with the idea that somehow that very definable thing, that very definable phenomenon, sort of got called just a thought.
I think what I'm talking about is the idea of blue, specifically the what we perceive as blue, and that's what gets to the crux of the whole phenomenon-noumena distinction is that phenomena is only something that an observer can observe, whereas noumena is those properties of something that exists despite an observer.
Well, it's a thing as it truly is, independent of anything that would be perceived as an observer, and even some would argue, like, independent of time. Like, if this thing was just completely static, what would it have?
Right. Well, that's just the whole point of the distinction, is that you couldn't possibly know. That's an epistemological position.
Well, yeah, we're really entirely locked off from actually knowing the noumenal because we perceive everything within time.
That's really dangerous, though, because blue relies on time because it's a frequency. But
since it's a frequency, it also requires an observer, though, to interpret that frequency, doesn't it?
I don't know. I could make a machine that could do something when it detected blue. If you're willing to call a machine an observer, then sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just
now we've gone from Kant to Hume.
To the machine, it would be a wavelength. It would be a measurement. It wouldn't actually be blue in terms of qualia, though, would it?
Yeah, but the machine's measurement is a form of qualia.
You think?
Huh. Yeah, absolutely.
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it just experiences qualia at a much different level than we do.
No, that's an idea.
Or at least that's my opinion.
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I only mention that because of Steve's usage. I actually agree with Steve on the points that he was making. If we're talking about
you're
blue
a smart man.
Oh, you are there. I thought you were off watching the Flat Earthers because I hadn't heard from you for.
Oh, I'm here. I'm listening. I mean, he's talking good about me. Of course, I'm listening.
Of course.
Somebody agreed with Steve. This is unprecedented.
No, it's just his usage of the word. I totally agree with. I'm not claiming again. I've only had a few undergrad philosophy classes, and I don't claim to be an expert on this, but I at least agree with what he's saying. I think I understand what Steve was trying to say with his use of the word blue.
See, and he agrees with Hogtie then, so he's in good company. Because Hogtie is the litmus test for, what is right and wrong.
I thought that was Aussie up until, today.
No, it was. Hogtie is actually just a litmus test for what is blue. Have you seen his icon?
No, it's the council of three. It's Hogtie, Alex Malpass, and Ozzy. That's the council of three. It's like,
blue icon.
Well, Ozzy might have to be replaced considering that he used to use the argument, why are there still apes?
Yeah, well, everybody has a past, right?
Yep.
I get it.
It was particularly funny when I saw Dragnot kind of like type out in vain, like, oh my god, I can't believe Ozzy used to do that. Like, Dragnot, you used to believe the zeitgeist crap.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Yeah.
Don't say it 3 times, that's for sure.
Bad touch.
Well, okay, leaving aside the whole the deeper, weirder parts of zeitgeist, is it ridiculous to consider the possibility or even the likelihood that Jesus was euhemerized?
No. If that's all you're
euhemerized means.
I don't know. How much of zeitgeist did you watch?
What does that word mean?
Does that mean you take a bunch of stuff and you stick it into one entity?
Euhemerization is basically when you take a legendary character, completely fictitious being, and then you kind of give it a biography. You anthropomorphize it. You make it something that interacts with our world.
Got it.
Yeah, it's basically something that something that probably had some kind of basis.
It's the exact reverse of mythologizing some actual person.
Okay, so
I've got a really good example here. So you may have read the stories of the War of Troy, and if you look closely, you'll notice that there are gods stomping around during the battles. So that was a process of euhemerization. They were taking something that had previously been a heavenly god and writing it into history.
Right, I got you.
Got it. All right, sorry.
So that's going to happen to us one of these days, right?
Yeah.
No.
You memorize us? Really? No.
The problem with zeitgeist goes far beyond that, though, and it's actually
zeitgeist sucks.
It's the things way beyond that. They start going full retard towards the end of it.
doing it for the
They border along like accepting David Icke conspiracy theory bullshit.
Oh, David Icke, he's a nutter.
Border. They buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, but you have militant atheists that buy into that stuff. They're like, oh, yeah, well, Horus. And it's like, wait a minute. If you actually read the Horus mythology, it had nothing freaking even remotely similar to Jesus.
It had absolutely nothing to do with it. Like the whole story.
Why do they do that then? Why do they? I mean, it's like makes their arguments so. They're doing exactly what theists do.
Because there's one version of the story written like 300 years after Jesus allegedly died that basically plagiarized the Jesus myth and supplemented Horus with Jesus.
Okay, but that's after the fact.
It's well after the fact.
Yeah.
And Zeitgeist just saw, oh, look, there's this ancient story. Let's just say that that's the story of Horus.
Trying to
when in
retcon
fact
it
the
or
real
something?
story is Osiris's wife, Isis, went around the River Nile picking up his body parts to stitch him together again to have sex with him.
Well, no, she couldn't find his penis, remember? Then she
Yeah,
had to,
that
she had
too,
made
yeah.
one out of a stone.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's the best part she couldn't find, right? Yeah.
Wow.
The first dildo ever invented.
Yeah, I guess the deep answer to your question, Steve, is they were bad at thinking.
Yeah, yeah. Well, just kind of show that we're not biased. I mean, I go by what our arguments are, right? And if an atheist organization has a shitty argument, I'm gonna be like, and I have. In fact, Doctor, firsthand, the videos I have that are voted most down were by atheists.
Yep, I know exactly what you're referring to.
And yet you agreed with me the entire time.
I know. You and I both got blocked by the same people.
Yeah,
as a result
were
of
like,
that shit.
Doctor and I think exactly alike on a lot of things, and people were just like, "Oh, you guys are idiots." I was like, "Oh, fuck, no, you guys are just not understanding this," and they wouldn't even listen, right?
What
Some
do you
of them-
mean I have to explain why my position is rational?
You could make a whole career out of just debunking atheist YouTube channels.
Oh,
you really could.
Well, it's funny. I only have like a handful of people blocked, and 2 of them are atheists because they're the most militant, ridiculous atheists on the planet. I mean, they're just fucking stupid. They make all non-theists look like fucking morons.
Did you see that Hunter Bailey revived our favorite topic in the Great Debate Community forum?
What did he bring up now?
He just made a straw poll of like, oh, how many people in this community are theists as opposed to atheists? And I kind of objected. I was like, you need to broaden that poll a bit. Include people who are agnostic, atheists.
It's a false dichotomy, yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, I'm just trying to keep it simple. I don't really care about that nuance. I was like, okay, whatever. And then shit hit the fan.
It's more than a nuance.
Yeah.
Of course it's gonna shit's gonna hit the fan of the community.
Well,
When you
yeah,
make
but
that simple a distinction. Who the fuck does he think he's talking to?
But Michael, it's mostly the atheists that don't get that the antithesis of theism is not atheism. It's a negation of theism.
Yeah,
but they don't get that.
So Hunter and I ended up arguing with a couple of atheists on whether or not atheists had a burden of justification or not.
You've actually, honestly, Steve, you've actually changed my position on this because, like I said, I've only been an agnostic or an agnostic atheist for a little while. I was a part of the Great Debate Community years and years ago. Lost my faith recently, and then came back and changed my position because I have to actually make the distinction between atheism and philosophical atheism, because there's colloquial atheism, and I think you've even admitted that, right? So like I've actually been much more careful with my use of the word atheism in that regard.
Yeah, that's good, because I think a lot of the people on the YouTube are the colloquial type, and they use, and I know what they mean, right? And there's nothing wrong with it inherently. They're just negative atheists, right? They don't want to put forth any claim that God doesn't exist, so they take the position where I just lack a belief.
You see, I think the opposite. I think they are the philosophical atheists. They just don't want to admit it.
Well, that could be
because
true.
when you listen
that's
to
what a true
the
atheist means,
shit they say, they're saying things that are kind of similar to what I would say.
Yeah,
Might
but
be right,
if you
but
ever
that's dishonest.
if you drop the isms and all the vernacular with philosophy and you just have a conversation about it, a lot of them in just living room talk will talk like agnostics, not philosophical atheists.
But can you call yourself an atheist if you did believe at one point?
Yes. Yeah. And you know what? I see. I don't even use the term agnostic atheist. I think it's kind of absurd.
Redundant.
Yeah, it's redundant. It is redundant because all atheists, in a way, are agnostic. Okay, because
Say that to Aaron Raw. I dare you.
I did. I have said that to R and Raw, and that was the very first hangout we ever had. It didn't go over well, but well, I mean, obviously things are different now. But
wait a second. So so if I was to claim that I know that a particular God doesn't exist, and I believe that a particular God doesn't exist, wouldn't that make me a Gnostic atheist?
Well, hang on. First of all, you're
talking about a particular God that doesn't.
Yeah, you're talking about a particular God. First of all, any knowledge claim is a belief claim. All knowledge claims are belief claims. Okay, but when you're saying that,
wait a second.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
All knowledge is a subset of belief.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily.
Let's not go down that road, though.
Wait a minute. Doesn't something have to present itself?
I'll send you the link, Steve.
We're not talking about we're not talking about what is it? Paraconsistent logic. Okay, is that what
we're not talking about paraconsistent logic either. We're talking about knowledge first epistemology.
Whatever.
I'll send you the link. I'm not going to talk about it in the Hangout.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. How can you?
How do you know something without being believed? It violates the KK.
It's the one thing that we don't accept.
It's very fucking weird.
We can't accept delusion from one set of people, and then when other people exhibit some, I mean, they're talking about something that nobody sees, goes against all logic. I mean, it doesn't even. You can't even use omnipotent with it, even though it is omnipotent, explained that way. But yet it doesn't act that way. Why do we accept that? I mean, there's so many things that we just overlook.
Well, I think Ozzy was talking about today in the New Covenant. He was an anti-epistivist, right? He was just explaining why epistemicism doesn't work, which is why people. Epistemism is basically you reject all faith-based positions, right? Faith-based, it should never use faith to have knowledge, but there's some reasons why you would need faith to have knowledge, and
why?
I'm not. Well,
why would you ever need faith to have knowledge?
Because
knowledge is.
Because we all have a degree of faith to some degree, not necessarily in a being,
not necessarily religious faith.
Yeah, we're not talking about religious faith.
No, I get it. Yeah.
If
I mean, I have an issue with I have an issue with physics, right? I mean, I love physics. I love to listen to the layman's Feynman logic, or the layman's lectures that Feynman puts out. But there's always a part of me that's like, these guys could be making this shit up. They're just making, they're just getting grant money to sit around and, do whatever they do. But I mean, on those abstract things that most people cannot confirm, John Q. Public is not as smart as you all are. I mean, so I think it's really easy to say that you'd have to have faith on that. But
well, let's get,
most things are pretty concrete, right? That we can see and experience.
If you subscribe to any of those things that are being said, though, then that means that you've bought into that belief. So you now have that belief.
Right.
I think I don't think they're completely exchangeable, but if faith sits with you uncomfortably, you can just exchange the word for certainty.
Oh no,
or hope in that regard.
Yeah, no, the word faith doesn't bother me, and I don't. It's
because
it just
the
seems
term certainty doesn't raise any problems at all.
It just seems so silly that we allow. I mean, that we don't perceive life in any other way where we allow for these things that are not, we're not experiencing them. It's like we wouldn't talk about the coffee cups if they never really showed up, right? But yet we'll talk about something at some point. It's like, okay, if this God wants to show up, why don't these gods fight it out themselves, right? Why are they sending us mere mortals to do their battle?
Because they're assholes.
Yeah, some of these questions seem quite.
They're interesting, but I think it takes away from the central crux of what it means to be an atheist or agnostic that I think Michael was getting into.
Can I come in here on that?
I don't understand that.
Because we're talking about, okay, who cares about the words? And that's the
I've always said this, words.
Yeah, it's whatever your position is. And here's a litmus test of what a position would be. If I said, "Hey, doctor, do you believe a God or God exists?" And he says no, he's an atheist. If he says yes, he's a theist. If he says anything else, he's something else. If he says, I don't know, then you're agnostic. You say, I don't care, you're an apatheist. There's a whole bunch of different positions you can have to answer that one question.
Well, to be fair, I would say for the right price, I can believe whatever you want me to.
Sure you could.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an atheist. We know, and I don't.
Well, you're an atheist because you assert God doesn't exist.
Right.
Yeah.
because I was born. I mean, I was born not knowing about God, and nobody indoctrinated me into it. And as a matter of fact, I knew virtually nothing about my atheism until I came here. So, and
part of the problem too, Steve, is that like when you say you're an atheist because you assert God doesn't exist, but then whenever we make the distinction for philosophical atheism, we say that it is all gods. So like that's why I the other night said that I'm a philosophical atheist with regard to Yahweh, the God of the Bible, but an agnostic in regards to all the other gods.
Well, let me rephrase that. That's a good point. I usually say, do you believe God or gods?
Right. Can I just explain what it is there for a second, Steve?
I usually say gods. Do you believe God? And then I throw in a little s, or God or gods. So yes, you're right. You would have to include all gods. Yes.
Basically, it's, do you believe that there are no gods? If the answer is yes, you're an atheist.
Yeah. And if you say no, you're a theist. Yeah, exactly. That's just a contrapositive of the question, or just the negative of the question. Sure.
Yeah.
Doctor, doesn't that imply that one has decided that one is willing to completely discard the definition of God, which is held by some portion of the human population?
No, that would be either atheism or theological non-cognitivism.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second.
Which I borderline on.
Wait a second. So there are people who claimed that Julius Caesar was a god, yet they didn't believe that he had any supernatural qualities. That their definition of God didn't include supernatural qualities.
We call that natural.
I would actually take exceptions to that.
Yeah, we call that a naturalistic
Okay, so
God.
you are telling them that their definition of God is unacceptable. You've rejected their definition.
Yeah.
No. What
I'm referring to with respect in regards to my position would necessitate a supernatural being, and I believe that there are no things that are supernatural.
Yeah,
that's why I don't believe that a God exists. But with respect to the claim about Caesar,
if I can
actually
jump in.
rather inaccurate.
This is exactly G-Man's argument.
Yeah,
right?
Well, it's kind of inaccurate because yes, there were in Roman mythology, like you have people like Romulus, who is, I think, accepted among the gods eventually, but it was believed that Caesar could ascend to godhood, and so the people would treat him as a god, worship him as a god, but not believe him to be one. And the ones who did believe that they were gods believed they were gods because they had something divine about them, something supernatural about them, whether it be lineage, some kind of ability, or something like that.
Right.
I don't think that you could possibly, in any meaningful way, separate the supernatural from the definition of God.
And I agree with you. But I will say this: there are different ways. If you want as an atheist to accept the existence of naturalistic gods, meaning non-supernatural, I don't care. But you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent on that. But if you want to be, consistent in a different way and be like Doctor and say, look, I don't accept any type of God, naturalistic or otherwise, then that's fine too. I don't care which one you pick. I don't think either one excludes you from being an atheist, as long as you are consistent, that you realize that when you're talking about naturalistic gods, you're talking about physical entities that some people worship as a god, but doesn't mean that means supernatural. You acknowledge that people worship the sun. Doesn't mean you accept the sun as a god. So you can accept naturalistic gods exist, like the sun being a naturalistic god. Doesn't mean you're no longer an atheist.
No, I gotta kind of, I gotta break in a little bit, because there's a certain inherent notion of what that word in theory should entail. And when you're if you're going around saying that, a turnip, I'm going to declare this turnip to be God. Well, we already have a word for that turnip. It's called a turnip. We already have a word for the sun. It's called the sun. You're just taking this extra descriptor and adding it randomly to things. How does that make it a god? How does that make that word any more meaningful or useful?
That's kind of what my objection was.
But some people do, right? I don't care if you want to say that, hey, this is my turnip. I worship it. I say prayers to it. I don't think it's supernatural, but it's my turnip and it is my deity. But it's a naturalistic.
To be fair, Steve,
go for it.
Know somebody who actually did worship corn.
He did not.
He worshipped
that was a complete
corn.
Dude, that was complete bullshit, right?
Yeah, I know. but he claimed it. And I did look it up. There actually is a kind of cult following where the entirety of the universe could be expressed as a kernel of corn.
Yeah, kernalism.
So I'm going to suggest an alternative strategy, and you can critique my strategy. I'm going to, whenever I discuss the existence of gods, I'm always going to say that I am an atheist with respect to someone's concept of a god. And that means that I can actually engage their idea rather than arbitrarily telling them, no, your definition of God is illegitimate.
I would say that's a dick move.
I think you're kind of weaseling out of it when you're trying to have a conversation with somebody then.
I don't
Well, wait, I'm trying to engage them on their own terms. That's
But in which case you'd ask them, like, they say, oh, they believe in God. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, then you're sliding into atheism.
The thing is, I
get what you're saying. I like it, though.
I have been here long enough that I have caveats for my fucking caveats. It gets to the point that you start getting ridiculous with it. Whenever somebody's like, well, are you an atheist? I'm like, well, I guess I could qualify as an atheist because I do not have a God belief. And how they want to interpret that is completely up to them, but I don't think that's necessarily weaseling out. It's just saying I don't personally hold a God belief.
I know, I'm fine with that. I don't think that's weaseling.
Nobody's saying that. Yeah, what we're talking about is philosophical atheism, where somebody actually makes the positive claim about
no, we're
gods
talking about what Chris brought up there was, I'm an atheist with respect to your idea of God.
Yeah, that's just weaseling.
That's just weaselly crap. Don't pull that.
Well, but I think
Chris, you
asked for a critique, and you have two people saying the exact same thing independently of each other. There's a reason for that.
Cool.
But I think, I like what he has to say, because if you really want to have a discussion with some people, sometimes the words that you say will trigger them, and if you jump right in, I mean, it's maybe an easier way to get them to kind of let their defenses down and have a conversation.
I get that, but then you know what? You've got to be honest about your own position. Like that's why I'll say
I don't think there's anything dishonest about that.
That's why. Well, it's not like overt dishonesty. I don't think Chris is trying to be deceitful, but it comes across that way to somebody who's trying to engage with him, right? But I'll say, hey, I'm an agnostic, but I am atheistic toward particular gods. For example, like G-Man's God, I'm atheistic toward. I don't believe in G-Man's God. It has too many contradictions. I'm atheistic toward Veckel's God. I'm atheistic toward a younger creationist God. Doesn't mean I'm atheistic toward all gods. And so I cannot take an atheist. I can't claim myself to be an atheist because I don't assert no gods exist.
Are any of the gods showing themselves these days?
Because it takes too much time.
Okay, what?
Are any of the gods showing themselves these days?
Maybe.
They are?
Sure, maybe.
Just for select people?
Maybe.
Oh, there's some people that certainly think they're gods. President Trump.
I was thinking that too. Like, there's no gods out there doing anything special anymore. Like back in the day, they were helping part waters. They were turning things to other things.
Splitting.
Nowadays, they're not around doing anything.
Yeah, but look at the Christians we have nowadays. You think God would want to be involved with any of them? Probably not.
Oh, come on,
I don't know. You have some Christians
God's liking
out there.
the non-believers a lot more.
You
these
have
days.
some Christians out there who are actually claiming God has healed amputees.
Oh, come on, man. I mean, he's already done 2 server resets. The least he can do is just let the program run.
I gotta tell you, I'm being sincere here. If Jesus came back today, I think he would be sitting with us more than he'd be sitting with the Clown Car Posse.
Quite frankly, I think if Jesus came back today, the first thing he'd do is ask, "What the fuck did you do?"
Actually, if I may, I want to. Weirdly enough, I want to counter you a little bit, Steve, because I think he'd actually be sitting with a Clown Car Posse. Because if you look at it based upon the scripture, he always was there with the people that needed him most. And we don't need his fucking guidance. They sure as fuck would.
No, I don't think you need it the most.
Here's what would happen. He would go to them to try to help them first until they labeled him not a true Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Good point. Yes, you win.
You tell them the truth. Yeah. They go, nope, that's not what it says.
He would sit with us after he got yelled at by Matt Bell.
Yeah. After he had a half hour of Darwin's deity, and he was like, I'm done.
What you doing, Jesus?
He'd be sitting there wondering, why did my father make a man with a vagina on his forehead?
When people start pulling this, start pulling this whole I'm religious, I'm so religious kind of bullshit, I usually ask them 3 questions. And the second question is where would you most likely find Jesus? At a church, on a street corner, or in a brothel? The answer, according to Scripture, would actually be the brothel. That's where he'd be needed most.
I wasn't what he needed most. Is those are the greatest sinners.
At the very least, it's where his name is being called out the most.
Hey, hey, and they find Jesus in prison all the time. You didn't mention that.
Yes.
That's Jesus.
People claim to.
Yeah.
People claim they
found
him
to the brothel, I'm
remote.
assuming.
There's an astounding number of Christians in prison.
But I do think that, I mean, all seriously, Jesus would look upon them and go, "I know you not. You know, I never knew you." He wouldn't. He would. He would. There's no way that the Christ that I would think that existed.
It'd be RRL with Ronnie again.
Oh God.
True who?
True who? Oh, they'd be. God, can you imagine how hurt they would be? They'd be like, "You don't know me, Jesus."
They would just label him the Antichrist.
They probably would.
They would be like burning in a river of fire, and still just waiting for it to come to pass. They'd be waiting for Jesus to come back and save them.
I'd say, are you the Jesus of the Bible? So then you're the guy upstairs as well. Is that right? And if they say yes, I'd go, okay, I'm gonna go get my asbestos coat. I'm gonna fuck off down to hell because I ain't going with you all. I mean, I wouldn't follow them even if they came.
I don't even read hell in the Bible. I don't think that hell. I think that was brought much later on. That was a scare tactic.
Yeah.
Well,
we Jews didn't even have one.
Biblically speaking, that was
they kind of did.
Sheol was a hell.
No. It really wasn't. It was you go down to the trash pit is what they're talking about. They're talking about a trash fire burning at the edge of the settlement. And so when they're talking about somebody going down to Sheol or Guyana, what they're talking about is basically them having a wasted life and ending up on the trash heap of society. That's it.
Yeah, but Gehenna is also where like all the unclean spirits dwell.
Yeah,
like,
but it wasn't
like
a fire.
This realm of like
the unclean
you would
spirits.
have all these demons and devils living
it was
in.
just an underworld of souls.
It wasn't an underworld. It was an actual physical place on Earth.
No. Guyana was underneath the foundations of the earth. If you look at was that Sheol?
No.
Sheol literally means grave.
Yeah. Okay, the whole notion
You're
of
the
hell.
practicing Orthodox Jew, Steve. You should know this.
Yeah, I know. What a good Jew would you need?
Hang on a second. Now, the issue is that during the Second Temple period, during the time at which the people of Hellenistic traditions went in and were put in charge of the synagogue under the leadership of the Greco-Roman Empire, during this time period, they started essentially bringing those traditions into the church. And within the synagogue, the only people that were being promoted into the hierarchy were people of Hellenistic traditions. It was during this time period that the notions of Sheol and Gehenna and what have you started shifting to be more like the notions of hell. It wasn't until much later that they started retconning the Bible and changing instances where they were talking about Gehenna, Sheol, etc., and changing them to be representing hell instead.
I'm sorry, Shadow. I have to say it, but I have mods. So now we're going to talk about whatever I want to talk about.
Oh, I know, because I have mods now too.
I just gave everybody mods. So, whatever.
I have mods.
I don't want them.
So it's mandatory in Steve's Hangout that when you get mods, you have to inform everyone else.
You have to inform everybody that you have it. It's a kind of a rule now.
I had a bad case
and then
of
you have to
mods.
repeat it every so often. Just throw it out there.
Please.
Yeah, I had a bad case of mods back in the 80s, but I took them.
Incidentally, the initial major break between Judaism and Christianity really came pertaining to this Hellenistic crap that was introduced in. The Jews spent a lot of effort trying to get it the hell out of their doctrine, and the Christians embraced it and made it even deeper embedded.
And by the way, we have a guest, Polite Contrarian. What's up, man?
Hello.
Hello.
He is a polite contrarian, or at least
So
polite.
polite. So polite.
So far.
Needs to be contrarian too. Hey,
Polite
can I be
with
contrarian?
one word, yes, definitely.
Sophie actually is a contrarian. Your mother is not a whore.
So, Steve, I want to.
Oh.
First of all, I want to point out that actually I do have a definition of God, and it's a powerful supernatural anthropomorphic.
I do too. That's what I use.
By that definition, I'm actually an agnostic atheist, although only barely.
So the R and Raw definition of God, basically.
No,
I'm okay with that too.
He
I
says
use that definition as
supernatural, and he says he doesn't say powerful. So I'm a little bit different, but still. But I want to take another swing at this idea that Steve suggested that it's impossible to be a Gnostic atheist.
I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I said I don't.
You said all atheists.
I said I don't use those particular definitions that way because I think it's superfluous.
Steve
Okay.
specifically is an agnostic, apathetic, theological non-cognitivist.
Right. So I don't care if he calls himself an agnostic atheist. I just think it's kind of silly to do so.
But I'm trying to point out that it is possible to actually be a Gnostic atheist. For instance, you've demanded that a person
They can,
before.
sure. I already agree with you. They can be, but that's the problem. All of them are. That's why it's redundant.
For about a year and a half.
No, I said agnostic atheist.
All atheists, unless an atheist says, "I know God does not exist," then they are agnostic atheists. So what's redundant?
Right? Yeah, that's right. And people can be Gnostic atheists. You can, for instance, so you've demanded that the atheist have a God definition. So that God definition includes omnipotent, and that atheist considers omnipotence to be logically impossible.
Actually, that's an atheist position. I don't care if they have a God definition or not. I never said anything of the sort. That's
I thought I was getting told off for not having a God definition. Okay,
not by me. I don't know who you're referring to. That wasn't me.
I said earlier that I don't have one.
It was Doc that maybe said that.
But then again, I also identify as agnostic. I'm one of the people that popularized the term on here.
Yeah. And again, I never argued you can't have agnostic atheists. I think it's redundant, meaning that all atheists are basically agnostic to their knowledge claim that God exists or not.
Yeah,
so
I think if you're not open to the possibility of a God existing, and you are an atheist, I think you're a bit of an unreasonable prick.
I think it's a hard justification.
Definition of God. What if you just have a definition of God which includes omnipotence?
Okay, but it depends on what you're referring to when you say
there's different types of omnipotence. There's
like 7 different definitions of omnipotence that I'm aware of.
Sure thing. So you choose. So let's say you hold one of the definitions of omnipotence, which a lot of theists do, which appears to be logically incoherent. Do you accept that such definitions of omnipotence exist?
Yes. But I don't agree with them, and I don't think most Christians use those types of definitions.
Why would I accept the definition that is held by most Christians as opposed to the most learned?
Because we don't like dealing with those ones. We prefer dealing with the ones that say logically possible because at least they have a brain.
Yeah, educated Christians.
I like Alvin Plantinga's McGear example. Like they actually argue amongst themselves about this.
The logically possible bit doesn't save them, though. It's logically.
I know they've moved past that twice already.
Yeah, that's not the omnipotence thing is a long dead issue.
It's not dead. There are still issues with the latest version of it.
It has to be always an issue as long as omnipotence still means what it means.
Let me rephrase it. Omnipotence may still be an issue for some, but others just don't give a shit anymore.
Right.
There we go.
We should give a shit about it. We absolutely should give a shit about it. I mean, the fact that we even go beyond this conversation, it just amazes me.
Because there's many variations of the word omnipotence where it makes perfect sense.
Well, then it's not the word omnipotence. If there's variations of it, it's got to be another word.
I think you're being too hyper literal. I think you're.
I think she's
hyper literal.
Wait. Sugar, I'm going to agree with you for a second.
How dare you call her that?
Because all powerful doesn't mean that. In other words, if you're omnipotent and you say, okay, can this God do anything, including make things that are logical impossibilities, like a square circle?
Yes, I know the argument.
Right, and so I would be like, well, I don't have to mean the word to be something that implies something to do that's something logically impossible, right? I can say,
right there, the whole thing breaks down because then you start that philosophy tumbling.
Not
if you worked at a company,
something logically impossible, you're not truly omnipotent.
Again, words have usage.
Could omnipotence be understood as unsurpassable in every regard?
Well, it has a definition.
Well, words have a lot of definitions, but
saying that the only way that we can really control, so to speak, the discussion and use omnipotence in a way that it's rational is by limiting what omniscience means and is capable of. And I think that's where Sugar was kind of going.
It has to have it has a definition, right? If you look it up, there is a definition, right? But no. What I'm saying is it has a definition. When the first time that we all have to look up omnipotence, right? It has a definition. Now it may have certain definitions in there, but if it doesn't fall into this criteria, it's another word or another concept. Omnipotence has to be omnipotence, right? It either is that or it isn't.
So I'm going to show why doctors. So Doctor attempted a really clever dodge, and I'm going to try and shoot it down. So he said, "Can we define omnipotence as being unsurpassable in all ways?" And this is a good try, and it fails. And I think I can show why. If it's unsurpassable in all ways, then it's logically possible that God could be infinitely large, and it's also logically possible that God could be infinitely small. But it's not possible that God could do both at the same time. And so it's actually, so defining omnipotence as doing everything that's logically possible in terms of being the exemplar of all criteria is itself impossible.
Well, that's not never. So the thing is unsurpassable in every regard, meaning that no other being can.
Yeah, in other words, he can't beat it, but neither can another.
So God can make himself as small as he wanted to be, or as big as he wanted to be. He can't do it at the same time, but could God make himself smaller than you could make yourself? Could he make himself bigger than you can make yourself?
Larger and small at the same time either, so he's not unsurpassed.
Okay, do we go by the definition or do we not? I mean, you can sit here and say this or that. Well, I'm looking at it right here. I'm looking at the definition of omnipotence.
Definitions are the worst way to make an argument because we.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It really is the worst way because definitions are varied from where you search, what it means, and the uses. We go by word uses, not definitions. If you start going down the realm of let's argue by the definition, you're automatically at a weak position. I'm telling you.
Okay, then we need to change how we do everything because then we have to say that words no longer have meanings, and you can just use words. Okay, but
they don't have meanings. They have usages.
They don't have usages. He's right.
Yeah, they don't. Words don't have meanings. They have usages.
That's just silly.
But it's true.
That's just
if you
silly.
actually think about it, it makes sense.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. It's just stupid. We cannot live that way.
The Putman argument again.
No. We do live that way. That's why
I know.
You sometimes have to pause and say, "What do you mean by word?"
Right. And I think that's
she reminds me of where I was years ago when I was philosophically naive.
No. See, that's the thing. We think that when we give everybody these infinite little labels and we put everybody in these labels and we have to explain everything with philosophy, that somehow that's better. But yet we still live in a world that has hate and separatism and all this shit. I don't even give a fuck about evolution either because nobody's evolving. So it doesn't matter whether it's religion because nobody's using the words the way they're supposed to. Nobody cares about translation problems. I don't care about that. I don't care about evolution because nobody's evolving, right? But people are still starving. We should get people fed, clothed, housed, reconnected with community, all the things that God should be taking care of, but doesn't because it doesn't exist. But if there is a God and we're taking care of each other, theoretically, that God would be happy, right? Theoretically.
So you stuck 50 different arguments into one.
If there is no God, we're still taking care of people. Well, at the end of the day, you kind of have to ask yourself, why do we have this argument?
Well, that's called the problem of evil.
Right? What's this conversation? What's the great debate about? Right? What's our end goal?
Well, the great debate used to be mostly about theism and atheism, but the great debate now is just topical discussions, right? And it's to educate, and it's about preventing misinformation from getting out there from these people that are pseudo intellectuals that promoting things like young Earth creationism and flat Earth.
How can the Kobayashi Maru? I mean, the unwinnable. How can we say what's we can't even get past objective and subjective morality when clearly there's both.
We can. See, I think we can. I think we get past a lot of this stuff. It's just that I think a lot of the stuff is not even up for debate anymore. I think that people just like to because they like to argue. But certain things, to me, not really debatable. Right? Flat Earth is not debatable. It's not.
Right.
But people talk about it. Now, when it comes to things like morality, I don't care one way or another whether it's objective or subjective. It makes no difference to me. It doesn't affect me in any way whatsoever.
No, you and I don't have any kind of morality, so
that's why
it doesn't affect us.
Right. We're immoral people. Yeah. But it is funny when you see people like Darwin's trying to put forth these arguments, and you're just like, oh God, these things are so bad an argument. So it's fun trying to tear up these people's arguments. I admit that.
I love being stupid though. It's so much better. I don't know how you guys live with all that
I don't know why
information
you're
in your head.
Just do it. Just go full out blind.
We're all stupid in some respect.
We're all human.
I like being ignorant.
I think I've grown quite a bit since I've come into this community. I mean, I really appreciate everything I've learned, all the different. I mean, I may not know it the way you guys know it, but I'm sure I've learned a lot. It's good.
Well, I think a lot of people have. I mean, I mean, you can't not be in the community for this long and not pick up something from somebody. You can't, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just by listening to Ozzy and Alex and even the Pal Talk Power Rangers and even Doctor. My God, I've got a first semester or even probably 2 semesters worth of philosophy, that I've been exposed to. May not
like you left out Max,
but I've definitely been exposed to it.
Max. I haven't seen him for.
Yeah, but this is what you would be exposed to in first or second year philosophy courses, right? So I mean, I've been exposed to things I would normally not have been exposed to, including like Sugar's boobs. I never would have been exposed to them.
Oh, that's really nice of you.
By the way, I've never actually seen them. I want to go on record, not for lack of trying, but I never have seen them.
Okay, here we go. No, just get it all out. Get it all out.
I can't. No, it's on air. Sorry, no, I'll take the. I'll pass. But
I don't care.
One, you've seen both of them.
Yeah, I see one. You've seen them both.
Doctor's offered to show his, so I think that's good enough.
Yeah, you can go look at my plastic surgeon's office. I'm sure they've got a copy of them. Same boobs everybody gets.
Oh, I was gonna say, did they take a cast of them or something?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're sort of like silicone packets.
They have like in the display thing, like a display unit.
This is what you get.
It's more like a lobster tank. Like when you go to Red Lobster and you get to pick which one you get to eat.
I want that one.
It's like that. Like, I want to suck on that one.
Give me those. You see how those feel.
This is my first time in the room with Sugar, so I just wanted to introduce myself. My name's Tony.
Hi, Tony.
I'm a Sagittarius. I have a very
I like long walks on the beach.
No. I wasn't going to say that. I have a very nice, very large collection of half-off Burger King coupons.
You should have pretended
And
to cut
Wendy's.
out after large and just let our imagination wander.
Sorry, you don't.
You had me a coupon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Free Frosties.
I am just a figment of your imagination. I'm all done with smoke and mirrors and a lot of plastic surgery. I'm cheap and petty, and I know almost nothing. So
that's me too.
Yeah.
I don't know. You might have been latching onto the cheap.
Yeah, I know. You just, I like Jessica Rabbit. I'm not actually bad. I'm just drawn that way.
So Steve, how much do I have to contribute to your Patreons for us to like basically make an online version of the old dating game?
Oh, that'd be funny.
First of all, you do your part. So I never want you to raise your Patreon because you have been very supportive. So I would do anything that you asked that you would want. And
my boyfriend pays for most of that.
Whatever.
I'm not going to take the credit for that.
Whatever. I like your boyfriend. I mean, I've never actually talked to him, but he likes my channel, so he can't be.
You have actually.
Have I?
Yeah.
Who was your boyfriend?
Super Comic Guru.
Oh, I have.
Gosh, Steve, did you know that?
Yeah. I thought you were going to say Antonio Fletcher, but then I realized that's probably wrong.
No, he's just a bitch.
He's the power bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do? Because
did we just go from Fletchers to Felchers? What?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Now
And
definitely not
somebody let
monetized.
Carlos in the room.
Definitely not being monetized now.
Very funny.
You want to have the Great Debate dating game? Oh shit, no. I mean, I would not participate in that, but I would let you have it.
No, like you could do like a comedy hangout or something about
That'd
it.
be funny.
Yeah, you know what? We have 3 contestants. Yeah.
I was supposed to talk to Sokka again about making the Dungeons and Dragons group.
Oh, we need to do that.
That would
especially with your friend. That would be awesome.
Who would be the dungeon master?
Probably my friend. Just cause.
Wait, he does DMing or he just likes to play?
Oh, he
I'm
does.
not saying a word.
You might as well just tell people who it is. He's not going to.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's not really my friend. I'll just say that.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
somebody that I know online that I've been exchanging emails with. Basically, Green Arrow.
Yeah, he likes my videos.
Stephen Amell.
He liked my video with Mary Schweitzer, and he's a big fan
and
of
Hugh Ross. I linked him that one as well.
Yeah. So, but he can't come on for various reasons. But we can get him offline and have a hangout with him and play Dungeons and Dragons. It'd be cool.
I found you have to be on a lot of mushrooms to really enjoy Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, you got to drink. But it's still a great game.
Personally, I hate D&D. I only ran my home brew, and the players from 12th Tribe are still harassing me to run into another one.
Get a good module and just like.
I don't know. We need to get some kind of a game going because like Steve just got
Modules
back
are
into
horseshit.
WoW recently.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
like,
but you know what? I
I
haven't
play
played-
Alliance. Come play PvP with me. And
Dude, I don't.
I
You know
both
what?
play Horde.
I could sit here and have a hangout, but for some reason recently, I can't spend a lot of time on WoW. It's just I don't know why. It's just.
You're having those same
I've been on in
issues
3
as well?
days. I haven't been on 3 days.
For
Yeah,
those
I
in
know.
the hang on a second. For those in the hangout, do not click on this. I'm just curious if this is one of the things that Google fucked.
What? What are you talking about?
So with so many wise people in the
Nope,
room,
they fucked that too. Okay.
You can't
can I
do
try
a
and
die roll.
impale myself again?
No,
So-
that's Roll20. It's an app that you used to be able to run through here. It's better to roll externally. Oh, it's saying it still should run until the 20th, but it just fucked up trying to load. Whatever.
So you just type roll?
Oh, it couldn't determine my account. I'd have to log in myself. But yeah, it's Roll20.
Yeah.
So I've been working on this idea when I run Pastoral. I've been thinking about how people actually develop their beliefs, not how they claim to develop their beliefs. And I've settled on this idea that humans basically start with qualia. They experience things. They get this memory mechanism, as part of the package deal, and they get this ability to do induction. And I think that's basically all of the relevant things that they get. And they get everything else, a belief in the self, a belief in the mind-independent reality, a belief in the ability to do deductive reasoning. I think they get all of that from those three things. Would anyone care to shoot down this idea?
I'm sorry, to get it from what's three things? I'm sorry, I spaced for a second.
That's all right. So induction, memory, and qualia.
Fair enough, I think.
That's how we get all of our beliefs?
Yeah, that we build all of our other foundational beliefs. We have other deep beliefs, but I think those three are the only ones that are truly needed as foundations.
The only ones that are kind of like belief forming in beliefs that we come to inferentially.
Well, I think that those three things are the truly foundational three beliefs, and everything else.
Calling them beliefs, though, I don't think is even appropriate. I think they're the three key mechanisms in forming a worldview.
That'd be a good way of putting it. Like, personally, I lean towards Foundationalism. I hate the term properly basic belief, so I'll just throw that out there. Because when you get down to what a properly basic belief is, I think it's be better to say that these are instincts. They're almost animalistic in us. These are things that we just have to operate with, not even assume.
Well, I'm going to challenge that because, for instance, people say that a properly basic belief is the assumption that these other creatures we see around us are kind of like us, they're thinking entities. And that's not something we're born with, that's something we learn. And I think we learn those things from our qualia, our memory, and our inference. And that's just one example,
Well, the existence of an external world and the existence of other minds would both be properly basic.
But that's from inference, isn't it?
Whether or not those minds are qualitatively the same as mine is a separate thing.
But that's inferential in terms of,
Does somebody want to carry this over to their channel? Because
the theory of mind, so to speak, is something that we develop as we grow up, and this is one problem with people with autism is that they don't tend to develop it as organically or as rapidly. So there's a lot more involved with that. It's also why a lot more of them have more of a problem dealing with the concept of the other, so to speak, meaning people outside of themselves. And even more so when it comes to something that's supposed to, that's not really there and tangible.
You guys can stay in here. I'm going to take it off air, but you guys want to pick up the conversation? That's fine. But anyways, I'm just fading fast, and I got to go.
Go to bed, you lug.
Jeez,
drink more scotch.
Well, it's funny. Like I said, I haven't played even WoW in 3 days. It's like, really? So I'm going to get a good night's sleep. And
Are you saying that drowsiness is like a withdrawal symptom of WoW?
No, I'm saying that I haven't had the energy even to stare at a computer screen. I actually, even when this time, I basically just kicking it, looking at my door, just kind of listening with my eyes closed and talking. So,
in all honesty, if you still want to play WoW, give it another week, just so the whole new patch rush bullshit finally dies down.
Yeah, well, I mean, I only PvP mostly anyways, but I would like to run some mythics at some point. But,
They still have Ms. Pac-Man. You kids still playing that?
We have Miss Pac-Man. All right, good night.